All right, 10 o'clock right now. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on Friday the 13th. I'm Bill Wixie.
And I'm Erin Mayovsky. Today is a weather alert day, so we have team coverage, and we are dealing with a lot of problems across western Washington because of the snow.
So there's a ground stop at SeaTac Airport right now. The FAA saying they are dealing with an equipment issue there. Also problems with snow and ice on the runway. More than 100 flights are delayed. 14 are canceled, and incoming flights as well. Departures to Seattle delayed over an hour right now.
Yeah, it's just kind of a mess out there. So let's get to Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa. You're near Snoqualmie Pass, which is shut down in both directions. What are you seeing up there right now, and what are folks telling you?
Yeah, Erin, you know, I am standing on I-90 right now, where normally cars would be driving right here to get to the pass. But you can see it is blocked off right now. You can see there's a Washington State Patrol car right here. And then if you look to the left of me, there are cars really just at a standstill here. It's moving at a crawl. You can see they are blocked off right here because all of these folks were headed to the pass. Now they're being diverted off at exit 34. But on our way up here, there were actually a bunch of signs that notifying these drivers about the pass and the closure. One of them even said that it was because of a mudslide. However, we have not been able to confirm that. We've asked, and Washington State Patrol out here tells us that it's mainly that closure is because of road crashes rather than a mudslide. So kind of differing information, but just in case anyone's headed in this direction or they're maybe blocked over there, they might see that sign as well. But as you can see, cars moving slowly through this area. Not exactly the news they were hoping for as they made their way out here to the pass. We, of course, will be monitoring these conditions for you, but we also talked with WSDOT earlier today. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Winter is certainly catching up here. We had 20 inches of snowfall overnight on Snoqualmie Pass, and it continues to come down. We have multiple wrecks and spinouts and lots of snow on the roadway, down trees as well. So we're experiencing many, many issues, and we anticipate that this will be an all-day closure on I-90 over Snoqualmie Pass. When it says chain up, please chain up. Winter is not over yet. We get it well into April.
Yeah, definitely you want to make sure you have those chains if you're headed in this direction or just on the roadways nearby. But I did talk with one truck driver earlier, just about 10 minutes ago, if you will, and we'll hear from him and what he had to say about this closure and the impact it's having on him coming up in about 30 minutes. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
And Highway 410, we understand, will remain closed between Enumclaw and Greenwater until further notice. So we're having some big issues on the highways, Adam.
Yeah, we are, and they're mainly to the foothills. I do want to illustrate, though, too, what's happening here in the lowlands, because check it out. I mean, look at this wet, heavy snow. 405, Renton Curves, North 405. Disabled truck on the shoulder. We've seen a lot of things like this, where you have trucks broken down or some spin-out collisions here and there, but the roadways themselves mainly wet, maybe a little slushy in the lowlands. So we're not as worried about what we're seeing here. What we are finding, though, concerning is, again, the mountain passes, and several of them all impacted. US 2, chains required for all except all-wheel drive on US 2 Stevens Pass. Did have earlier troubles in Skykomish. That collision is now cleared up, and did see earlier blockages on US 2 this morning. But focusing now on I-90, which is closed between North Bend, and Ellensburg. The entire stretch there is going to be out of commission because of the fact we've seen so many spin-out collisions and problems. But even then, when the pass would reopen, high likelihood we'd see chains required for all except all-wheel drive. Noticing also this stretch of 18, both directions near Issaquah Hobart. Pass is closed. Tiger Mountain Summit, ladies and gentlemen, 18. When was the last time that was closed because of snowfall? It's been a while. That is closed this morning right now because of multiple spin-out collisions. State Patrol has shut that down. To the south end, as Bill was mentioning, we are seeing 410 east of Enumclaw shut down all the way out towards Greenwater. We're also seeing problems with White Pass right now. White Pass closed the entire stretch from Natchez to the other side of the summit, and that is closed because of avalanche control work that's ongoing right now. So that is a very rare occurrence as well. We're seeing all of this in the mountains and the foothills. Again, the lowlands, I'm not as worried about you. It's conversational, so as Brian's been talking about, but anything into the Cascade foothills, you're really feeling it. I mean, I am a little curious what's happening on the Kitsap Peninsula, but we'll explore that a little bit later. All right, guys, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam, for that update. A lot of updating going on. We sent Sean out to Renton this morning. Now he's in Tacoma, taking a look at what's happening down in that region. People just need to pack their patience, Sean.
Well, Aaron, that's absolutely right, especially in neighborhoods like this where just getting out the door is going to take some time, as Adam was explaining, in terms of the conditions on the roadways. Not as much of a concern. It is slushy and wet. But look back here in the distance here. This is the intersection of 25th Street and Grant Avenue. We have a row of cars on either side that are covered in snow, and so folks will need some time to take that snow off. But then once they get onto 25th here, they shouldn't have as much to worry on because, again, the slush is really just on these side streets, but the main streets in this part of Tacoma looking pretty decent as well. So just something to keep in mind as you're getting ready to start your day, especially if you are here in Pierce County. I do want to point out that this is probably the most intense snow we've seen all morning in terms of just the size of the flakes and how quickly it is coming down. So really not getting a break here in the time that we've been in Tacoma. It's been pretty consistent, and if anything, just picking up a little bit more. So we're going to continue to monitor the conditions here, maybe even drive around a little bit, see if we can give you another vantage point from another part of Tacoma, and then we'll have that for you in 30 minutes. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Sean, thank you for that update. We are continuing to monitor the situation. We have John Hopperstead now, and he is tracking things in West Seattle. Good morning, John. What does it look like out there?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're here on 35th Avenue Southwest, busy road here in West Seattle, but you can see the snow is not slowing traffic down at all. We've been talking about all morning how this is that wet, heavy stuff, and it hits the roads, and it really just wettens the roads here. So you don't have to deal with any slipping and sliding out here. Maybe on some of the side roads, it's getting kind of slushy. Where you got to worry about, and there's about an inch of snow here right now in West Seattle, is if you're going to walk on this stuff. Got a lot of sidewalks out here, and this stuff is slick, and you can see, I mean, they're not clearing the sidewalk, so you got to be careful if you're walking along here. By the way, I mentioned we're on 35th here. We're right next to West Seattle Golf Course, just on the other side of those trees. That is shut down for the day, as is Jefferson Golf Course and Jackson Golf Course, all run by Seattle. Interestingly enough, Interbay Golf Course is still open for the day. So if you want to get some golf in, I guess you can go down to Interbay. I don't know how much snow they're getting right now. The other thing they're saying about West Seattle Golf Course is no snow activity. So kids, they want to get their sleds out or go build some snowmen on the property there. That's a no-go, at least for now. But this is what it's looking like in West Seattle, like we've seen around the Northwest this morning. This heavy, wet snow continues to fall, guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right, John, thank you. Interbay does have covered bays there, so that probably allows them to operate a bit easier.
You get your, yellow or your orange or pink golf balls out during times like this, right? That's how you do it. Hey, SeaTac Airport, a ground stoppage at the moment, and here's what we're looking at currently. Temperature is at 35 degrees, so this is very wet, heavy, big flake kind of snow that's probably mixed in with some rain. We've been seeing some of that heavier precip that's kind of dragging down some of that cooler air from high up down a little closer to the surface and allowing those flakes to survive and not turn into rain for the majority of their trip down from the clouds. That is what we're seeing right now. Between basically Olympia and Everett, there is a chance you are seeing some snowflakes in the mix. At the very least, you're getting cold rain. At most, you're getting some sticking snow. Once you go above 400 or 500 feet, that's where we're getting into some really, messy roads. I wanted to turn off the snow here, turn off the blue, just so we can see exactly where the heaviest precip is falling. And right now, it's falling heaviest down in the South Sound out towards Olympia and over Grays Harbor County. So in that area, thankfully, temperatures are a lot warmer, so no, we're not seeing that snow. Over Snoqualmie Pass and Stevens Pass and White Pass, still very heavy snow. North of Everett, as you work your way up into Skagit and Whatcom counties, things really are much lighter up there. So we're going to continue to see some scattered lowland snow throughout the rest of the morning. Temperatures will eventually warm up into the mid-30s, and so we're going to be looking a little bit better, but there's still be maybe a rain and snow mix in the lowlands this afternoon. And then as we get above 500 feet, that's where you're going to have the best chance at actually seeing accumulation on the roadways that could impact your travels. Heavy mountain snow will continue all day long. I'm expecting about a foot up at Snoqualmie and Stevens Passes. We could see up to 2 feet the rest of the day down at White Pass. It's a lot of snow. Temperatures have not budged much between Everett and Olympia. You get down to Kelso and look at the Dalles. Look at the Dalles right now, 61 degrees. The difference between Seattle and the Dalles is almost 30 degrees. It just shows you where that cold air ends and the warmer air begins. All right, here's a look at our winter weather advisory. So now through 3 o'clock this afternoon, could see an additional 1 to 2 inches in a lot of these cities like Bonnie Lake, Enumclaw, Maple Valley, Black Diamond, North Bend, Issaquah, even on the east side of Issaquah as you work your way up in elevation. Incarnation and Falls City and Renton Highlands, all part of that. Your future cast will continue to bring us this moisture, but the bulk of the action, the heaviest stuff, is going to stay south of us. That's good news. We get into your evening tonight. That all tapers off, and then we're back to a few light showers here and there as we get into your Saturday. Now, Saturday could bring us a few very isolated flurries. That would be about it. Rainy passes will be greeting us next week, but this weekend will be spectacular up at the ski resorts. We're going to get a break from the snow. Driving up there should be fine, and you're going to have all this new powder to play on. Mid-40s for highs over the weekend. We're actually going to be warming things up close to 60 degrees as we get into Wednesday and Thursday. All right, back to you.
All right, thank you, Brian, so much for that update. We are showing you video all over snowfall from this morning early on up until this point. We are checking out the slow-mo video right here. This is a good look at, you can see those flakes that Brian was talking about. This is in North Bothell, and we are seeing that snow come down pretty heavy at times. You can see it's covered the trees and some of the ground cover there as well. It's really pretty. It looks like winter here as we approach spring a week away. And hey, let's check out the Magnolia neighborhood. This is from Deirdre. Thank you for sending that in off of your deck looking towards the Ballard Locks. You can see some of the snow there coming down right in Seattle. So we'll have much more of this coming your way on this weather alert day. Stay with us. We are going to be on the air at least for another couple hours or so here on Fox 13.
Fox 13.
Good morning, everyone. Just about 10:15 here on your Friday as we sail into the weekend. You can see some of us waking up with some good snow on the ground, starting to stick now, and some bigger flakes in other areas. This is a look off of our Fox 13 studios as we kind of look out towards Westlake Avenue and the buildings there out towards Lake Union. The snow has been coming down at times in this picture, but right now we're getting a bit of the break, and temperatures are ranging anywhere from, below, right at freezing to just above freezing. So we're in this kind of area where we're seeing kind of the mixed situation between snow and rain, and we are covering it all morning long with extended coverage here on Good Day Seattle on this weather alert day. All right, time now 10:15, and we want to get to our own Matthew Smith, who is in the Fox Local Live Desk covering all the snow. We can see it coming down at SeaTac behind you, Matt.
Yeah, Aaron, it's a bad deal when I'm joining you this early in the day. Let's get you that shot outside right now. Boy, it's hard to even see what's going on at the airport from our view here. Typically, if it's bad weather, you just don't see the mountains. Right now, you barely even see the airport. I want to share with you right now my screen. This is what I affectionately like to call the misery map. This comes in from Flight Aware. Look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen here. This is Seattle, currently tracking as the second most miserable airport in the country. Why? Let me click here and you'll see 78 delays so far, 11 cancellations. The only place we're seeing it worse right now is Chicago. So basically that red in the wheel here, these are all the flights that are being affected by either a delay or a cancellation. And that is going to continue to get worse because we did get that news that there is a ground stop out there at this time. Now, that is not issued by the airport itself. It's technically issued by the FAA. So I was looking into the advisory here, and what I see is two things. They say there's an equipment/outage, and they also say snow and de-icing also impacting operations. So two things going on out there. I have reached out to the airport because while this is a decision made by the FAA, obviously they'll be the ones to get the most up-to-date information. Now, that said, I did see that they're already starting to get questions from folks that are in that area, both storm trackers and people that are going to be flying. So they just responded to one of them on social media. So Seattle-Tacoma International Airport responding on X, writing, "Thanks for reaching out. The airline and the FAA make decisions on flight delays and de-icing operations. Our airline partners are working hard to ensure people fly safely, and we recommend reaching out to them for updates." So not really a clear answer as far as what we're dealing with out there at the airport, but of course I will continue to track it. But what we know right now, Aaron, Bill, it's getting really difficult to see out there, and I don't think it's going to be improving anytime soon.
Okay, Matthew, thanks for checking in. We know you'll monitor all the situations with those cameras there now. Brian has been monitoring the situation at SeaTac, and Brian, it's gotten a little bit worse since we last checked.
Yeah, it's hard to really tell exactly what's happening on the road because there's snow falling in the foreground here, but the cars are moving along pretty fast down there, which tells me that the roads are likely at the very most slushy, but at least just wet. It's just that snow is coming down pretty good, and temperatures right now have been bouncing between basically 33 and 35 degrees. So it's been getting cooler because some colder air, some heavier precip is coming in. It's actually knocking down those temperatures because that colder air from up above is being dragged to the surface because of the heavier precip. Right now, this is what we're seeing, widespread rain. It's all due to an atmospheric river. This is typically when we talk about these atmospheric rivers, usually it's kind of a warmer system, but this is not. It's interacting with the colder air that's been in place that came in from the north. If you go south of Olympia and you get into Portland, down there in Oregon, temperatures are in the mid-50s right now, so they're just dealing with rain. But meanwhile, that cold air is kind of just stuck here up in the greater Seattle area. Napa Vine, Chehalis, it's just all rain right now. Up in the mountains, you're seeing a ton of snow at Snoqualmie Pass. Right now, I-90 is closed in both directions. Up at Stevens Pass, there's been a bunch of issues up there as well due to heavy snow, and White Pass also closed. Up towards Everett, we're looking at a rain and snow mix. Continuing on up north toward Bellingham, it's actually warmer up that direction, and you're not seeing as much precip up that direction either. The bulk of what's happening right now is happening right here. Central Sound, South Sound. This just so happens to be the coolest spot as well. So most areas catching a rain and snow mix, but up in the mountains, I just updated these numbers. Check it out, our ski report. If you are a skier or snowboarder, it's like, finally, yes. 27 inches at Stevens Pass, the depth now at 108. Snoqualmie, over a foot. Crystal, almost 2 feet of snow. This number could go up another 20 inches before the day is done. I think we'll see about another foot of snow at Snoqualmie and Stevens. You can see that. This is just one of our models, one of our various models here. And yeah, those are impressive numbers. Most of this, almost all of it, coming today by the time we get into the overnight period. We also have heavy rain that has developed down here in the southern part of our state. Rivers that are in these counties that are in the dark green are under flood watches, but we do have a couple of rivers under flood warnings. That's the Skookumchuck and the Nowacum rivers. That's down in Lewis and Thurston counties. So those are going to be rivers to watch. There'll be minor flooding down that direction, all due to the steady rain. Could see about 1.5 inches of rain down that direction here today. All right, morning mix. This will eventually transition over to rain for most of us. However, above 400, 500 feet, somewhere in there, and of course it'll bounce up and down throughout the day. You will see more sticking snow and potentially impacts to the roadways. So I'm expecting a rain and snow mix at least, and sticking snow at most as you get up in elevation. We're in for a drier afternoon tomorrow, mostly dry on Sunday. Your weekend looks great. And then next week, we switch the dial, and we're going to be warming things up. We'll be back close to 60 degrees by the middle part of the week. We're going to be seeing scattered showers to downright heavier rainfall, and so we'll be watching flooding concerns next week as we warm things up. All right, let's send it on over to Adam Gerke. He's got a check on traffic. Adam, of course, we have the issues on the roadways up in the mountains and all of that. Is there any way right now to get over the passes?
As a matter of fact, yes, and we'll get to that in just a second because that is going to be interesting. Let's talk about what's also happening here in the lowlands. We get that rain-snow mix that Brian's talking about right here, 405 Renton Curves. Imagine trying to be out and working with a disabled semi-truck on northbound 405 right in the Renton Curves. What a cold, miserable way to be. And this is unfortunately taking up at least that right lane. So drivers on northbound 405 having to watch for this. In the meantime, we've seen a number of spin-out collisions, a number of issues plaguing us. And to Brian's question, how do we get across the mountain passes if we had to do it? Well, I got you two answers. Let's begin with US 2. Right now, US 2 in through the north, you can still use Stevens Pass. That has reopened at this point. There will be avalanche control work currently slated for tomorrow morning starting, they've said 4 a.m. 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. They're slating that now. That's a significant advance warning on that. I have a feeling that will change between now and then. But US 2 Stevens Pass is open for business. Chains are required for all except all-wheel drive. Even then, I'm still packing those chains, right? Then let's focus in on what's happening here a little further south. 18 Tiger Mountain Summit shut down in both directions because of too many collisions. Chains were required there earlier this morning as well, but that has just become too slick. So State Patrol said, no more. You're cut off. Same goes for drivers on I-90 between North Bend and Ellensburg. I-90 is shut down in both directions because of the series of collisions, spin-out problems and whatnot between North Bend and Ellensburg. The pass is basically shut down. Change would be required if you were traveling across that as well. Change for all except all-wheel drive. Further south than this, we look at the rain-snow mix happening in through Olympia, moving towards Tacoma. East of Enumclaw, we are now seeing a closure of 410 that takes you all the way out towards Greenwater at this point. This again because of the snow and the ice over the roadways. State Patrol has shut down this route. Considering ourselves even further south than this, US 12 White Pass, that is also out of commission. Basically all the way, it's a 50-mile stretch from almost the summit all the way out towards Natchez. This poor avalanche control assessment that's also going on at this point. No estimation as to when that's going to reopen either. So our main mountain passes out of commission with the exception of US 2 to the north. But I do like what I see to the south. If you were to travel all the way to Portland at this point and follow the Columbia River, that is where Brian was showing us temperatures around 60 degrees, a 30-degree swing of where we're at. So that's just wet, but you can head east or west if you head further south. All right, Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Adam. You know, on this day in 1979, it was 70 degrees. Yeah, we are not at 70. We're right around freezing and slightly above. We are taking a look across western Washington this morning. This is in Bothell earlier this morning. We saw the snow coming down pretty well. It's still coming down in many areas, and it's creating problems, as you heard with Adam. He is a busy guy this morning. Taking a look at the quad as we go to the University of Washington with the cherry blossoms there and the trees in full swing as we get ready to approach spring just a week away. But the snow is sticking in some parts at the U District. So we'll have more on that with our reporters roving all around this morning out in the Puget Sound. We'll be back. Time now is 10:24. All right, well, welcome back. Time is 10:27. We are keeping an eye on Western Washington this morning, and we are looking at the outage map right now. And we've been talking about, what, 20,000 people, Bill, without power right now?
20,000 people, customers impacted right now, and 250 different outages all over the region. And on the map, you can see how widespread the outages are. And it's very likely that heavy snow on the lines causing a number of those outages.
We'll keep you up to speed on these numbers when they go up or down this morning, along with the roadways and the forecast. We're going to have much more on that coming back your way on this Weather Alert Day right after the break.
From Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
Well, welcome into Good Day Seattle. Hi, everyone. It's just about 10:30 here on our Friday. I'm Erin Mayovsky, Bill Wixie here. We're covering another weather alert day, and we have team coverage this morning, keeping you up to speed.
We have crews all over the Sound. We want to check in first with Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa near Snoqualmie Pass, and I-90 is shut down in both directions right now, and the snow just keeps on coming.
It just keeps on coming, Bill. And actually, within the last 30 minutes since I saw you last, we actually saw 2 more snowplows come out here, make their way through here to try and clear this area. But as you can see behind me, it is still blocked off right now. You can see that Washington State Patrol cars, there's 3 of them right here, blocking off normally where people would be driving to get to the pass. And you can see to the left of that, there are a lot of cars here. They're really at a standstill. This is where they're diverting the cars off at exit 34. Unfortunately, all these people who were trying to get to the pass now no longer can make it that way. And I actually talked with one truck driver earlier, just about 30 minutes ago. He's one of these cars that are stuck here, and he pulled over to the side of I-90 while he waits to see if this road closure will reopen. Take a listen to what he has to say.
The winter is certainly catching up here. We had 20 inches of snowfall overnight on Point Pass, and it continues to come down. We have multiple wrecks and spinouts and lots of snow on the roadway, down trees as well. So we're experiencing many, many issues, and we anticipate that this will be an all-day closure on I-90 over Point Pass. When it says chain up, please chain up. Winter is not over yet. We get it well into April.
All right, so that was actually WSDOT there that you heard from, saying that they do anticipate this to be an overall or all-day closure, if you will. So we will be sure to keep an eye on that as well for you. But Matt, who's a truck driver out here, he told me that, you know, unfortunately, this is just something that happens sometimes. Mother Nature gets in the way and impacts the route. And so he's just waiting on the side of the road to figure out what's going to happen. But if this closure continues, he said he might have to just park his car somewhere and then fly back to Canada, where he's from, for the weekend before coming back and, you know, starting his trip all over again. But of course, we will be out here. We're monitoring these conditions for you, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning as well as the day right here on Fox 13. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Shira. It looks like a winter wonderland out there, but it creates such havoc on the roads.
It's a nightmare. And for all the skiers and boarders that are so anxious to get up there and take advantage of this, they are out of luck.
Yeah, they are. Well, we want to check back in with AJ Janival. He is out in Issaquah, I believe, checking out the neighborhoods out there this morning. Good morning, AJ. Thanks for getting up out on Good Day Seattle with us.
I'm dreaming of a white St. Patty's Day. What's going on? It's snowing. It is Friday the 13th. Could that be a part of it? Now, here in Issaquah, it does look like that typical winter wonderland. Look how scenic it is. They even got the lights still. Taylor, look at this. They even got the lights still wrapped around the old light poles. But it's like spring in a couple days. And the roads are slushy, sloppy, messy. Let's see how good the folks of Issaquah are stopping for... Oh, thank you so much. Taylor, look at this car right here, covered in snow. Where are they coming from that it's so much snow? We were on 90 heading east. You just heard Shira talking there. And we saw a couple cars that had spun out into the median. So even though it's beautiful, even though it's kind of fun to be out here and slipping and sliding around, if you are driving, it is an absolute mess. Hi, how are you? Be careful on the roads. Yeah, it is scary. If you're driving, the roads are slick, they're slippery, people aren't giving each other enough distance, so if you do have to be on the roads, be aware of that. Here in Issaquah, you can see some of these businesses are closed. They got their lights off. It is still early, but one business that isn't closed, Fisher Meats. In fact, they've been open since 1910. Taylor, you want to head in? I'll get the door for you. I keep saying Taylor. If anyone's curious at home, it's not my imaginary friend. It's photojournalist Taylor Murray. Now, these guys are here at work. Jared's behind the desk. Jared, how are you? Tell me about what time you guys open.
We open at 9 a.m. every Tuesday through Saturday, sir.
And when you came to work, what was the weather like?
Just like this, except a little more rain mixed in.
Okay. Tell me, standing here, because, Taylor, can you show what Jared's view is? They got, like, high definition windows of the weather. As you watch the snow come down, are you guys going to stay open? What's the plan for the day?
We open all day, sir, 9 to 5.
Tell me about it. Is this like the norm for the day, or is there more people usually here?
We really believe the weather's keeping a lot of folks away right now, but we will be here. We'll be ready if anybody needs anything.
Now, do you live in Issaquah? If so, like, what do you think about this weather, like a couple of days away from spring?
Only in Issaquah can I wear shorts in January and then go skiing in March. So, yeah.
Are you going to go skiing?
No, I'm not a skier. I'm too old for that. I'll fall and break my hip.
Hey, I got to be honest. Sometimes you do go up on the mountain and you do break things. Did you want to tell me some stuff, too? I see you coming out of the woodwork. Hey, Josh, how are you? You're staying open. You're sticking through the weather?
Oh, yes, sir. We're always here to support the community and get whatever we need to get done.
So if anyone's watching, they're like, I need food. You guys are staying open. Tell the folks who might be living in like Issaquah, the area, because I see like, some businesses aren't open. You guys are staying open all day.
Yeah, we'll be open all day, 9 to 5 today, all day, 9 to 5 tomorrow. Come down, get your corned beef, get ready for St. Patty's Day on Tuesday, and we got everything you need down here all the time. Come see us.
Thank you. Corned beef and snow cones. Well, I'll let you guys get to it. I'm going to make Taylor go back outside in the elements. Guys, thanks so much. Good luck for the rest of the day. Oh, he's saying be safe and watch out for everybody else. I got to say, that is the best advice I can give anyone that's out there. So we're just going to keep walking around, seeing what the community of Issaquah has going on, if people are staying home with the weather, enjoying it, or if they're kind of braving the elements and coming out to work. Here's someone that just pulled up. Maybe they're going into, no, they're going somewhere else. Guys.
All right. Hey, AJ, thank you. The best advice I have for you is to walk back into Fisher Meats and grab yourself a brisket. Ooh. Do yourself a favor, my friend.
Walk backwards?
Yes.
Walk back into Fisher Meats and
it's easier to moonwalk in this stuff, right?
But be careful not to break your arm.
All right, AJ, grab that brisket. We'll check back with you later, all right, pal?
AJ is always entertaining.
It's good TV. Speaking of which, John Hopperstad is live in West Seattle with the scene out there. And look at all that snow there, John.
Yeah, all the snow, no brisket to be had out here in West Seattle, at least right now. We're just off 35th here. The other side of these trees is the West Seattle Golf Course. By the way, closed for the day, no shock there, but also closed to snow activities, according to Seattle Parks. So kids not invited to go over there and have fun. And you can have a lot of fun in this kind of snow because it's that heavy, wet stuff that keeps coming down, and great for snowballs, great for snowmen or snow women, but maybe not so good to walk on. Actually, this sidewalk is a little slick here with this heavy, wet snow collecting up on it. We got about an inch up here in West Seattle. The good news, though, is it's been hovering around 33, 34 degrees, and because this snow is so wet, it's coming down, it's hitting the pavement on the main road here, and just kind of turn into, dampness on the road. So not a big issue for drivers around here. We have not seen cars slowing down at all, at least here on 35th, and they don't really have to worry about it too much because, like I said, it's just wet roads here, at least on the main roads. But we're going to go check out some of these side roads here in a couple minutes, see how they're shaping up. Right now, I would say stay off the sidewalks if you can, although we just passed somebody walking their dog out here. They're not going to let the dog go to waste, even on a snow day. Let them get out here and enjoy this kind of weather. But for now, guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, John, thank you so much. And this is a widespread snow event. We want to show you some pictures that have been sent in to us this morning. This is the scene in Sammamish this morning. The snow continues to fall. This is a pretty widespread snow event all over western Washington. I-90 is closed in both directions. A ground stop at SeaTac Airport. So this is affecting flights coming and going. We're following the latest here on Good Day Seattle. Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. We are following this snow event that is affecting just about everybody around Western Washington today.
It is a weather alert day, and we have sent our crews out everywhere to spread out throughout Western Washington. We want to check in now with Lauren Donovan, who jumps on Good Day Seattle out in the really pretty snow in Preston. You're close to the pass, but not quite there yet. What's it looking like in those neighborhoods?
Yeah, because we know my colleague Sheer is out there. I'm trying to stagger and give people some perspective on the side roads, Aaron, which are really sloppy just here right off the interstate in Preston. Okay, you can see some trucks, bigger rigs, SUVs, not having too much of a hard time out here. But down this road, Preston Falls City Road, we were trying to get down actually into Falls City. We couldn't do it. There is a tree down. I think I've got video I sent to you guys about this. Maybe we can pull that up now. A tree was down on a power line. In the middle of the road, and with the snow consistency as it is, you guys out here, sloppy, messy. It's a little bit thicker than what we were seeing in Issaquah. Definitely thicker snow out here, but when you're dealing with conditions like this and then you've got to turn around and navigate going down a road like that, a lot of the drivers out here do not know this. So if you're headed in and out of the Snoqualmie Valley area and you're looking for those side road options, be extra careful. Give yourself good following distance, because a lot of people right now, they're trying to avoid the interstate at all costs because cars are just backing up as I-90 is shut down in both directions. Now, if you want to look out here, here we are at the park, where maybe, Aaron, you spent some time at the soccer fields here, I might imagine. But it is just totally covered with snow. It's beautiful out here. And earlier I was hearing AJ talking about the drive on 90 to get where we are right now. We're just, a couple towns over from him. But I would say just moving east, you will see the difference exponentially coming out of the city and getting into this. I wasn't sure what to expect when I woke up in Seattle. It's like this wet, slushy mix coming down on me. And now being out here, I'm like, this is a considerable storm. And I'm about to hop on a call, you guys, with WSDOT as we're moving forward in the day. I want to know, how does the shutdown we're seeing here compare to those of past? And how does it compare to the one I was stuck in a couple days ago for about 2 hours? Yeah, I think this is worse, but I will get that for you shortly. So we are live out here in Preston, and I'll send it back to you.
Lauren, we appreciate that. And yes, I have played at those soccer fields. I've been out there many tournaments with my son and daughter for sure. Want to give you an update that we received. Matthew Smith on the Fox Local Live desk is monitoring this as well. But Public Information Officer Perry Cooper at the airport says, yes, the ground stop is for arriving aircraft. ATC meters traffic heading this way to make sure they won't be congested when they arrive. So they stop flights taking off, heading our way, say for San Francisco, for an example. They hold them on the ground there until they know it's cleared to arrive here. So that's a standard move for low visibility, and that's what they kind of push, to their message to their travelers, just to stay in touch with your airlines and know that there could be a couple hour delays.
Yeah. And so as we understand it now, so a ground stop at SeaTac, I-90 closed in both directions. US 2 has cleared. There was an incident on US 2 earlier that has cleared now, so that's the latest. But Abby, you were just mentioning to me that Olympia, Bellingham, we saw snow in Olympia earlier, but not seeing it now and not seeing it as far north as Bellingham at this point.
Yeah, you're so right in that it's so widespread across central Puget Sound, the Cascades, the mountains getting slammed, these foothills as well. But the farther north you go, closer to Skagit, Whatcom counties, it's far quieter there. And then in the south, Olympia through Oregon, it's mainly a chilly rain right now. We are seeing snow ongoing for many places, central Puget Sound, including SeaTac Airport. This is heavy, wet, dense snow, so it makes sense that this is very likely contributing to these tens of thousands of power outages that we have in parts of our backyard. It just really weighs down on these power lines and the trees. We're continuing to watch for more of this scattered lowland snow. Now, the best chance of this has been during the morning hours. We warm up a little bit this afternoon, and then we're going to cool again for the evening commute. This is going to be an on and off again kind of thing. You'll want to stick with us. Where we're seeing the heaviest snow, especially about 400, 500 feet in elevation and above, we're going to see an extra 1 to 3+ inches. And this is a type of system that is going to vary by microclimate and terrain. The heavy mountain snow is going to be ongoing. We've had a really impressive amount so far. This is a look at radar. We've been loving your storm reports. A lot of people reporting about 1 to 2 inches, some cases slightly higher, closer to Cottage Lake in North Bend. Why is all of this happening? We are dealing with a somewhat rare and strong stationary front that's hovering overhead. This thing is doing exactly what it sounds like. It is not going anywhere. It's parked overhead. You got that cooler air from the north, and that's keeping snow just above that stationary front. And then to the south, we're seeing some rain near Oregon, milder air coming from the south. And then here we go in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. We have this corridor of moisture that is just dumping so much precipitation. So this jet is just really favorable to giving the atmosphere a lot of juice, a lot of moisture with which to work. And so there is a possibility that some communities will continue to see spots of moderate to heavy snow for several hours. It really depends on the front and temperatures. That's look at what we're tracking right now. We have so much more to get to, but for now, I'll send it over to Adam.
Aaron, thanks, Abby. This morning, exciting morning and soon to be exciting afternoon. What's going on southbound 405? Trying to move our way in through the north. Filbert, it's a delicious nut, but it's also a terrible place to have a collision. Southbound 405 sits in the right lane. You got fire trucks here out as well. The rain snow mix continues in the lowlands, and the majority of what I've been seeing in the lowlands, we've seen a number of smaller spin out collisions, and it's generally come from folks who are traveling too fast for conditions. Keep your following distances solid. Keep your speeds a little bit slower. No jackrabbit starts, no hard stops. You're going to do just fine. But some people are just not following those basic rules. What this has also meant is we have some very difficult times right now for folks trying to travel on 18 and I-90. 18 shut down in both directions near the Issaquah-Hobart area because of too many spin-out collisions. Folks not chaining up. There were chains required at Tiger Mountain Summit. Same goes for I-90. Now, Snoqualmie Pass, chains were required for all except all-wheel drive, but we've seen too many spin-out collisions between North Bend and Ellensburg, and State Patrol again said, that's it. We can't have nice things. You're all grounded, and we're not driving anywhere. Nobody. So 90 is now shut down in both directions, getting out across Snoqualmie Pass. That leaves us with US 2 to the north, right? Stevens Pass. And you'd say, ooh, Adam, well, that sounds great. And I'd say, you know what? It does, except for the fact that they've put now an avalanche warning, or they're planning to do avalanche work tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. I have a sneaking suspicion that will get kind of tracked further back as snow continues to fall. So watching US 2. In the meantime, chains required here for all except all-wheel drive. Easy does it getting across Stevens Pass. To the south end, let's keep an eye on what's happening here as well. 410 shut down east of Enumclaw all the way out towards Greenwater. This because of, and this is from Farman Road all the way towards Greenwater because of, again, snow and ice over the roadways. This continues to be another problem. Last point I've got for you, US 12. White Pass, not happening there either. Avalanche control work going on there basically has White Pass out of commission for 50 miles from the summit all the way out towards Natchez. So if you're looking to go east or west, it's US 2 with chains, or you're traveling south to Portland and then following along the Columbia River. That's actually probably your better option overall. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Adam. Probably not a huge surprise when I tell you that it happens to be Friday the 13th.
That's right.
Right? Our first major lowland snow event of the season, and it comes just a few days before spring.
I know. This time next Friday, we'll be talking about spring temperatures, but we're getting some great video in and pictures from our viewers. Thank you to Margie and Kent for this one as we take a look at the backyards that are snow covered. We always love those backyard shots. We'll have more right here on this Weather Alert Day. Keep it on Fox 13. We'll be right back.
0548.
Welcome back into Good Day Seattle. Time now is 10:53. We are staying on the air past 11 o'clock this morning to bring you the very latest on this weather alert day. And Bill, we've been talking about it. There's a lot of snow out there coming down.
A lot of snow coming down all over the place. Alejandra Guzman joining us now in Bonnie Lake with the scene out there. And it looks like kind of a rain-snow mix at this point.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Sorry to disappoint. It's not as snowy as I thought. I was totally dressed for it, totally prepared. We even saw some snow on our way down here to Bonnie Lake. We're exactly off Highway 410 and Main Street right now. You can see right now, just within the last few minutes, we're starting to see that flaky mist or that flaky rain mix that you see right now. But everything is pretty smooth going here in Bonnie Lake. I've been checking the city pages. I've been checking the police pages, and everything so far is looking very nice and smooth. You can see there are some slight patches of leftover, what potentially may have been starting to stick snow overnight early in the morning hours, but right now the road is completely clear. We've seen a lot of pretty easy driving getting through the area. Not too many incidents to really get you up to speed about, because right now everything is just pretty easy going in the area. Again, we did see some snow coming down, especially out in Tacoma, but right now things here in Bonnie Lake, I mean, you just have to monitor these conditions, because as we've been talking, we've been seeing just kind of that mix between rainfall and some flakes coming down. So this is just something we're going to have to monitor and stay up to date, because again, we're knowing that this is going to be the situation for the next few hours and possibly into the evening, as our meteorologists have been telling you guys about. But if you're in this area, maybe Pierce County, South Sound area, I guess it depends on where you are exactly and what you're seeing in the area, but we're going to possibly check out other areas, maybe try go up north or maybe even down south. We had heard of possibly Enumclaw being hit with some more snow, but right now things fortunately here in this area are pretty easy for drivers to get through. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Allie, for bringing the elements out there. We want to toss it now to Matthew Smith, who's at the Fox Local Live Desk. You've been monitoring situations with the airport. We heard from Perry Cooper about the ground stop and delays there. So what's the latest this morning with you?
Yeah, so we got a little bit of clarity on what the situation is going to look like out there. The latest is that they're putting a message out to travelers saying stay in contact with your airlines because specific flights will be affected. Basically, the ground stoppage is going to be for incoming air traffic. I do want to share with you what we're seeing here. Just a whole lot of delays and cancellations. The second worst airport anywhere in the country right now. So, Bill, Aaron, if you know anybody heading to the airport, tell them to strap in.
Your patience. This is a late winter storm here as we sail into spring.
Yeah, so a pretty widespread snow event. We are all over it here on Fox 13. I-90 closed in both directions. Highway 18 is closed. A number of other issues on the roads. Just be very careful out there today. We have another hour of coverage heading your way here on Fox 13 after this.
Game On. Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
All right, 11 o'clock, and thanks for joining us here on Friday the 13th. I'm Bill Wixie.
And hi, everyone. I'm Erin Mayovsky. Today is yet another weather alert day. If you haven't looked outside, we have team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Brian McMillan is tracking where the snow is still falling. Adam Gerke is monitoring the roads and keeping an eye on that for us this morning.
And we have crews all across the Puget Sound region. AJ Janabal is showing us the snow in the Issaquah area. Alejandro Guzman in Bonnie Lake. Sean Chitness is chasing snow in the lowlands. And John Hopperstead in West Seattle this morning. We begin with Shira Matsuzawa, who is near Snoqualmie Pass. I-90 shut down in both directions. And Shira, they're now saying that this looks like an all-day closure.
Yeah, possibly they're anticipating an all-day closure here on I-90 over Snoqualmie Pass, and a tough start for the morning for so many people. But I'm actually going to step out of the way so you can see what is happening out here. You can see there are lines of cars over here. This is the backup area where people are being diverted off of I-90 at exit 34. You can see that some folks, though, are just pulled over to the side of the road while they wait out this closure, hoping that it'll reopen. But since I saw you in the last half hour, we've actually just seen 2 tow trucks make their way toward the pass area. But I talked with one of the truck drivers pulled over right here, right now, earlier this morning about what he's experiencing. Take a listen.
There's no way around it. You either turn around and go back, or you wait for it to open. They said whenever DOT gets ready to send us up the road.
Again, the pass closed right now. All the cars and drivers being diverted at exit 34. But again, WSDOT now saying they anticipate this to be an all-day closure. We, of course, will be monitoring the situation for you right here, and we'll be sure to keep you updated right here on Fox 13. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Shira, for being out there for us in the elements. We know it's cold and wet out there. We want to toss it now down to Tacoma, where Sean Chitness has been monitoring the neighborhoods down there. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, Aaron, good morning. So it's been about an hour since we last were able to check in with you. We've moved around. We're in another part of the city north of the mall, not too far from Franklin Park for the folks who are familiar. Let's show you what we're seeing in this neighborhood. Seems a little bit more slushy, a little bit more wet, and I would say that the snow has changed a little bit. We're not seeing those large flakes and the amount of snow coming down as quickly as we did about an hour ago, more of a snow-rain mix. Look into the distance, though, here on this street, a similar scene as we were seeing across the Sound today, especially where it is snowing. A ton of snow on the cars for folks who have not started their day yet. That is what is going to be waiting for them as they try to navigate Friday the 13th. And on the roads here, these side streets, again, mainly slushy, so drivers don't seem to be having too much trouble here. And then once you get onto the main streets here in Tacoma, we do see that the roads are mostly clear, but very wet. We do know that the slush has been giving drivers some challenges here as well as on the freeway. So just one more reminder about some of the conditions that might surprise you, including visibility, which has also been a challenge in some of the parts that we've been driving through, both here in Tacoma and near Renton. Guys, back to you.
And we've been talking about that I-90 closure in both directions, and that looks like it's going to be in effect for a while. Let's check in with Adam and get the latest on what's going on all of our roads.
Yeah, and Bill, Aaron, this morning it's been a tough one in many regards. The lowlands, for the most part, have been barren wet, but you start to move into places like I-90 getting in towards 900, you get collisions or spin-out vehicles, like what we're seeing right here as drivers pass their way in through Issaquah and try and move their way up towards the mountain passes. It's going to be one of those non-starters for us this morning. 18 has been another trouble spot. 18 between Issaquah, Hobart, and I-90 shut down in both directions because of too many spin-out collisions early this morning. Even saw chains required at the Tiger Mountain Summit, which is a pretty rare thing to see happen. But the chain requirement going on there for all vehicles unless you had all-wheel drive. Same goes for drivers on I-90. But unfortunately, again, too many collisions, too many spinouts between North Bend and Ellensburg. And the State Patrol said, that's it. Nope, you're done. And they've basically shut the pass down for the day at this point. So that is going to be an all-day event from what we're understanding. That leaves us with US 2 to the north as kind of maybe one of the next points of trying to make that pass travel happen if you're trying to get across the state. And US 2 has chains required for all except all-wheel drive, but that's even a higher elevation. And I understand they're even plotting for some avalanche control work for tomorrow. As far as that's concerned, that's going to be maybe about a 4 a.m. start on that. Further south, we've also seen difficulties on 410 east of Enumclaw with the roadway shut down. White Pass also seeing avalanche control assessment going on. But here to talk about all the slick travel conditions this morning, want to bring in Trooper Rick Johnson. Trooper Rick, you've been following this as well. Drivers this morning, where's the grade card come out for us on this? A, B, C, D, F? Where are we coming in?
Well, yeah, it's definitely been a busy morning for us. Since yesterday, we've responded to 121 collisions, spin outs, all different kinds, and that's through the whole King County area. And now, as you know, State Route 410 is closed, I-90 is closed, 18, they're trying to get reopened there, but it's just been busy, a lot of snow, and it's widespread. Of course, when we get snow in the lowlands, it kind of amplifies everything.
Would you say a lot of the collisions that we've been seeing at this point, or the spin-outs, would this be avoidable to some capacity for drivers?
Well, I think with spin-outs, a lot of things, as you know, it's related to speed. We want people to slow down, and that will kind of help avoid the spin out. So, most of the collisions in the snow, and even, in rain and dry pavement, it's related to speed. So we want people to slow down. If you're not comfortable driving in those conditions, don't, and make sure that you're prepared. And, follow, Department of Transportation, get their app or look at the travel map before you go, because right now, getting to Eastern Washington is, essentially you'd have to go to Oregon first.
Yeah, it's a strong point. Want to talk about winter preparation, because a lot of us kind of got a little lazy this year, got a little warm, didn't even think about snow. What are good things for folks to be carrying in their cars for conditions like this?
Well, first of all, make sure that your gas tank is full. Make sure your vehicle is well maintained. Extra food, blankets, just so if you're stuck in a closure or, for any period of time, you're not going to become, part of the issue as far as being an emergency that we need to respond to. And that's pretty much, it. It's just, if you, the cliche know before you go, make sure that the travel that you are about to embark on, it does not have any closures or potential closures.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I also like carrying a sack of kitty litter in the back of the car, the old school, not the clumping stuff, but the clay, good old kitty litter for traction if you need it. Chains, if we're carrying chains. I know that there are times you put out the call, it's like chains required for all vehicles, including all-wheel drive. What's the importance on this? Do you think that's maybe something that we have to concern ourselves with today and for the next, 24, 48 hours?
Well, I don't, it's hard for me to speak of that. Department of Transportation is the ones that puts the restrictions in place for good reason.
Yeah.
In my career, very few times have chains been required on all-wheel drive vehicles. However, you're still, required to carry them, but not very often at all are you going to be required to put them on. So that is like I said, I don't have the data on that. DOT might, but that's a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
If that happens, it really is tough travel.
Off the top of your head, though, do you recall what the fine is for not chaining up when chains are required?
Not chaining up when chains are required. Well, boy, I want to say I believe it's like, possibly $500, but I'm not 100% sure on that, because that changes from time to time. Yeah. And, we don't want to issue those infractions. That's why we set up chain enforcement, when chains are required, so we can avoid people getting through without chaining up, because that's what inevitably causes potentially pass closures. If they spin out, plows can't get through, and then they're just trying to play catch up.
Right. Top of mind, big message overall you want to get out to folks today?
be patient, be courteous. If you don't need to travel, don't. And please, please just slow down.
Trooper Rick Johnson, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Brian, want to send it over to you.
Okay, when we come back here on an extended version of Good Day Seattle, we will have more with meteorologist Brian McMillan talking about where this storm is headed.
Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. Our weather alert day coverage continues, and we've been talking about this ongoing snow that is really wet and dense, and we have many power outages in effect right now. Latest numbers coming out of Puget Sound Energy, more than 24,000 customers are affected. Take a look at the map. I mean, this is mostly for East King County. We're seeing it in parts of Pierce County as well. And these are spots that have been seeing on and off again snow. So joining us now is PSE spokesperson Andrew Padula. Thank you so much for talking with us this morning, Andrew. What a busy start to the day. First of all, can you confirm the cause of these outages? I know that this snow can really weigh on power lines and trees.
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing. It's that heavy snow that's bringing down those branches and trees onto our lines and equipment, making it challenging for our crews to do the restoration work.
What are some of the examples of neighborhoods that are most affected right now?
Well, everything you mentioned there on the east side, foothills, everything from Snoqualmie Pass, Skycomish, Greenwater, those are the areas that we're having some trouble getting to just because the terrain is tough and then that snow is making it more difficult.
What is your plan of attack and a strategy on a day like today when access can be hard? How are you what's the priority list here?
Well, safety is always our priority, and because some of these areas are a little bit difficult to access, as you saw, I-90, you guys have been reporting, is closed. That makes it difficult for even our crews to try to get to these areas to make the assessment. And our biggest thing first to do is damage assessment so we can decide what kind of materials and equipment we need to start making those repairs.
Okay, so the Snoqualmie Pass outages, those are going to be difficult if we're talking about a closure there. How can crews safely get to these spots and make corrections? Are we able to really pinpoint with like precision in these neighborhoods if it's due to down trees or down power lines? Is it one or the other?
Well, sure. One of the first things we will do is actually look at our transmission lines. So those are the big lines that feed the energy in over the mountains. That's the priority, to make sure that those are working. And then we can start targeting the little neighborhoods. But we have some problems trying to even get to those transmission lines. So we're hoping to see if we can even get a helicopter up, depending on the weather, to try to get a visual aerial view of it to see what damage maybe needs to be repaired. We have also snowmobiles to try to get into these areas if need be. So we're trying to find any way we can to get there, but it is going to take some time.
And what is the estimated time of the power coming back on? I realize that might be a challenging question to answer.
Yeah, that's the hard part, because our biggest and first priority is the damage assessment. If we don't know what kind of damage we're dealing with, then we don't know exactly how much time it's going to take. We're hoping that once we get an idea, we'll be able to update that outage map and let people know. I think we're going to be focusing on some of the Snoqualmie area, letting people know there what we may be trying to aim for with estimated restoration times.
And again, you're considering a helicopter going over Snoqualmie Pass to pinpoint those troubles?
Well, and that's all going to be weather dependent. And looking at that picture behind you doesn't look very, very doable.
Okay. Hey, Andrew Padula, thank you so much for joining us, spokesperson with PSE on a very busy morning. We appreciate you so much. And we're going to send things over to Brian now, where we have some really dense snow from the stationary front.
Yeah, so right now here from SeaTac Airport, actually things are looking a little bit better than they were even just about 5 minutes ago. That snow lightening up a little bit. But bottom line is this is creating issues not only at the airport, on our area roads in some spots. And then you go out, and we saw Shira out, I forget where she was, but you saw her. There you go. Okay. Wherever she was earlier on, where the snow was really coming down heavily. And then you had Allie, who was out, and it was just cold rain, and there was no snow around her. Okay. So that's kind of what we're seeing. There are spots where you're getting just plain old cold rain showers, and then you're getting spots where the snow is really impacting us. And that's mainly once you get above 500 feet. 34 degrees is your temperature right now. We have been watching this radar closely all morning long, and as temperatures slowly start to climb up, we are going to be seeing a lot more of this turn to green coming up later on into the afternoon. I wanted to get rid of the snow here just so we can see where the heaviest precip is, and it continues to fall as expected down south. That's actually good news for us, because if this was farther north up into Seattle, that heavier precip, oh boy, we could be dealing with some really heavy snow falling on the roadways. Thankfully, that's not the case. You got to go south of Olympia into Chehalis. Still seeing plenty of snow over the mountains. Again, Snoqualmie Pass expected to be closed all day. And then you go north of Oak Harbor and north of Mount Vernon, and we're dry as you work your way up into Whatcom County. So this is more of a central and southern Washington event. Snow totals so far, this is the latest report. Tanner, 5.5 inches. North Bend has 3. Cottage Lake with 3. Monroe with 2. Bellevue with 2. And Kent with 2 inches of snow. We just called the National Weather Service, by the way. They got to get somebody out there to measure what we're seeing at SeaTac right now. So they're doing that as we speak, and we'll have an updated number there. But scattered lowland snow is expected through the afternoon here. We're going to be seeing a potential for another several inches above 500 feet. I think below 500 feet, we're going to start to see that transition over to a little bit more rain. If that doesn't happen, because we're continuing to just see constant snow showers, well, then we may be dealing with this a little bit during our evening commute. I think if your commute does take you into some of those higher hills, yeah, you may want to you may want to leave work a little bit early just to have a little extra time to get home. Heavy mountain snow will continue, so challenging travel over all of our main highways over the mountain passes. 34 in Everett, 34 in Seattle, 32 in Tacoma. Those numbers have not budged really at all morning long. Look at the Dalles, 60 degrees. That's right across the border. Okay, so you can see where the cold air ends. We got this kind of combative cold air coming in from the north. Stationary front is right here, and it's just staying put. Okay, it's separating the cold air from the warm air. Warm air to the south. Look at Kelso, Astoria, the Dalles in particular, which is so much warmer, about 20 degrees warmer than Yakima. Around town, south end, we're in the low to mid 30s. Around Lake Washington, the numbers really haven't budged at all. And then you work your way north. We actually do get a little bit warmer towards Friday Harbor, Blaine, Bellingham, and Linden, a little closer to 40 degrees, where we aren't seeing any precip at all. So we have a winter weather advisory, mainly for the Cascade foothills. Okay, if you see your city on here and it's under the or over the blue, like Bonnie Lake, like Enumclaw, Buckley, out towards Black Diamond, Maple Valley, Falls City, Carnation, even eastern parts of Issaquah and the Renton Highlands, you're looking at an additional couple of inches of snow potentially here for the rest of the day. North Bend, and as you work your way higher than North Bend, you're going to get more than that. And the rain will eventually, and the precip will eventually slack its way south as we get past the evening tonight. And we're going to be looking at a much drier Saturday. We got to get through today, and we got to get through our evening commute, though, now. All right, tomorrow, Sunday, looking drier, warmer as well, and then we get real warm next week. But I think this weekend will be epic up there at the ski resorts, guys.
Got to get there. I-90 is closed right now. Also closed today, the Point Defiant Zoo in Tacoma because of the snow. The penguins right in their element. They're like, finally, yeah, we get some of this. The water buffaloes are like, what the heck is going on here?
I'm all cold. All right. Well, let's check out this slow-mo video. We've been showing you this one this morning because it kind of tells the story of our weather alert day here on this Friday the 13th, 1 week before spring kicks off officially. You can see the big flakes falling there, but it looks like a winter wonderland.
Very
almost
peaceful.
Looks like a holiday picture, a Christmas card there. We're going to have so much more coming back your way with our reporters in the field when Good Day Seattle extended version continues after the break.
Welcome back to an extended version of Good Day Seattle, and you can see by the measuring tape there in Sammamish about 3 inches of snow just sitting there on the railing. And this is a pretty good indication of what is piling up on power lines, causing some big issue, piling up on trees. And we have seen tree removal this morning on White Pass. White Pass has just reopened for all-wheel vehicles, but chains required on the big rigs.
And I-90 shut down in both directions there. We've had our reporter Shira Matsuzawa out reporting and giving us updates there. It's really sloppy out there, and troopers in WSDOT are recommending just take it easy. If you don't have to get out today, don't do that. Also, we talked to Adam about Highway 18, Issaquah Hobart Road closed there. Okay, let's get back out to the east side where we want to find AJ Janaval. He is working for Good Day Seattle today in the morning, extended coverage. Thanks, AJ, for being here. What do you have for us?
Well, I'm in Issaquah. It is stunning when you look down the street. I feel like I'm in a Hallmark movie, but then you think, oh wait, it's closer to St. Patrick's Day. What the heck is going on? And then you're like, oh, it's Friday the 13th, so maybe it's more like a horror movie. And that's kind of probably more on brand when you look at the roads, because it's not snow, it's not ice, it's what I like to call slurpy. It's just mush, it's slop. It's gross. It's the stuff that you step in with your boots that you think are waterproof, and then a few minutes later you realize these boots, they're not waterproof. So what's interesting is it's well above freezing here in Issaquah. It's nearly 40 degrees, but you see the snow coming down. That car had most of it on top of its roof. Some businesses aren't even open. There's a shop across the street. You can keep coming. We won't get you. We'll probably get her. That business is closed, but this one is open. Look how cozy it looks inside. You got the warm lights. It looks like they got some coffee, some pastries. I feel like we should go inside. Taylor, you want to lead the way? Look how, oh, I know you guys can't smell yet through TV. That tech's probably coming pretty soon. Or feel, but it's so much warmer and it's so much nicer. This is JoJo's. This is where I think everyone in Issaquah has ended up. You got a wonderful hat on. You got to tell me about it.
Well, I bought this years ago when it was snowing for golf, and I dug it out this morning because it seemed appropriate.
I think that's the best time to bust that hat out.
Came into the best places.
The best place. JoJo, look how busy. Can I step back here with you? All right. Are you surprised with how busy it is here today?
Yes, but very happy about the snow.
You're happy about the snow?
So happy about the snow. We finally got it.
Oh, you've been waiting all season.
Yeah.
You a boarder? You a skier?
I'm bored.
Now, you guys have so much. I feel like if it's snowing, it's cold out. What do you got there? That's just straight chocolate.
This is mocha for Rick.
For Rick with the hat. Okay.
For the chef.
It looks perfect. They got the pastries. What else you got?
We have all kinds of pastries, sandwiches, Americanos, mocha.
Yeah.
You name it.
Can you guys show me how this works? Guys, I'm going to send it back to you, and I'm going to see if I can help them because they're packed over here. So you just yank on this thing, or?
So let's start putting a shot.
Okay.
All right, AJ, we're gonna get the tutorial later, and we're gonna get the finished product, and I want to find out why the guy went out and played golf in the snow to precipitate getting that hat.
I don't know.
And why would Callaway make a hat like that? But so many questions to be answered. We want to show you some photos that you've been sending us this morning. This is the scene in Gig Harbor this morning. This was sent in from you. Thank you so much. Jim in Woodinville's Lake Tuck. This is the scene there. You talk about a picturesque scene there, Aaron.
And that's a beautiful spot to kind of hang out and just enjoy. Look how calm that lake is and the snow-covered trees. It's giving me the holiday vibes that we never got this year. So thank you to Jim on Lake Tuck in Woodinville for that. And thank you to all of our viewers. We'll have so much more of your shots coming your way on this extended version of Good Day Seattle. Stay with us. Time right now is 10:28.
Hi, welcome back to Good Day Seattle. 11:30 now. We are on a bit later today as we cover this storm, the snow event, this storm that is impacting so many of us all across western Washington. Puget Sound Energy now reporting 124,000 without power right now, and crews working hard to get that back on because of this heavy wet snow that's weighing down power lines.
Yeah, it's been hanging on those power lines and the trees all morning long, so we have to be careful with the trees coming down out there as well and causing problems on the roadway. We've had Brian McMillan monitoring, and Abby the weather as well with Adam on the roadways. But first, we want to get out again into the elements where Shira Matsuzawa has been with us all morning long. She's gone from North Bend to I-90 on the pass. It's closed, Shira, and you can see the snow is still coming down. You're out in the elements. Where's the cutoff?
Yeah, you know, it's been coming down pretty steadily all morning long, and I actually want to step out of the way so you can see a better picture of what's happening here, because within the last 10 minutes, WSDOT's incident response team actually pulled on here on scene. You can see there's two trucks right there down right by exit 34, and you can see that they now have a sign that says road closed. But this is the area that we're talking about along I-90 that's been closed for at least the last few hours since we've been out here. And you can see this is where exit 34, where the cars are being diverted off. But there are so many cars parked along I-90 right here because they're waiting to find out exactly what is happening with this closure. We talked with WSDOT earlier this morning. Take a listen to what they had to tell us.
We had 20 inches of snowfall overnight on Sequoia Pass, and it continues to come down. We have multiple wrecks and spinouts and lots of snow on the roadway, down trees as well. So we're experiencing many, many issues, and we anticipate that this will be an all-day closure on I-90 over Sequoia Pass. When it says chain up, please chain up. Winter is not over yet. We get it well into April.
Again, you just heard her say that we are anticipating this to be an all-day closure on I-90. But I talked with one truck driver out here. He's one of them, a semi-truck driver parked along I-90 right now. And he said he's just waiting it out to see what happens. But if this doesn't open anytime soon, then he'll have to find a place to park his semi-truck and perhaps fly back to Canada, where he's from, and just wait it out and come back after the weekend when he can get through the pass once again. But in the meantime, of course, we are monitoring the situation for you, and we'll be sure to update you as soon as we learn anything new. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, so it's looking like an all-day closure. I saw someone driving by there just a moment ago with their skis on top of their car, and they are not going to make it up there, unfortunately, even though there is immense amounts of POW up on the mountain passes. But that's the situation there on I-90 this morning, and as you can see, all those cars are parked on the side of the road waiting for an opening, but the fact is it's probably not going to be opening anytime soon, so those folks are going to be sitting there for a while.
Yeah, it's completely building up, and it's that wet, thick, slushy snow, and depending on where we are. But Lauren Donovan's been out there for us. She's joined Good Day Seattle, and she is giving us a look at where she is this morning, and you can still see the snow coming down, Lauren.
Aaron, I have sought reprieve from all of the snow. It is blowing pretty aggressively out here in downtown Snoqualmie, yet businesses, they are still open, available for folks whose kids are stuck home for the day if you want something to do. I checked in with these folks. I think most of them will be open at least until 5. Out here, you'll see on the streets, folks are busy shoveling sidewalks. A lot of big rigs, like the truck that just passed by there, they're not having a hard time getting through this. We got folks blowing snow as well, but it is this thick, you know, the chowder powder is what it's called out here, at least in the skiing community. I know Bill was throwing around POW earlier, but if you're trying to get up the mountain and you want to get a taste of the snow and you're frustrated you can't get your turns in, you can at least come out here, enjoy the winter wonderland look of downtown Snoqualmie as well. And earlier I was telling you guys I was trying to speak to the good folks over at WSDOT because I was out in the closure on Snoqualmie Pass a couple days ago. It was just about a couple hours, and I feel like that was pretty gnarly. But they're telling me what we are experiencing today is far worse. 100 miles of backup. I know White Pass just reopened, and now that makes it that there are 2 cross-state connections, that one and then the highway down along the Oregon border. If you want to get across the state right now, you only have 2 options for that. And I just got this crazy text from one of my contacts out in Skycomish, and they were telling me to get up Stevens Pass right now. Well, you're not going to be able to do it because it's closed, but the backup going from Monroe to Skycomish was at least 2 hours long. So to quantify, WSDOT is just saying, hey, if you do not need to travel today, just just don't do it. But if you want to get out and enjoy the snow, I think this right here is a perfect spot to do it. Maybe have a little cozy bookshop moment. That is if you are not working like some of us unfortunate few. But yeah, WSDOT saying the same thing to me. Again, it's looking like Snoqualmie, unless there is something big, substantial that happens, not much is going to change. And even getting up to Crystal, like there's no ski resorts that are really passable right now except White Pass, now that the road there has opened. So we are live right here in downtown Snoqualmie, and we'll send it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Let's send it over to Adam and get an update on all the roads.
Yeah, so here in the lowlands, a lot of rain, snow mix coming down, heavy, wet, sloppy stuff. Like what we're finding here, southbound 5 getting out of Seattle, just in towards Yesler. You've got this collision on the left shoulder. It's not exactly making things easy for us. Trying to get your way through town, that's certainly one of the hot spots or slow, sluggish spots we have to watch for. A lot of our earlier collisions we've seen this morning as we turn on the road weather index, white indicating where there's snow, pink where there is freezing. Where you have the pink with the white, that's usually where the snow has been sticking, right? Good examples of that. So getting through downtown Seattle's been certainly a curious spot for us. We have seen closures on 18 both directions right near the Tiger Mountain Summit. So between Issaquah, Hobart, and I-90, 18 was shut down because of too many spin-out collisions, too many problems. State Patrol finally just said, nope, you're done. Did the same thing on I-90 between North Bend and Ellensburg, that entire stretch from North Bend, milepost 34, basically taking you all the way across the mountains and in towards past milepost 60. Ellensburg is going to be further closer to 68 or 70. So that entire stretch is shut down at this point because of this inclement weather, too many collisions. US 2 had a whole handful of problems earlier this morning. Traffic is getting across US 2, Stevens Pass. However, let's point out, chains are required there. Chains, unless you have all-wheel drive, in which you're in better shape. But not a big fan of US 2 right now, out of the fact higher elevation could mean more snow. 410 eastbound, or actually eastbound and westbound, east of Enumclaw, also shut down. Trying to make your way from Farman Road towards Greenwater. That is still out of commission because of the water over the roadway. White Pass has reopened at this point, but they were even doing some tree removal there. So US 12 is looking a little bit better. But if you're thinking you must go east or west, thinking further south, heading down towards Portland using 84 or moving along the Columbia Gorge. That is going to probably be a better suited option for you altogether. Brian, looking over to you.
All right, Adam, will you get nerdy with me for just a second?
Let's do it.
We just got information at SeaTac Airport, 2.2 inches of snow there. They also measure what's called the snow water equivalent, okay? And that is kind of the heaviness of the snow. How much water is in the snow, okay? And in a typical, I would say just average snowfall, it would be 1 to 10, okay? So 1 inch of rain equals 10 inches of snow. If it's a really dry powder, like when you go up to the mountains sometime, or eastern Washington, where it's like it can just blow, you can't even make a snowball out of it, that could be upwards of 1 to 20 ratio, okay? So the snow at the airport right now is a 1 to 3 ratio, which means it is waterlogged snow.
It's concrete.
It is, and that is what's keeping it so heavy and likely weighing down some of these power lines and some of these tree branches to cause this. So there you go. That's what we're dealing with right now. Olympia, check this out. So we're still seeing snow in Olympia. It's 35 degrees there. Look at the grass. Nothing on the grass. So this is just falling as wet, chunky rain right now, or conversational snow down there in Olympia. Not so conversational as you work your way up in elevation. Now we're talking impactful in areas of the foothills. Lots of snow over the mountains as well. Then you get up to Everett and north, and now we're looking at just cold rain showers at this point. Temperatures are warming up a little bit, but we've stayed right around freezing all morning long. So the rest of the day, the lower elevations are mainly going to see wet snow or a rain and snow mix, okay? No impacts for most, just isolated issues and scattered impacts to the evening commute, but not for everybody. Now you go above 400 feet, we're going to see sticking snow, roads will be impacted, heavy snow for the even higher elevations than 400 feet, and your evening commute will be likely impacted. More details coming up.
Okay, Brian, thank you. We want to check in now with Matthew Smith, who's at the Fox Local Live Desk, and you've been tracking pretty closely what's happening at SeaTac Airport.
Bill, Aaron, you know, it is bad when I'm joining you this early in the day and we're not talking about what's coming up ahead. We've just kind of like merged in with you guys in our coverage. That means the weather is really getting to be rough out there. We got this live look for you out at SeaTac International Airport, and I use this shot all the time throughout the day, just kind of give people a view what the weather conditions are outside. But you see more than this typically. You just heard Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan kind of explain the sloppy mess that's falling down there, that heavy snow mix. I do want to show you what this looks like for the rest of the people trying to travel in and out of SeaTac. So right now you've got what we call the misery map. Yeah, Seattle is currently the second worst airport anywhere in the country. And I will note, I've been in contact with the folks over there. They tell us that part of the ground stop is just to try to space out all these aircrafts because the visibility is so difficult out there that they want to make sure that things are safer out there. So we'll be tracking this throughout the day. In fact, we're going to be talking to them live on our air later on the Fox Local live desk. But right now, guys, yeah, visibility is low for sure.
We would love to see what it's looking like in your neighborhood as well. Matthew Smith, thank you so much. You can do that by going to fox13seattle.com/poll. We're using our mega poll function to show you amazing videos like this. This is the scene earlier this morning in Tacoma, and I like the slow-mo effect.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very comforting, isn't it?
It is, and it shows the flakes, just how big they are in some areas. All right, we also saw Sunny the dog in Renton. Look at enjoying. Dogs love this. They get out there and they don't know what to do with it. Just hanging out. Oh, Sunny's going to try and get that snowball. Woo!
Big fluffy one, too. Our coverage continues after this.
Papa Murphy's Trip.
Welcome back into Good Day Seattle on this weather alert day. We are checking in now with Puget Sound Energy and the outage map. We have now learned that we've moved up from 24,000 without power to 31,000 without power as this winter storm blankets western Washington. They say to be patient, but a lot of that heavy wet snow is weighing in on those power lines and creating problems. And you can see where it's centralized. We're just a little bit, south of Everett, Seattle and southward. And then once we get even further down to the Washington-Oregon border, temperatures are going into the 40s, 50s, and even in the Dalles in the 60s, but we are stuck in the freezing cold in this pocket of snow that continues to fall and wreak havoc around our area.
Let's check in with John Hopperstad, who is live for us in West Seattle with the situation there. John, how's it looking?
Well, Bill, we kind of moved. We were up on 35th Avenue, kind of by the West Seattle Golf Course, and there was a good inch and a half of snow there. A lot of slush on the sidewalks, but we moved down here to Alki Beach to see what the situation was here. And by the way, if you want to go to the beach today, you got it all to yourself. You could see the snow falling. It's hitting the beach here. You got little white dots across the sand here. They melt quickly. The view isn't all that good because of the snow falling. Can't really see across to downtown Seattle. But the one difference we've really noticed here is the snow. It's the same type of snow falling as we saw up by the West Seattle Golf Course, but it is not sticking on anything. And that includes the sidewalks. The roads are fine. We're not even seeing slush down here. We saw a lot of snow covering the lines, the power lines, just 2 miles away. But here, all you're seeing is some birds on the lines. There's no snow collecting here at all. So it really shows you the difference in conditions if you just move a mile or two away from where you were, because the snow's still coming down here. It's big fat flakes. It's falling just like it was up by the golf course, but a lot different here. Nothing really to show other than the wet pavement and some snow dotting the sand as we see. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, John, thank you so much. I'd like John to put on a full jacket, not the vest jacket.
You're not going to get John to do that. I mean, he's out there in the elements in the wackiest stuff. I mean, he'd be in short sleeves if he had his way.
I know. All right, let's head down further south and go to Tacoma, where we're going to check in with Sean Chitness. Good morning, Sean. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. I like all the jackets. I want the gloves. I want the beanie. So very different from Hop.
And that is recommended.
But I do want to point out that what he's talking... Yeah, that is what we would want our viewers to do as well. I do want to point out that what Hop is talking about is what we have been seeing here in Tacoma as well. We started in another part of this city when we got here a couple hours ago, saw larger flakes and a little bit more on the ground. Here we are in another area north of Tacoma Mall near Franklin Park, and we're starting to see that same thing, more of a snow-rain mix. The snow is not as intense. And then down here, you'll see the slush is really starting to get washed away, which hopefully will be a good thing, right? If we can get that to go away here. And that's also speaking to that change that we're seeing in the weather here. Once again, though, still a challenge for folks who maybe haven't started their day yet. There is still plenty of snow on cars, on the sidewalks, on plants, on trees. So there may be something that you need to clear if you do eventually have to get going for the day, as we haven't been able to get rid of much of this yet. But it does seem to be improving just a little bit here in Tacoma. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Sean, so much. Stay warm out there. Coming up, we have a lot more coverage of our weather alert day, but look at this pretty shot. This is snow in Port Orchard.
Password 12.
Well, good morning on this Weather Alert Day.
All right, good to have you here. And this is a live look out our window here on Westlake Avenue in downtown Seattle. And the flakes are still falling, but not sticking in the downtown Seattle core. But a very different story as you head up to the Cascade Mountain foothills. Let's get some details on what to expect throughout the day with meteorologist Brian McMillan.
You know, and so driving in snow and just the idea of driving in snow, even if it's not sticking to the roads, can kind of freak people out a little bit, right? You get that
a lot of people ask, like, why is this such a big deal around here?
Right.
Why are you on the air until noon or whatever? Because we have hills.
We have lots of hills.
Yeah, it becomes a real issue.
You can go, you could be, in our suburbs, and you go up about 200 feet, and all of a sudden now you're slipping and sliding all over the place. So here's what we are expecting today, and I want to take a look at SeaTac, which has been heavily impacted this morning due to the snow and the ice and all of that. When you take a real closer look and you look down at the road down at the bottom of your screen, gosh, it doesn't look too bad, does it? Maybe slushy, but we're at 33 degrees. They have already seen about 2.2 inches of snow at SeaTac. They just measured that a few minutes ago. It is very heavy, wet snow. Okay. Right now, our radar is showing a few showers north of Everett. Not too bad up there. And we are starting to see that green creep in, which tells me that things are warming up a little bit in Snohomish County. Down in Chehalis, heavier rainfall. Up in the mountains and basically above 500 feet, it is all about snow. All right, current temperatures. Check this out. This is wild. 32 in Tacoma. 60 in the Dalles right now. So where do you think that line of cold air stops? It's basically right now along the border between Washington and Oregon. That stationary front is just kind of hanging out down here in the southwest interior, the southern part of our state. And so with that, it's going to be cool pretty much all day long. We're going to see temps in the 30s. So the lower elevations, I'm talking towards the surface, down close to the water, mainly wet snow or a rain and snow mix above 400 feet is where we're going to see a lot more impacts. All right, let's send it on over to Adam, I believe, and he has a look at traffic this morning. We have closures abound.
Closures abound, wet snow, rain mix happening through downtown Seattle, and still a collision South 5 getting out of town. It's doing a bit of a number for us if you're trying to get in towards I-90. Now let's talk also, because we've turned on the road weather index. Hence you see these fantastic colors. White indicating snow, pink indicating freezing temperatures. And what does this mean for you if, say, you are on US 2 thinking about Stevens Pass? Well, it means you've got chains required unless you've got all-wheel drive getting across Stevens Pass, US 2 right now. Thinking about 18, though, notice how 18 between Issaquah, Hobart, and I-90 is blocked off. State Patrol shut it down. There were too many spin-out collisions, too many disabled vehicles, and they said, nope, we're done. 18 not working for us. I-90 also between North Bend and Ellensburg. North Bend being about milepost 34, Ellensburg being about, call it milepost 110. So that entire stretch of I-90 out of commission at this point because of the inclement weather at the mountain passes. Now, earlier this morning when folks were getting through, it was change required for all except all-wheel drive. Probably not unlikely again that would happen when they reopen the pass, but we shall see. In the meantime, 90 is shut down. That leaves us with thoughts to maybe the south end right now. And thinking about 410 east of Enumclaw, that is still from Farman Road all the way to Greenwater out of commission on 410 because of snow and ice over the roadway, leaving us to think about maybe US 12, and that would be White Pass. Well, White Pass is getting through at this point. That's with traction tires required, chains for the big rigs, but that was kind of a tenuous situation earlier this morning. I'm a bigger fan if you absolutely have to go east or west, traveling down to Portland and thinking about using I-84 or traveling along the Columbia River Gorge and using that where those temperatures, as Brian was illustrating, are in the 60s. So from the 30s to the 60s, that's a huge swing. It keeps you a lot safer in the meantime. In the meantime, big point they've been making all around from the State Patrol to the Washington Department of Transportation. Slow it down. Give yourself that extra following distance. No hard stops and no jackrabbit starts. Guys, back over to you.
Adam, thank you so much. And we have been getting so many pictures from you at home showing us the situation in your neighborhood. And it really helps us tell the weather story because it's a different event in different areas. That one from Ann in Gig Harbor. And then Jim on Woodinville's Lake Tuck here. And you're familiar with this spot, Erin.
Yeah, it's a really pretty little small lake, but it looks gorgeous when it snows because everything's so calm out there. I can't really have motorboats out on that lake.
Very serene.
Looks like a winter wonderland. It looks like we are in the holiday season.
And if you were sent this picture from Tacoma. This is video from a bit earlier this morning. The slow-mo effect is very comforting, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's very peaceful.
I like it. It shows the size of the flakes, so you can tell, just how cold it is by the size of those flakes.
These are chunky, waterlogged flakes, and that's why there's 30,000 customers without power right now.
Yeah.
And
over 30,000.
It's because the snow is so heavy.
Yeah, hanging on the lines there. We also want to say to thank Sunny the dog in Renton. This is one of the best ones this morning. Just cooling off, and then, hey, here comes the snowball.
Boom.
Yeah, this is a great pet trick. Yeah, so we'll leave it there. Big issues on the roads. We have issues at SeaTac Airport. Be safe out there today, and we will continue to follow the latest today on Fox 13 News and online at fox13seattle.com and the Fox Local app.
All right. Have a good and safe afternoon. We'll see you this weekend for Good Day Seattle this weekend.
All right, welcome into the Fox Local Live Desk. We are continuing your weather coverage here from inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Boy, plenty to get to here today. Hey there, everybody. Matthew Smith here. We are going to be checking in with a handful of our reporters throughout the day. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan will be with us in just a little bit. But we started with that live look outside out at Lumen Field. I'll pop that up on your screen for you because this really shows you what those flakes look like as they continue to come down. Just kind of want to give you a round robin so you get a better idea of the Seattle area right now. The Capitol Hill camera, so often we show this to you just to give you a good idea of what it's going to look like outside. Yeah, you can't really tell at this hour. It is looking rough out there. Also want to give you a live look right now at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. So during Good Day Seattle, I was jumping in coverage and tracking this situation for you guys. Boy, it's really hard to see much of what's going on down there. And that is kind of the point. That is the problem that we're dealing with at this hour. If you're a fan of the show or you like to check in with us on weather days, we talk a lot about what's going on the Misery Map. This is a product from our friends over at FlightAware. I want to share one of my screens with you so you get a better idea of what I'm talking about. real simple here. Misery is a delay or a cancellation. And you can see the two hardest hit airports anywhere in the country right now, Chicago O'Hare and Seattle. And O'Hare has it worse, but Seattle not looking great either. Upper left-hand corner of your screen where I'm sharing with you here, I click on it, and you can see 78 delays so far and 11 cancellations. And I will say, I'm waiting to see if we get updated numbers on that, because that hasn't changed in a while. And we do know the situation has been developing out there. We'll give you that live look once again. We're going to be talking with Perry Cooper from the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport coming up around 12:45, but I just want to bump you on what he's been telling me the situation is, because as we told you early this morning, there was a ground stop issued by FAA, and we don't see those too terribly often, but when we do, typically it's an issue with snow and or ice. So a ground stop / ground delay. Everybody trying to get out, you're looking at like a 62-minute extra delay due to that snow and ice out there. Perry Cooper telling me that they don't actually decide when to call those ground stops. Instead, it's actually the FAA that does that. So basically what they're doing right now is they're trying to slow down the number of planes that are coming in. And part of that is just to manage the airspace, because as you can see from this live look, the visibility is just so low out there. So they want to space extra time in between each one of those arrivals so that airplanes don't have any issues either landing or taking off. So until things clear out, they're not going to release any planes for takeoff, and those coming in are being slowed down or staggered throughout the day. I asked them, is there any message you want us to push out to folks right now? This is what they told me. Quote, "The message to travelers is to stay in contact with your airline to see how the weather may affect your specific flight. Airlines are working hard to de-ice aircraft at the gates to get arriving planes into their assigned spaces." They also said that they are going to be the ones that do all the de-icing and clearing the runways, but again, it's going to be FAA making decisions on when that ground stop is changed. So this is on your screen right now, just kind of some responses that they've been giving to individuals that are out there trying to get around. All right, that is just one of the aspects of what's going on outside right now. Meanwhile, we also have the issue with power outages. And of course, we had that windstorm just a few days back. That was devastating for a lot of people because they lost power. But now you're talking about super cool conditions. So if you run on electricity, this is going to be a rough day for you. Sharing our outage map from PSE right now, they say there are 32,000 customers currently impacted. And you can see this really does just kind of span a big chunk of our viewing area. Bringing it in to the Puget Sound area, this is scattered and widespread. So we'll be connecting with PSE throughout the day to try to get you a better idea of when the time is estimated these get back on and any issues that they have. But when you look at those live pictures that we're seeing outside, the reality is they're the ones that are going to be working in this. So it's going to be a challenging situation throughout the day. We'll let you know when we start seeing some power come back on. Meanwhile, this is one of the more interesting stories that I saw. A couple folks with national profiles tweeting about KEXP today because it turns out they're in the middle of a fundraising drive and they lost their transmitter due to the weather that we've been seeing. So Eric Alper writing, KEXP's transmitter is off the air because of the weather, and today is the last day of their fundraiser. If independent radio, new music, and human curated discovery have ever meant anything to you, please donate now. Stations like this matter. And I will say, I just was checking out the website, and it did confirm that they're currently experiencing issues with their broadcast due to the weather and the ice on that tower. So they're just streaming online at this point in time. But again, couldn't have been a worse time as they are dealing with this in the middle of a fundraiser. I'll be trying to reach out and see if we can connect with them and find out what's going on and how it's affecting them with this situation. All right, right now I want to give you a live look outside. We're going to take a short commercial break, and coming up we're going to be talking with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Right now you are watching the Fox Local Live Desk. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We are continuing to see that snow come down in various parts of our viewing area. Got to look out at the Sound. Just a little bit of dusting out there near the Tacoma Narrows, but juxtapose that with what we're seeing in Seattle right now. Do want to let you know we'll be checking in with our reporters throughout the day, and Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan is coming up at 12:30. But right now, I want to jump into a conversation that was just wrapped up with Fox 13's AJ Janavel. He was actually out in Issaquah earlier today, and if you have gotten to know AJ over the years, you realize he enjoys himself on a good assignment. And today is a good assignment as he's out there watching that snow come in to Issaquah. This is him at 10:30 this morning as the snow was starting to fall pretty heavy out there.
I'm dreaming of a white St. Patty's Day. What's going on? It's snowing. It is Friday the 13th. Could that be a part of it? Now, here in Issaquah, it does look like that typical winter wonderland. Look how scenic it is. They even got the lights still. Taylor, look at this. They even got the lights still wrapped around the old light poles. But it's like spring in a couple days. And the roads are slushy, sloppy, messy. Let's see how good the folks of Issaquah are stopping for... Oh, thank you so much. Taylor, look at this car right here, covered in snow. Where are they coming from that it's so much snow? We were on 90 heading east. You just heard Shira talking there. And we saw a couple cars that had spun out into the median. So even though it's beautiful, even though it's kind of fun to be out here and slipping and sliding around, if you are driving, it is an absolute mess. Hi, how are you? Be careful on the roads. Yeah, it is scary. If you're driving, the roads are slick, they're slippery, people aren't giving each other enough distance, so if you do have to be on the roads, be aware of that. Here in Issaquah, you can see some of these businesses are closed. They got their lights off. It is still early, but one business that isn't closed, Fisher Meats. In fact, they've been open since 1910. Taylor, you want to head in? I'll get the door for you. I keep saying Taylor. If anyone's curious at home, it's not my imaginary friend. It's photojournalist Taylor Murray. Now, these guys are here at work. Jared's behind the desk. Jared, how are you? Tell me about what time you guys open.
We open at 9 a.m. every Tuesday through Saturday, sir.
And when you came to work, what was the weather like?
Just like this, except a little more rain mixed in.
Okay. Tell me, standing here, because, Taylor, can you show what Jared's view is? They got, like, high definition windows of the weather. As you watch the snow come down, are you guys going to stay open? What's the plan for the day?
We'll be open all day, sir, 9 to 5.
Tell me about it. Is this like the norm for the day, or is there more people usually here?
We really believe the weather's keeping a lot of folks away right now, but we will be here. We'll be ready if anybody needs anything.
Now, do you live in Issaquah? If so, like, what do you think about this weather, like a couple of days away from spring?
Only in Issaquah can I wear shorts in January and then go skiing in March. So, yeah.
Are you going to go skiing?
No, I'm not a skier. I'm too old for that. I'll fall and break my hip.
Hey, I got to be honest. Sometimes you do go up on the mountain and you do break things. Did you want to tell me some stuff, too? I see you coming out of the woodwork. Hey, Josh, how are you? You're staying open. You're sticking through the weather?
Oh, yes, sir. We're always here to support the community and get whatever we need to get done.
So if anyone's watching, they're like, I need food. You guys are staying open. Tell the folks who might be living in like Issaquah, the area, because I see some businesses aren't open. You guys are staying open all day.
Yeah, we'll be open all day, 9 to 5 today, all day, 9 to 5 tomorrow. Come down, get your corned beef, get ready for St. Patty's Day on Tuesday, and we got everything you need down here all the time. Come see us.
Heck yeah. Corned beef and snow cones. Well, I'll let you guys get to it. I'm going to make Taylor go back outside in the elements. Guys, thanks so much. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Right. AJ Janavel having some fun out there in Issaquah, and we will be checking in live with some of our reporters a little bit later in the day. I was just communicating with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan. She'll be in the 1 o'clock hour. Right now, though, want to give you another live look outside because we are going to be checking in with WSDOT in just a moment here. We'll be checking with their communications folks, see how they're handling all this snow. If you can see the lack of visibility from some of our sky cams, that'll give you a good idea of what they're dealing with, not only in the state routes in and around King County, but also the passes. Plenty to dig into with them. We'll be checking in coming up after this commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. It is going to be an extremely busy day, and I don't just mean for our crews, I mean for everybody that's going to be outside dealing with this. That includes the folks over at WSDOT. They've been rapidly firing out different updates, especially with the passes today. Want to bring in WSDOT Communications, Ryan Overton. Ryan, first and foremost, just thank you for taking the time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here. March and snow in March, always a fun time.
I've been struggling with this too because it's in some ways it's so fun and cool that we're seeing snow just days before Patty's Day. But on the flip side, boy, this could get dangerous, treacherous. I know I woke up this morning, I started seeing flakes, and I immediately started thinking about Snoqualmie Pass because I know that's the one that generally has been seeing issues with shutdowns just in the past couple days. Just to kind of walk us through, where are the passes right now?
Yeah, so we'll start with Snoqualmie Pass. Currently, it is closed both directions between North Bend and the Ellensburg area. We've had a number of trees that have fallen along with vehicles. We've had multiple collisions, spinouts that have been occurring. We had chains required on all vehicles except for all-wheel drive, but because of the number of collisions that we've seen up over the top of the pass, and then the weight of the snow causing a lot of significant damage to the trees, them snapping down onto the roadway. There are some safety concerns with that that we've been dealing with. Highway 2 recently reopened. Stevens Pass, you could get to Stevens Pass from the Wenatchee area, but it was tough sledding going from the Everett area up east to Snoqualmie Pass. That just recently reopened around the Skykomish area. We actually had a tree fall on one of our plow rigs because of the weight it had snapped and fallen. driver is okay there. White Pass, we had about a 2-hour closure this morning on Highway 12. That was due to an avalanche assessment. And then State Route 410 is currently closed. We've had several dozen trees that have fallen. The weight of the snow compounding so quickly, the density of it, a lot more liquid. We've seen some warmer temperatures, so it always adds kind of that extra weight onto the trees. They are just bending, snapping, and breaking down on the road. We expect that to be an extended closure along with Snoqualmie Pass. But Stevens, White Pass, currently open. Stevens does have chains required on all vehicles except for all-wheel drive, and then traction tires on White Pass US 12 at this time.
Well, I can only imagine at this point, Ryan, you guys are worried about the safety of your crews out there. You mentioned that the tree came down on one of your rigs. I'm glad to hear that they're doing okay, so appreciate the update there. You know, as far as drivers sharing the road, because some of these passes are open, as you mentioned, what do you really want to get out there as far as a message for those that will be sharing the road later today?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that our crews, when plowing, sanding, treating the roadways, whatever it may be, they travel at 35 miles per hour or less. So that is a safe speed for our crews, not only to plow safely as we push snow, but then again, putting out material that the material is actually going into the lane of travel instead of scattering and bouncing off the roadway itself. And then giving our plows plenty of space. We did have one vehicle versus plow incident in the overnight hours early this morning. That was secondarily to the one with the tree. So just a good reminder for folks, give our crew space. We're out there for your benefit. We've been calling crews in. Additional resources continue to remain out on the roads and will continue as the snow falls.
Well, I should ask you, because I'm looking at some of the video from our morning crew that they were driving in some of these areas. Boy, it does look treacherous. Any idea, you know, what this is going to look like as far as staffing for you all? Are you guys doing okay as far as how many people you have to work this? Because I imagine this is going to be one of those probably 12 on, 12 off situations, I'm assuming.
It'll most likely be that type of situation. You know, there is more snow forecasted. It's been seen all across the state, even over towards the Spokane area. So, you know, we have call-out procedures that we implement during these times and situations. So we'll continue to battle the snow as it falls and just appreciate everybody's patience as we work to clear the roads. We know it's an inconvenience. We want to be out there for our crews. It's kind of like our Super Bowl. The crews take great pride in being able to keep the roads open, but we need the public's help in all of this as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, as far as March snow, I know our meteorologist said that this stuff was coming. I know you guys have in-house meteorologists that are watching this stuff as well. Were you already prepared in terms of what all gear you needed? Because it was March, or did you guys kind of had to rapidly shift gears here? Because this is kind of interesting to me.
You know, being March and the mountain pass is still seeing snow this time of year, typically, we're well versed in this. We've seen just some slight changeovers here and there, but for the most part, well prepared for the snow that is coming and still forth to come.
Gotcha. Ryan, I'll leave the last word to you on the way out. Any final words you want our viewers, aka the drivers in the coming hours, to be thinking about as they head outdoors?
You know, really just across the area, plan some extra travel time. Snow falling in the Puget Sound area, upwards into the mountain passes. If you had plans this weekend, you know, delay your travel if possible. Again, we're going to be out there for the public's benefit, working as fast and quickly and as safely as possible as we can to get everything open in a timely manner. But these things take time. We want to keep our crews safe. We want to keep the traveling public safe. So just appreciate everyone's patience.
All right. WSDOT's Ryan Overton, we truly appreciate you guys giving us the time and making sure our viewers feel safe as they go out, or hopefully maybe even delay going out later today.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, and we will just flag for our viewers at home. Boy, it's not just the passes. I know we were focused quite a bit there, but I was looking here. Tacoma also dealing with some issues a little bit closer to some of our viewers here in the Puget Sound area. So much so that we're even seeing a closure at the zoo. Take a look at this. We'll take this full screen so you can see the pictures coming in from Curator Jen, according to the Point Defiant Zoo and Aquarium. They write, due to snowy conditions, Point Defiant Zoo and Aquariums is closed today. You can see a nice coating of snow on what I want to say is a yak. but our better-eyed viewers can give me an update if you see something otherwise on the screen there. I don't remember who else there. Our producer Alan already getting in early today, trying to see if I can laugh on TV. Oh, Washington football apparently unfazed by the snow. Take a look at your screen here. Snow dogs in the greatest setting, shirtless as well. By the way, I feel like this is very important now that Washington is a Big Ten school. I know we've been a few years in the Big Ten Conference, but yeah, you play a lot of folks in the Northeast, so you got to show them you're not afraid of the snow when you see it come. And Besa Gordon writing, "Excuse me, B-Mac and Abiacone, we talked for 20 minutes at the station yesterday. Where was my snow heads up? I thought we was friends." By the way, I will say kudos to our crew upstairs because they did warn us that this weather could be coming our way, but I'll be honest, sometimes we don't pay enough attention to them and we act surprised. I'm not using the word surprise today because we're not surprised if we've been tracking our weather team. All right, once again, a live look outside from our Capitol Hill camera. We are going to continue on with our coverage here in the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be checking in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan on the other side of this commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Matthew Smith here in our Fox 13 newsroom. Boy, it is going to be an interesting day. By the way, you keep catching me with my glasses. It's that kind of day. They pulled me into Good Day Seattle, and I lost my contacts somewhere along the way. But you know, it's okay. I'm only a few hours in. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan has been at it all morning long. He's joining us now from the Weather Center. Brian, how are things looking back there? We don't usually get to see you behind the scenes like this.
I know, this is fun. I'm glad, you know, and we're gonna take a deep dive here because I've been going over things now that we are kind of into the afternoon hours. We're still seeing that snow come down in a lot of locations. And so we got a good look here at what we can expect, because I know a lot of you who are probably watching right now are either watching from work, or maybe you're going to be waiting for somebody to come home a little bit later on today. Probably wondering, what does the evening commute look like? Because that's what we're going to focus on here. So let's get right to it. I do want to take a look at our camera out there at SeaTac Airport. And right now, that snow is still coming down. We've had a lot of issues at SeaTac this morning. Flights delayed. I just was talking to Bill Wixie just a couple minutes ago. He said his son has been on the tarmac for about 2 hours now as they wait for the plane to get de-iced. So right now, if you look at the bottom of your screen and you see the cars going by on the roadway, it actually looks okay on the roads right now. It's just that this heavy, thick snow has been coming down for several hours now at this point. And what we're going to be seeing as we move forward throughout the rest of the afternoon is this switching over to kind of a rain and snow mix at times. It also could be just downright snow at times. But the temperature really hasn't moved much, only at 34 degrees. And that's where we've been pretty much all morning long. One other thing, I want to get nerdy a little bit here since I got a little bit more time. But there's folks at the airport, they measure the snowfall, okay? They measure also what's called the snow water equivalent. And that is how much moisture is in these snowflakes, okay? And typically, during normal snowfall, you would get a 10 to 1 ratio. So what that means is for every 1 inch of rain that we get, we would get 10 inches of snow. So that's a 10 to 1 ratio there. This snow is a 3 to 1 ratio, which means it is a lot more, it's full of water, okay? So this is very, very big, thick, waterlogged snowflakes. That's why we've been seeing so many power outages out there, because this snow is so heavy and slushy and nasty. So this is what it looks like right now on our radar, and we're still seeing temperatures either near freezing between Everett and Tacoma, or just above freezing. Okay, now you go east up into the 500-foot level and up in elevation. Now you're getting into some of that real, sticking snow to the roads, and that's where we're seeing a lot of those issues. The heaviest precip continues to be south of us, down towards eastern Grace Harbor County and out into Thurston County, and then as you continue south into Lewis County and Cowlitz County. And this is all going to be slouching its way south eventually, so areas around Portland are going to be seeing some of this precip later on tonight. But in the meantime, we're taking the brunt of it. Now, another thing I want to show you is up to the north, where it's been dry through most of the morning. So an area like Whatcom County that usually gets a whole heck of a lot of snow in a pattern like this, they're not seeing much at all, because all the rain's focused on the central and south sound. All right, so here are snow totals so far. This is just at last check. North Bend has 3, Cottage Lake with 3, Monroe at 2, Bellevue and Kent have 2 inches, Tanner 5.5 inches there. And what I'm expecting for the rest of the day for the lower elevations will be mainly wet snow, cold rain showers, or kind of a rain and snow mix. There's going to be limited issues. And I know right now around Lake Washington, for most of us, especially on the main highways, it's fine. We're just looking at cold rain. But you get off into some of those higher elevations, that's where things have gotten really nasty. So there will still be scattered impacts or isolated impacts to our evening commute, but I'm not expecting widespread impacts. Now you go up in elevation just a little bit. I'm only talking 400 feet, and that's where we start getting into the, the problems. So Maple Valley, Enumclaw, as you work your way up toward North Bend and then beyond, that's where we're going to be seeing likely impacts to our evening commute here coming up. Current temperatures are in the 30s, and I wanted to, I'm going to go back to that. Look at the bottom of your screen. Look at the Dalles, 62 degrees. So where do you think that cold front, that stationary front is? It's just right there, kind of along the Washington-Oregon border. And you go north of that, we get into the 30s. You go south of that, and we're looking just fine in the 40s and even into the 60s out in spots like the Dalles. Here's a closer look at some of our current temperatures. We're into the low 30s to mid 30s for most of us. These temperatures have not budged all morning. Edmonds has warmed up to 37, just cold rain there. Camino Island also well above freezing. And then you get up to, the Canadian border and we're already to 40 degrees. All right, so these cities that you're going to be seeing on your map here, Graham, Ording, Bonnie Lake, Buckley, Enumclaw, continuing on up north into Maple Valley, the Renton Highlands, the Issaquah Highlands, North Bend, Carnation, Falls City, all those spots could be seeing snow continuing throughout the day. We could be seeing an additional 1 to 2 or maybe even more inches of snow than that. But later on tonight, once we get past dinner time, all this moves on, and we're going to be looking at just scattered, isolated showers. There is one little spot that I'm concerned about tomorrow morning. So Saturday morning, along the Puget Sound Convergence Zone, that'll be South Snohomish County, North King County, where we could see some lingering shower activity, which could be in the way of either some sticking snow or a rain and snow mix. The rest of Saturday looks great, and we're going to be warming up back into the 40s. Once we get through this weekend, which, by the way, will be a stellar weekend up at the ski resorts, we're going to be looking at higher snow levels well above the passes, and that all turns to rain. So if you are a skier or a snowboarder, and I know it's going to be busy up there, but I know you've been waiting for this, this is the weekend to go. It's going to be spectacular. You're going to have tons of new snow, feet of new snow to play on up there. We have been waiting for this all winter. I think we've only had one other weekend that has been similar, but this is going to be great. These are the snowiest marches in Seattle. So far we're at 2.2 inches. Okay, the snowiest March ever was 1951. We had 18.2 inches during the month of March. That was a long time ago, folks. The last 5 years, we've had barely anything. Back in 2024, we had 0.3 of an inch. That's about it. We don't typically get snow in March. So this is pretty impressive. And with 2.2 inches, this is the snowiest day that we've had in March since 2009. So that goes back now, what, 17 years at this point? And we're likely going to be seeing more than that by the time all is said and done today, because we're continuing to see that snow. Excuse me, that was just the last check. Excuse me, the snowiest, I'm going to take a drink of water. It was back in 1989. We saw it 6 inches. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. All right, another thing. We have flood warnings in effect for the Skookumchuck and Newaukum rivers down on the south end. Highs today will top out in the mid to upper 30s. And excuse me, I might send it back to you, Matt, but moving ahead here, we're going to be looking at temps warming up dramatically heading into next.
All right, boy, and we got the 7-day forecast on the screen there. I'm stretching Brian's vocal cords today. We don't usually make him go this long. We were talking, hey, how long are we going to talk on this go around for the live desk? And we were just like, you know what, let's go until your voice hurts. That's what we're going to do with you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you're talking a lot this morning. I'm wondering if you have any questions here on our forecast, though, Matt.
All right, so here's my big one, and you and I don't get a chance to talk as much as some of the other folks in the weather team just because of our schedules. But boy, Brian, how good of news is this for our passes? Like, are we going to catch up with the snowpack? Because I know that has been something that a lot of folks, especially like the state climatologists and everybody, have been laser focused on, because wildfire season is not that far away.
Well, we've been down to about a third of what would normally be our snowpack up to this point in the year. So, I mean, it has been dismal this winter so far. This is going to help big time with that. Even if we can get to 50 or 60% of normal, that will help dramatically as we start to work our way towards the summer months, because obviously our snowpack helps with our water basins. It also helps with kind of putting off fire season a bit, because we have that kind of reserve of water up there in the mountains. Things don't dry out super fast if you get a lot of snow. So this is going to help a lot. I mean, we're seeing some spots, especially down in the southern Washington Cascades, coming up here, when all is said and done this week, we will have seen over 4 feet of snow. And for areas like the central Washington Cascades, Snoqualmie Pass and Stevens Pass, we're talking 2 to 3 feet of snow just over the course of a few short days. So that, especially this late in the season, is a very, very welcome sight. Now, coming up next week, we're going to be seeing that rain, and that could contribute to some flooding in some areas. We'll have to see how that all pans out. But bottom line is, I mean, we will take this. Even though it's late in the season, this is more of like what you would see in a January storm or maybe an early February storm. This was so desperately needed, and I think we can celebrate this after we get through the mess of it here coming up over the next 12 hours.
Well, and I'll just share with our viewers outside the live images that we're seeing in and around the area. I mean, it is kind of crazy to see this. One last question for you, Brian. I did want to know, on a personal level, I mean, do you enjoy this?
I mean, it's been a kind of a boring winter, let's be honest. We have not had much to talk about. We had maybe a couple of windstorms in there. We did have the flooding in December, which was devastating. But, this is kind of our Super Bowl in a way when it snows here around the greater Seattle area. So we don't typically have tornadoes to chase up here. So this is our big time up here in the Pacific Northwest, because it really does lock us down. A lot of people say, oh, you guys freak out when there's just an inch or two of snow. But what they don't realize, if they don't live here, is we got a lot of hills. And we don't have a lot of resources to, get that snow moved aside and get, a lot of the folks that have rear-wheel drive, around. So people get stuck really quick up here. So we take it very serious, take our forecast very serious as well. And, not to toot our own horn here, but we were the first station in town, even the first forecasters in town here to say, hey, this was coming yesterday. And so, we're real proud of our forecasting when it comes to snow, especially because it impacts so many people.
You won't toot your own horn. But you know what, Brian? Beep, beep. We appreciate you, man.
Thanks.
All right, that's Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Hey, while we are in the Fox 13 weather alert, they do want to let you know, coming up after the break, we're going to get you some details. We're going to have a new face in Seattle. Hopefully they like snow, because Seattle Rain FC just announced today that on the heels of Jordan Heidema leaving town and heading out to Chicago, we have yet another new player that'll be suiting up for the Rain this season. We'll dig into that, and we'll, of course, continue to track snow here on the Fox Local Live desk. We have more news to come right here after the break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, getting you a live look outside. Our continuing coverage on this Weather Alert Day coming at you from inside our Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. We will be checking in with folks over at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport in just a little bit. That's why I got that live image up there for you. But do want to jump in with one non-weather related story because this is new and developing as we speak. So you may remember if you were with us yesterday, we were talking about Jordan Heidema, Seattle Reign FC, popular player heading out, no longer going to be with the squad. Instead, she is moving out to Chicago. So we are now seeing some changes with the team in a different front. This is some video of Holly Ward. Now, what's crazy here is Jordan Heidema was a member of Team Canada. Now we have a new face coming in who will also be from Team Canada. You have Holly Ward. You can see her there on your screen right now. So interestingly enough, we have the we have a bunch of international play coming up. So the former Seattle Reign FC forward and the new Seattle Reign FC forward will be playing together on the field shortly, and then you'll have her checking in before you know it. I'll share with you on our screen the welcome note that went out from Seattle Reign earlier this morning. They write, from the Great White North to the Emerald City, the club has signed forward Holly Ward from Vancouver Rive FC through the 2027 NWSL season. Now, obviously a lot of excitement about this because we're seeing some rapid fire changes with the club, and there weren't a lot of new faces this time around, so that changes this. No more Jordan Heidema, now you have Holly Ward. A note from Seattle Reign FC manager Gallimore. She writes, Holly Ward is an exciting young forward with tremendous upside and a mentality that fits exactly what we're building here at Reign FC. She continues, she's already shown her ability to impact games with her pace, work rate, and creativity in the attacking third, and her rise with the Canadian national football team speaks to the quality and potential she brings to our club. We're thrilled to welcome Holly to Reign FC and look forward to supporting her continued development while she strengthens our team and compete for championships. So yeah, just 22 years old. So you had a young forward moving on out from the team that was popular. Holly Ward, maybe the next popular face for the Seattle Reign FC. All right, that is just one thing that we're tracking. I know it's non-weather related for all of you that are tuning in for that, but don't worry, we will be back on the other side of a short commercial break. We're going to check in with Perry Cooper from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, getting an idea, an update on what's going on out there. They, like the rest of our drivers and everybody else that's been getting outside, are dealing with this snow. We heard a little bit earlier about a ground stop. We'll check in to see where things are at right now. That's coming up after a short commercial break. All right, back in it with you all as we continue to talk about the weather situation that is developing here in Puget Sound. Boy, you know, it wasn't that long ago that many people were driving into work and we were talking about those slippery and sliding roads. But it's not just the drivers that are going to be dealing with this, it's also going to be our airports. I got a live look for you out at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. I will say that I'm starting to see more of the airport, and we're going to bring in Perry Cooper here from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Perry, I was just telling you, the good news for you all is I can see some of that ground now because it was whiteout conditions, but you all have kept it pretty clear from the looks of it.
Well, we appreciate that. You know, number one, it's all about safety here at the airport. It's not always roadway-like, but it's also the air as well, too, and that air traffic control is managing that. So our crews here for the airport, we've kept the runways, taxiways, and the ramp areas clear. So we've been good with that throughout the morning. Sidebar on that is we actually had some new over-Austin snowplows that we've purchased in the last couple of years. So this is the first time they've actually pushed around some snow. But otherwise, the big challenge, though, is with the airlines. They manage de-icing their own aircraft. And the biggest thing that happens there is when you're de-icing aircraft, you're de-icing them at the gates. So before those flights who have just arrived are able to get to the gate, those aircraft at the gate have to get de-iced and then take off. So the challenge there is then some of those folks that have arrived may end up waiting before they are able to get to their gate because of that.
Well, and this does get so interesting too, because, you know, it's obviously you've got the FAA with a role, that you've got you guys with a role, the airlines with a role. I imagine when you guys start seeing this in the forecast, you start thinking, okay, we're going to have angry customers, and we got to tell them like, hey, listen, A, it's Mother Nature. B, we're also kind of just following the rules that are handed down here.
Yeah, no, you're correct. And like I say, it's all about safety being number one. The biggest thing that becomes a challenge when you've got what we call low visibility situations, when you've got snow like this or potentially fog that we see throughout the winter, is you end up, the air traffic controllers will separate the aircraft further apart from each other. So what that means then is they can only get fewer aircraft into the airport during an hour period. That's what they typically track. So it's like if we would normally say get like 45 landings in an hour, that may drop down to like 20 or 25, that kind of area. So now you just think about there may be 40 aircraft that were supposed to be here in the next hour. Well, they're backed up because that other 15 is still trying to get here. So when you hear the terminology ground stop for arrivals, what that is talking about is that aircraft that are already at their destination airport, say, for example, San Francisco or LA, they're about to take off to come here, they will stop them on the ground there before they take off, because they know if they take off right now, there's a backup of planes and they'd end up being circling and, you know, waste fuel, that kind of thing. So they'll rather hold them on the ground at their departing airport for a while before they then let them take off to come here, knowing that they'll get metered in later. Kind of like, you know, maybe a traffic stop you see as you on-ramp the freeway.
Yeah, that's a good explanation too, because for me as a layman terms, I hear ground stop, I'm like, oh, stop, nothing's coming in whatsoever. But in reality, you're still seeing planes come and go, but there's some terminology there that a layperson like me gets a little bit confusing.
Exactly, and it's one of those ones that it can easily be confused, because a ground stop, you can have a ground stop for all traffic. That's pretty rare. So that would be, I mean, I've only been around here where we've had one time where that's happened during the big ice storm several years ago, and that happened in the middle of the night for a short time period. Typically, this is one of the tools in the toolbox for air traffic controllers. They basically slow down the inflow of traffic that's getting into the air. And if they can slow that down, unfortunately, it's a delay for those folks in those arrivals that are coming, but then that reduces the delay you would have in the air once you arrive to the space. Because if you start to circle around for a while, maybe that aircraft doesn't have enough fuel as well either, and then suddenly you're looking at a diversion. You go to a different airport, then you got to come back, and so it's all part of that choreography that the airlines are doing with air traffic control to work really hard to do it as smooth as possible.
So I never asked anybody to be Nostradamus, because even a meteorologist can't always tell you exactly when the snow is going to stop. But once it does stop, how long does it typically take to kind of unwind this situation and get everything back to normal?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. That's probably better for the airlines to answer more than us in particular. But just in general, think of the longer it lasts, the more backup you've got. And so then it takes that time to start to relieve that backup once it becomes more clear. So when the rain starts to wash some things away and you're able to get aircraft a little bit closer in, you know, again, from a safety standpoint, they're waiting for that visibility rules that they've got. Then you're able to get more aircraft in. But then also too, for here, the way our flights are, as you get closer to the afternoon, we don't typically have as many scheduled in that time period. So you're able to actually start catching up with those that may have been backlogged in the late morning or early afternoon.
Well, we're going to cross our fingers and hope that it does lay up. I know you and I were talking before we jumped on air. We were hoping that this snow would have been wrapped up by now, but it is getting stubborn and it is hanging around. Hey, Perry, we really appreciate you taking the time. I know it's the FAA making the calls to do some of this stuff, and you got airlines that you're working with, but I always appreciate it when you guys jump on and walk us through, because when people think of the airport, when they think of SEA, they're thinking of you guys, and you know, getting some of this explainer is just super helpful.
You bet. It's a big team effort out here with a lot of different pieces. Just a quick note for the travelers: if you've got a specific flight, stay in touch with your airline and keep an eye as to whether or not there may be effects to your specific flight. There may or may not be, but keep track of them.
All right, and as we work through the day, we'll be keeping up with Perry and everybody else over there at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, and we'll push out details as we get them. Perry, again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue to track this snow throughout the day. Just a reminder, guys, we're on extended coverage. Good Day Seattle was hanging out with you until noon. We jumped on after them, and we'll take you right up to 4 o'clock. And oh, by the way, we will have our crews, of course, with Seattle News Tonight, not only on air at Fox 13 later today, starting at 4, but we'll be checking in with them throughout the day as well. It is a weather alert day, and we like to be the place that you turn to when all of this is going on. So we will make sure we check in with all of our crews and keep you up to date so you know exactly what's going on in your neck of the woods. And don't forget, if you see something, flag us. We love to connect with you guys. Just stay safe if you're going out and getting photographs or videos that you're going to be sending in. Right now, you are watching the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be back after this commercial break. Welcome back in. Time right now is 1 o'clock, and you are joining us here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. You have the live look of Lumen Field, but hey, we're here. In fact, we got a whole bunch of people that are working overtime today because it is pretty gnarly out there. It is a week away from spring, and boy, we are seeing just some wild conditions out there. But don't say our crew didn't warn you. You won't hear the word surprise coming out of my mouth today because they did let you know yesterday that this was a possibility. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan joining us now from behind the scenes. You don't usually get this look, but he's granting us extra hours today to walk us through what's going on.
I was just shoveling food into my mouth here, and so I'm glad you didn't have to see that. Yeah, kind of a long day for some of us here, and that's due to the fact that we are in the middle of snow coverage right now. And I did want to take a look right now at SeaTac Airport, which the snow continues to fall. We just talked to the folks at, I guess it's SEA Airport, yes. And I know it's gonna take me years to get used to that name change. But
you and me both.
The bottom line is that we are continuing to see snow down there. Now, when you look closely and you're looking at the actual like tarmac and the runway itself, and even the road down at the bottom of your screen, it's fine. There's no snow at the moment right now on the roadway, so the cars are moving along just fine. But it's still having a major impact. A lot of flights canceled, a lot of flights delayed, coming in and out of SEA Airport. So here's what our temperature stands at right now. And it is actually colder than it has been since I got to work this morning at 3-4 o'clock. It is now 32 degrees, and that is the coldest that we've been all day. And we're continuing to see this just band of moisture, this atmospheric river continuing to impact us. Now, usually this time of year when we see these atmospheric rivers, they're usually a little bit warmer. They're tapping into some of that subtropical moisture. But we had this stationary cold front that's just kind of been hanging out. And so with that, it's just allowed this cold air to settle in over western Washington. And with that, we haven't seen the temperatures budge much. It's allowed this cold air that has pooled into the valleys to stick around. And this constant stream of moisture that we're getting from the west continues to hammer us. This has had a huge impact up in the mountains and in areas above 500 feet, but we're also seeing some heavier precip south of us, south of Olympia, down towards Chehalis and Kelso. We're going to continue to see snow in the mountains throughout the day today. We're going to continue to see, at the very least, cold rain showers. For a lot of us, it's going to be kind of a rain and snow mix. For some of us, we're going to be seeing downright snow. But up on the north end, you're going to be so much drier than everybody else because that is not the bullseye. The bullseye right now is the South Sound and Central Sound. So here's your snow forecast for today. We're going to be looking at mainly wet snow or a rain and snow mix or just plain old cold rain showers as we continue through the afternoon and into your evening commute. That means I-5, 405 for the most part is going to be looking okay. No impacts for most of us. That's what we've been seeing here. Most of us are just seeing, snow in the air. I like to call it conversational snow. So it's like, oh, you see that? Oh yeah, that was kind of cool. That was pretty, but it doesn't impact us, right? But there will be areas above 400 feet and a lot of areas above 400 feet that are going to be dealing with impactful snow. That means slippery conditions. That means roads spinning out, people driving too fast, and then, all of a sudden their car is spinning out on the road. So be careful if your house is above that level. If you're heading in a direction where you're going up hills that are above 400 feet, you're going to notice it. Because it'll be on the roadways. Current temperatures right now are at freezing still at SeaTac and Tacoma. Everett's a little warmer. We're even warmer still as you work your way farther north or farther south, but the coolest temperatures are still lingering around Federal Way, Burien, Renton, Bellevue, Kirkland, Bothell. Bothell's at 35, so that's actually the warmest it's been all day. Edmonds, Kingston, Poulsbo, all in the mid-30s. Anacortes, Bellingham, Linden, and Blaine, all in the 40s now at this hour. These cities are a particular concern because I think that 1 to 2 inches might even be conservative, where we'll see maybe a little bit more than that in these locations as the day goes on. Enumclaw, Bonnie Lake, Maple Valley, North Bend, Falls City, Carnation, but it is that wet, heavy snow. And in a lot of these areas, we've seen power outages. And that has been because the snow is so heavy. It's at a 3-to-1 ratio at SeaTac. And what that means is that for every 1 inch of rain that we're seeing, we're getting 3 inches of snow. That tells me that this snow is very waterlogged. It's very wet. Usually a typical, snowstorm would bring us a ratio of 10 to 1. So every 1 inch of rain equals 10 inches of snow. That's fluffier snow. That's, you can still make a snowball with it, but it's not super wet. This is the kind that's just sloppy, okay? Heading through the rest of the day today, we are going to be looking at continued steady rain or continued steady rain and snow mixed showers. By tomorrow morning, all that will be left will be areas around that convergence zone, and then things will lighten up. If you're in that convergence zone, that's South Snohomish County area, you might be getting a little bit of snowfall for your Saturday morning. So you may wake up to a little bit of that if temperatures are in fact below freezing or near freezing. So we'll be watching that closely. All right, let's move ahead here. Take a look at your snow level forecast. This is really going to be a short event. So it's over the next 24 hours. And then beyond that, we're going to be looking drier and then eventually rainier and warmer. By next week, we're going to see temps close to 60 degrees. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So moving ahead, we're going to be looking at a drier afternoon for Saturday, mostly dry for Sunday. Next week brings us mild showers, temps warming up, close to 60 by Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Those overnight lows warming up as well. This might be our last taste of winter, so enjoy it out there, everybody. And make sure as you're driving home for your evening commute, or if you have events later on this evening, that you are staying safe. It is going to be cold out there, and there may be some isolated slick spots as well. Got any questions for me there, Matt?
Boy, I guess at this point I'm just wondering when do we see the end of this? You walked us through it. I guess I know, but man, there's something about me that starts to get impatient when I see all this snow and the mess behind. I wonder what do you expect to see in terms of viewership? Or you think they're going to be pro snow or anti-snow? Because I know we have the skiers and snowboarders out there, but I think a lot of people also wake up and see this. They're like, no.
I know. A lot of people are like, keep it up there. But, but yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I've been waiting for is for temps to warm up a little bit. They actually haven't, because we've been seeing such heavy downpours. It's actually bringing cold air from higher up down toward the surface. So it's like pushing that cold air down towards the surface. So our weather models aren't accounting for that. So with that, we've hovered around freezing here in Seattle pretty much all morning long and now into the afternoon. So if these temps don't rebound and get into the mid to upper 30s, then we might be hanging out around freezing through the evening commute, which would not be a good thing. And that could mean more slick conditions for folks trying to get home. But later on this evening, I would say around 9 or 10 o'clock, we'll start running out of moisture, because this is all going to dip south into Portland. They're going to be getting this, but it's not going to be cold down there. It's actually going to be much warmer rain. And so, we're the only ones that get the snow. But yeah, I would say around 10 o'clock tonight, things really lighten up. Hopefully we are kind of, we're a little bit warmer and we're not dealing with, messy roads everywhere for your Friday night.
Yeah, we're hoping that we don't see that. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Brian, thanks as always. We appreciate it, man.
All right, see you in a half hour.
All right, we got that live look for you outside, so it's not just the snow that I've been watching, but just the lack of visibility in some of our locations. Look at this, Capitol Hill camera. We're just barely able to see a little bit of Seattle in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Hey, we're going to take a short commercial break. On the other side, I'm going to jump in and walk through a couple other stories that are trending outside of our weather situation. That's coming up next with our producer, Alan Pavlik. We'll be right back. Right now, you're watching the Fox Local Live Desk. Welcome in to the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. You know, it is a weather alert day, and you can see why behind me. It is just an absolute mess. We've got Olympia, we've got the airport, we've got other cameras around here. Basically, it's snowing everywhere, and we are going to be checking in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan throughout the day, and we are going to be checking in with our reporters that are out in the field dealing with all this stuff. I'm the lucky one indoors that just has to talk extra long today as we work through it. But we do have some non-weather related stories that I want to jump into. You guys know the drill. Fox 13 producer Alan Pavlik joining us. Alan, you know, you and I don't have to talk so much today. Everybody's taking over for us. I love it.
I love it. We got everybody here. Everybody's doing their thing outside. AJ is all over Issaquah, just hanging out in every pastry shop he can find. We got BMAC out there just helping us out every half hour. It's nice when we get BMAC in. We usually don't get him too often on the live desk, so we'll take his presence.
And I think he's having a good time, with the exception of, like, we made him talk so long he lost his voice for a second there. By the way, AJ literally, I'm not kidding you guys, he was just walking into random pastry stores. We still don't know. We'll ask him later in the show if he had given those people a heads up or if he was just crashing them with a live camera. But I give it a 50-50, Alan, that he gave them a heads up.
Oh, 100%. That was all just improv out of there. I loved it that, like, AJ's camera just started fogging up as soon as they got inside the warm bakery. Like, it's like the little things of making TV, but yeah, AJ's always a good time.
I see you've been tracking a handful of stories. What we got up first here?
All right. World Baseball Classic, America's pastime. Team Italy saved USA yesterday, or 2 days ago. I mean, we got Canada. We got Canada up next. MLB, you know, making us think of last month when Team USA beat Team Canada on the ice. Let's do it again tonight. Let's do it again tonight. Game starts at 5 o'clock on Fox. So if you're looking for some World Baseball Classic, we're 90 days until the World Cup, so we're trying to get everybody excited for all this national, you know, games. Right?
What a year, man. I mean, we had international hockey, international baseball, and international soccer that'll be in our area in just a little bit, so that's really cool.
It's absolutely insane, right? Like, I love the amount of sports that Seattle's getting. Who knows, with maybe a summer announcement of a basketball team that we can all wish for, right?
I hope so, man.
I know, but, you know, we got some other news happening as well. Formula One decided to cancel their April race in Saudi Arabia due to this ongoing war in Iran. That was confirmed to ESPN maybe about an hour ago. So we are seeing some more fallout coming from this war in Iran. That's massive. That's massive, because these are top of the line, like, the most expensive sport you could probably go to and watch, and brings in insane amount of money to any city it races in. These sports are, yeah, this is a massive draw.
Yeah, F1 is no joke. I mean, the amount of money that is in this sport, and it has been rapidly expanding. Like, I went back in the day, I didn't know anything about F1. I feel like I can't look anywhere now. I remember that Netflix series came out a few years ago. I think it just really ramped up the excitement around it. And they have these huge international venues that take months and months, if not years, of planning. I'll tell you, this stuff is top of mind for me and my family, too. We've got relatives that we're actually going to be planning to move to the Middle East. I won't get into the whole story, but still don't know what's going on with that after everything going on. So I'm also watching this.
Yeah. And, you know, more locally at home, Governor Bob Ferguson tweeting about the millionaire tax, basically saying he's going to be making life more affordable. We delivered on sending a significant portion of our revenue back to Washingtonians. We've been covering this a lot, but yesterday was the first time we actually heard from GM John Snyder about what the effects this tax will have. And he basically says that, you know, this could put a sting in recruiting new players to the building. So I thought that was pretty interesting coming from GM John Snyder as free agency kicks off. Obviously, this tax isn't slated to go into effect until 2029. How many 4-year contracts are on that team?
That's a good question. I've been telling people too, I've been doing the math because now I see this is becoming more and more part of a story. I need to do the breakdown. I looked it up. 7 teams play in a state that don't have an income tax once you take Washington out. Most of them in Texas and Florida. And I almost want to do like a statistical analysis and figure out, okay, how many of the big name free agents signed with those teams or decide to go one place rather than the other because of the tax. I know hockey, this gets talked about a lot because there's a lot more states without income taxes, or a lot more teams percentage-wise. But I'm interested to see this one. I don't sway one way or the other. I'm a news guy, but I do want to do some numbers on it and figure it out and find out whether the argument is real or not.
It's always good. It's always interesting to see the trickle-down effect of what policies are made and the trickle-down effect of that as well. So,
and it'll be a fight.
Yeah, definitely. It's not done yet. And one last kind of funny story I saw came across my feed. I guess AI is trying to rent humans to perform tasks they can't physically perform themselves. So if you needed a second job after this show's over, yeah.
Maybe the computer. Well, this is good because, you know, it wasn't that long ago I started getting scared because I remember the AI news anchors that were popping up in places, and I know a couple countries were trying them out. I see this dovetails with the story I told you about earlier. Okay, so we're talking about rent-a-humans. What about this? Apparently, Zach Braff had to address weird rumors that he's dating an AI chatbot. He had to come out and basically say, there was a podcast, Alan, and they basically said, okay, there's this near A-list celebrity, and he's dating a chatbot AI, and he knows it's weird. And for some reason, the internet just assumed it was Zach Braff, which I would be offended by. A kind of like a Lars in the real world situation here. And he actually had to come out and address this and basically put out a comment saying, it's not me, but there's an episode about my TV show coming out about something similar, so maybe that's why this is happening.
Oh my goodness, what a world we live in. This can't be real, you know what I mean? Like his face on the tweet with his little, you know. That explains it all. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
How is this even on our screen right now? This is so insane.
This is definition of the old school water cooler. I don't know if people necessarily have water cool talks the way they used to, Alan, but this headline is water cooler talks.
I love it. I love it.
All right, Alan Pavlik giving us a reprieve from some of our weather coverage. However, we will dive into that in just a little bit. Do not forget, we are tracking this situation outside. Our Capitol Hill camera now officially socked in. You just don't see anything out there, so I'll switch it up and show you our camera from Stadium Place. We're going to take a short commercial break. On the other side, I believe we'll be checking with Fox 13's Dan Griffin one other story, non-weather related, that we track. And then coming up in just a little bit, and we'll jump back in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. That's coming up at 1:30. You are watching the Fox Local Live Desk. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We've got that live look for you outside. We are in a weather alert day here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Well, technically, outside of the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. We're going to be tracking this weather all day long. We got crews kind of spread out in the field. I do know we're going to be talking with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan in just a little bit. I know she was out there in Issaquah. We'll figure out where she's tracking things right now. But before we dive into more weather coverage, I want to get out to Fox 13's Dan Griffin. He's joining us inside the newsroom. And Dan's been working on a story quietly behind the scenes about this new viral TikTok neighbor dispute. It exploded online. And let's be honest, this is such a sensitive topic. It takes time to dive into all this, Dan. So it sounds like you're ready to kind of unfold this story that a lot of folks were talking about online.
Yeah, this will be airing tonight starting at 4:30 in that block. And, you know, this is one of those situations where something can happen, people can capture it on video, and then it can take on a life of its own. The video shows a real estate couple, a husband and wife in Puyallup, in a dispute or an argument with one of their neighbors. But someone who posted it on TikTok, they say, the man who took the video, who's one of the neighbors, he says this is not his TikTok account, but the caption reads that it's an intoxicated couple trying to force a Marine veteran out of their neighborhood because he's a renter. Well, we looked into this because the real estate firm put up a statement about them, told us that they terminated the couple from that firm. The couple says that they left on their own accord, but it has more than 20 million views, a lot of reactions, and I'm sure a lot of people around here and maybe around the world have seen this.
Yeah, this is such a crazy story too, and for lack of better terms, I know there's like an obsession online with what people call Karen videos. Basically, people like spinning out, yelling at one another, and this one kind of caught fire in a bottle. I mean, this was huge, and it sounds like the story wasn't even really real fully. Like, it clearly is a dispute from what we just were sharing on our screen. I mean, you could see people are fired up. And by the way, we're not sharing the audio because this is the unedited version, and the language, I would be fined by the FCC if we let this fly. But reaction was already happening before anybody really knew what was going on, it sounds like, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I was sitting at home and this popped up on my TikTok feed, and I said, what? I said, a couple, you know, harassing a veteran. What's going on here? So I reached out to the couple, and I reached out to the guy who shot the video. We actually had to track that down. We tracked the video down to Puyallup, and we found the guy who shot the original video. We talked with him about where it had been living and how did it end up on TikTok, because he says this isn't his TikTok account. And if you look at the account, you'll see it posts a lot of what would be called either, you know, those Karen videos, as you say, or rage bait. And that is becoming a more and more popular thing, where you capture someone maybe on the worst day of their lives, blowing up in a store, on the street, maybe somewhere just in public. It gets posted and then it just gets spread like wildfire, like you said. And something I want to point out about the caption, what caught my attention was neighbors harassing a veteran out of their neighborhood. Turns out the guy is not a veteran. That's part of what we found as we look deeper and deeper into this story. But this video has had wide-ranging implications and issues that have come from this. So it's a really interesting look at how a viral video can not only have consequences online, but those can translate into your real life.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it feels like this is going to follow all of these individuals, because you mentioned these folks are being released, fired, whatever you want to call, from this realty company. It sounds like we've learned new information, but I'm guessing that you're not unringing that bell at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Nobody wins in a situation like this. The real estate firm told us they terminated the couple. The couple says they left on their own accord. And the guy, I don't want to give too much away, but the guy is not going to be in that neighborhood much longer, the one who was shooting the video. So in a situation like this, it's just unfortunate that you know, these things even happen in the first place, but second off, that it took on a life of its own. It has more than 20 million views, and I'm looking at the video, 1.3 million likes, 19,000 comments, 63,000 bookmarks, and more than 12,000 shares. So once something like that is unleashed, I mean, how do you really contain that anymore? Not to mention the duplication.
It is crazy too, because I do feel like people are getting a lot of their information in all these new formats. I mean, you and I don't think we look it yet, Dan, but we've been around this block for a while in the news game. But we kind of lived through that era when social media wasn't that big of a thing. That wasn't necessarily how people got their news, their information. That wasn't how they got their education. That's changing now, and this is what we're watching. This is what we're learning from it. And it's almost like half-baked usually by the time we have already seen it. And you really can't put that genie back in the bottle.
Well, and I think what this should illustrate to everyone, or at least make them think a little bit about, is this could be you. If you have a bad day and you're maybe at the grocery store and you get into an argument with a cashier, or maybe you get into a car accident and your first reaction isn't a pleasant one, and somebody captures it on video and then they create the narrative and then it's out there, you could very well find yourself in a situation like this. And I'm not by any means excusing the language, the behavior, the things that were happening in this video, but I think it is food for thought for all of us about the world we're in now and the power of social media and the cameras that everybody has in their pocket.
Yeah, there's a lot of different threads, and I do like kind of the way you've attacked this story, not just hey, look at this crazy video, but to dig in and find out how this has really affected all these lives. Last thing I'll ask you, Dan, when you have folks tuning in, 4:30, Seattle News Tonight, so we're just 3 hours away, anything you want them to be thinking about as they sit down and watch this tonight?
I think what I would hope everybody considers is, when you watch it, give it a first glance, put yourself in the shoes of these people, and then consider how you might feel if perhaps you were in the situation like this and you didn't know that this video was out there until you get fired from your job or there are other ramifications. I think that's the takeaway here, because we're not living in a world where you can really have that kind of behavior or even make these kind of, I would say in some situations, you can have a bad day and it could get caught on camera and it could really follow you for a long time. So I think that's just something to consider, because that's what I'm thinking about now is, not having those days show up on camera.
A great point. Fox 13's Dan Griffin. As always, Dan, we truly appreciate the work you're putting into these stories.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important, obviously, to make sure that we're checking these things out and at least digging in a little bit.
All right. If you guys want to see the entirety of its story, and I've seen some of those videos, I assure you, you want to see the video and kind of learn from this. That is Seattle News Tonight, coming up in the second half hour of the show. So tune in. Of course, we will have tons of weather coverage throughout the day as well. So a lot to dig into today. Speaking of weather coverage, we've got this live look outside from Olympia. You can see the Capitol complex off there in the distance. Just a little bit of snow coming down right now. We're going to be keeping tabs on this situation throughout the day, because depending on where you are, you're seeing something a little bit different out there. And just to show you guys how serious things are, Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan is going to be joining us on the other side of a break. He is hanging out all day so we can keep tabs on this unfolding situation. Right now, you're watching the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be back after this short commercial break. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We've got a live look for you outside right now. This is out at Lumen Field. Boy, that snow is still just coming down. I know just a little bit ago, before we jumped into the commercial break, we were telling you that we had that view out at Olympia, and it didn't look like much, but Seattle really seems to be taking the brunt of this weather situation right now. So this is the Lumen Field camera, and this is our Capitol Hill camera. Good news, we're finally starting to see a little bit of the city out below us, but boy, visibility is still pretty rough. Now, do want to check in with our power situation, because boy, you know, we had that windstorm the other day. Now you have freezing conditions, you have snow, you have all this heavy sloppy stuff hitting the road. You got road issues, you've got airport issues, and you have power issues. Those are kind of the trifecta of problems that we're seeing when it comes to this weather right now. This is a outage map coming in from PSE. Yeah, 32,000 customers impacted at this point. And really, when you look at this map, it gives you a good idea. These aren't necessarily huge outages in any one area, but they're really sporadic. And that can sometimes be problematic, because that means that you got to get crews out there to check in on each and every one of these locations. They are totaling 355 separate outages. So, I mean, you can do the math there, and we're talking about like 100 per outage. I mean, I know some are going to be bigger, some are going to be smaller, but it just gives you a good idea of why this is such a concern, because it's widespread, right? And you wonder how prepared you can be for something like this. All right, so that is your power piece of what we're dealing with. Right now, I want to get to what's causing all of this, and that, of course, is the weather. Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, gracious enough to hang out with us. He's doing extra work today. That's why we call him the Chief Meteorologist. He's doing all the work.
Yeah. You know what? This is the kind of day that we kind of enjoy around here in the Fox 13 weather center. All the meteorologists here, we love covering snow. It's just kind of our Super Bowl. I do want to, I was just taking a peek at some of the storm spotter data, and what people are seeing where they live. And right now, up to this point, around Lake Washington, it's mostly, I would say, under an inch of snow. And I'm talking up on the north end near Kenmore, about a ½ inch. The one spot that I'm seeing a little bit more than that is out towards Kirkland and the Juanita area, where we got about 1.5 inches of snow. And then as you work your way up in elevation, of course, the snow totals get higher and higher the higher up you go. And I mean, we're seeing some spots up in the mountains, and I'm talking Snoqualmie Pass and down towards White Pass. We're talking, over 20 inches of snow in some of those locations, which is wonderful news. Really, really wonderful news. But folks, take a look at this. This is SeaTac Airport, or SEA Airport. Yes, I'm still getting used to that. It's coming down good. These are huge waterlogged flakes. And as Matt was talking about, with the power outages, this is really heavy, dense snow. I was just talking to Adam Gerke just a couple of minutes ago, because I wanted to see how his drive home was, and he lives, out in the Kirkland area, and he says it was just fine. It was totally fine on the main roads, but he could see the branches and how, how kind of heavy this snow was on the branches. And that's because this kind of snow, when it's kind of waterlogged like this, it becomes really heavy. And so when the temperatures are not terribly cool, like right now in Seattle, it's 33 degrees, and it's not below freezing, you get that really heavy snow. It's not great for sledding and things like that, just kind of turns into a slushy mess. I do want to show you a couple other cameras. So I want you to ignore the little bug there, the Sea Airport bug. And instead I want you to look at, so this is our look from Cary Park. This is our look from Tacoma. Okay, that's the Ship Canal Bridge there. This is Olympia, where we haven't seen any snow on the ground because temperatures have been too warm. And let's head over to, let me show you a couple other ones here. This is Lake Union, right outside our building. Yeah, we have snow in the air, but you know what? It's totally fine on the roads here all around downtown. Capitol Hill camera. I think Matt showed you that a little bit earlier. That's way up high. This is our highest camera in Seattle. And you can see the snow coming down pretty good there. That's our stadium camera. So that's down towards Lumen Field. Seeing the flakes, but it's not really sticking to anything down in Soto. Okay, let's get to our radar. This is the thing that we've been watching all morning long. And what I have noticed is, as forecast, this atmospheric river is starting to dip its way south. So if you notice, like up in Snohomish County, up here, we're starting to see fewer showers. Skagit County now dry. Whatcom County now totally dry. But you get south of that, and that's when we get into that kind of messy area here around Lake Washington, around Seattle and Tacoma, and then as you work your way up in elevation. Temperatures have not really warmed up all that much here around the greater Seattle area. So if you're up in Everett, Linwood, you're seeing less than what we had this morning, but temps are still cool, right around freezing in Seattle and Tacoma. Here is the forecast for the rest of the day today. I'm expecting your evening commute overall to be okay, especially if you're traveling around Lake Washington. So if you are heading down I-5, 405, there will probably still be some slick spots, some slushy spots. So you're going to want to be careful. There will be isolated issues, but not widespread issues. Okay, now let's talk about getting up in elevation. So you get above 400 feet. It's not that terribly high, but if you're above 400 feet, and I'm talking areas like Cascade Foothills, so Enumclaw, Maple Valley, areas around, let's say, Duval, and those spots. Okay, now we're talking about huge impacts potentially as we get towards the evening commute, because the rain's not going to quit, the precip's not going to quit down to the lower elevation. So we are going to be seeing snow above that mark probably all day long here. So if you're at work in Seattle and your home is up in North Bend, well, be prepared for some winter driving. That's kind of the bottom line. The reason for this wet snow is because this warm air that comes over the ocean is running into this chilly air. So the warm air is forced upwards, okay, and then it overruns that cooler, kind of denser air. And then the warm air cools as it rises, causing the moisture in the air to condense into precipitation and clouds. And eventually that warm air cools down enough to where the clouds and precipitation can't form eventually, way up high, right? But this pattern is the kind of pattern that the snow typically doesn't stick around for very long. So once the snow is done, we should be looking much, much better pretty quick. The problem will it be done in time for it to still be daylight? I don't think it will be. So we could run into some issues overnight here where things are still a little bit slick. I got a few emails from viewers who are asking me about, is this really late for this kind of snow? And yes, it is. We have not had this amount of snow this late since 2009. It's been that long. And that's 17 years ago now, which is kind of crazy to think that 2009 was 17 years ago. If we get even just a little bit more, a tenth of an inch more at the airport, we can say that this has officially been the snowiest March day since 1989. I don't even want to do the math on that one, how long ago that was. So, yeah, here are our snowiest Marches in Seattle. We had 18 inches in 1951. How about that? These are the past 5 years. Nothing last year, a little bit the year before, only 3/10 of an inch, and just a trace in 2023 and 2021. So winter weather advisory for all these areas of King and Pierce County, and even up as you work your way up into Carnation and Falls City, North Bend, Maple Valley, the Renton Highlands, anything above about 400 feet. And up in the mountains, this will be spectacular. Okay, we're talking up to 2 feet of snow at White Pass, and that's just from here on out. We've seen already about 2 feet up at White Pass, so we're talking 4 feet when all is said and done. That's pretty great. And I am watching this too. We have flood warnings in effect for a few area rivers. Just had a new flood warning pop up down there near Nacelle, but the Skookumchuck and the Newaukum rivers, minor flooding expected on those. Highs today are only going to be in the mid-30s, and we may not even get to that. I mean, the way things are trending right now, where we still are seeing temperatures close to freezing, I may not buy that. I may have to knock that down. All right, 7-day forecast time. So tomorrow morning there will be maybe a spot up near the South Snohomish County, North King County line that still wants to see some lingering convergence zone showers. If that is the case, those could be additional snow showers or a rain and snow mix as we get into your Saturday morning. Sunday looks mainly dry. Saturday afternoon looks mainly dry. We will warm up into the 40s by the time we get into the afternoon on Saturday. So anything that we're seeing is going to melt. Then we get into next week, and we're going to have a big washout, okay, all week long. And temperatures will be back close to 60 degrees as we get into Wednesday and Thursday. So yeah, Matt, this time of year, it's really tough to be stuck in a frozen tundra for very long. The sun angle's too high, and we typically don't see those patterns where we get a massive cold air that sticks around for several days in a row. But we do get days like today where we get this wet snow that can wreak havoc in a pretty short period of time.
Now, my next question all of a sudden starts to become, Brian, are we going to be talking about the potential for flooding, or is this rain separated enough from the snow that doesn't get connected? Or am I asking you too early? Because that might also be an option
it's
3.
certainly possible. Yeah, today we're worried about this atmospheric river down in the southwest interior. That is likely going to be leading to some flooding for those rivers south of Olympia. But then you get into next week, and we'll be watching that really close, because if we get some heavier rain like we're thinking we will here, especially on Monday, that could make those rivers rise, because as you know, if you get a bunch of snow, and then all of a sudden you have a warm system come through bringing in some rain, okay, well, all that water up in the mountains that's melting has to go somewhere, right? And that goes into our area rivers. So we'll be watching that closely next week.
Now,
but first, we got to get through today.
I do want you to know that this has been really fun for me hanging out with you, but you don't have to only come by when the weather's falling apart for us. So if we see you next week, we'll love it. But we don't need Mother Nature to get out of control and out of pocket all the time for us to do this.
I'll keep this in mind. Yeah, sure. I'm down.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan hanging out with us today on the Fox Local Live Desk, getting us caught up on the weather. And of course, he'll be on Seattle News tonight because, this is serious stuff out there. I know I'm laughing and joking about it because there's the fun side of it. Skiers, snowboarders, you're going to love this. But obviously, the conditions out there are treacherous as well. Brian, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, this is our live look outside that we've been hanging out on from our Capitol Hill camera. Yeah, a little bit of visibility out there, but just not a ton at this point in time. I'll also give you a look outside at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We did have a chance to talk with Perry Cooper, who works at the airport. He was telling us earlier today that, hey, we don't control that ground stoppage that we're under right now. That's an FAA thing, and as far as de-icing goes, that has a lot to do with the planes. But we did appreciate he kind of walked us through and let us know there's a lot of layers to this that they're dealing with as well. So while Brian's walking you through the weather picture, there's a whole slew of meteorologists that are also kind of guiding and dictating what we're seeing out there. Notice on the ground out there, you see a lot of pavement. So you see all those big, thick, heavy, wet flakes that Brian was walking us through, but it's not sticking. The big thing right now is going to be visibility, and we are seeing an effect from all of this. What I want to do is share my screen with you, but give me 1 second, because I want to refresh this and just make sure that these numbers are completely updated, because we are working right now on some issues out at SeaTac because of this ground stoppage. Now, the explainer that we got earlier is that we're not just going to see zero traffic, but really what happens with this type of ground stoppage, because there's different levels, if you're at a nearby airport and you're going to be sending people towards SeaTac or SEA, you are going to be held on the ground longer so they can space out these airplanes so that they're not all coming in at the exact same time. That's the concern that they have out there. So I mentioned I wanted to reset and share my screen with you. This is what I'm looking at right now from FlightAware, their misery map, and I was correct. I updated it, and the circle of red grew by like quintuple. The red is bad. It's called misery map for a reason. Those are delays and cancellations. Right now, 61 delays, 38 cancellations. Now, what we were told is that they have fewer flights in the afternoon, so if this snow were to let up soon, they can start slotting in more people and start getting them to land at the airport, but this is going to be affecting people. So the advice they continue to reiterate, check with your airlines, pay close attention, because this is going to affect both arrivals and departures, especially because as they rotate those planes around, they got to come in before they can go out, right? All right, so this is the live look right now outside at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We are going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to continue to follow weather for you here in the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be checking in with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan. That's up next after this commercial break. Hey guys, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Time right now is 1:46, and we've got a live look outside right now on I-405. You can see an ambulance and a fire truck out there. We've been monitoring the roads throughout the day because of the fallout from all of this weather. You know, we talked with WSDOT earlier today, and they were telling us about some of the issues we've got with the passes, but obviously in and around our viewing area, a little closer to ground level, we are seeing that accumulation. I mean, look at there. You can see while the pavement is nice and clear, any area, any surface that's grass, roofs, etc., that snow is continuing to pile up. Now that's the interstate, but the side streets, a very different situation. I do want to jump in with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan as I slap my glasses across the live desk and make noise before we hand it off to her. Lauren.
Dramatic intro for me.
Yeah,
I love it.
I just wanted everybody to know that we were really doing a scene change here. So I smacked my glasses.
Yeah, you got to have sound effects to make the transition, Matt. This is jacket number 4 for me today. There is a reason I'm saying this. Now, every time I do snow coverage, and I've spent a lot of time doing the snow coverage. I enjoy it because I ski, I go up to the mountains, so this is kind of like my bread and butter. But the hack to being a reporter out in this, and this is my personal opinion, is you need at least 3 to 4 different jackets. So if you get sopping wet, you can change in and out of them and then let the other ones reheat. So basically, the back of our work car has become a closet for me, and that is because the snow that is falling here in North Bend, the snow that is stopping basically about everything in its path, I-90 is wet, isn't that disgusting? Listen to that reaction from you. This is how it is all over the place, and it is not stopping. This stuff is relentless, and if you are caught underneath a tree like yours truly was right before the 10 a.m. hour live shot and snow goes down your jacket, you're gonna want to swap out. So it is accumulating, and just look at all this on my feet, Matt. This is wild.
This is, and you know, here's the thing. Our weather crew told us that this was coming, so I keep telling everybody there's no surprise here. But regardless of whether
it is March.
Yeah, regardless of whether you knew or not, the reality is it's March. You walk outside, spring is around the corner, and then you're greeted with this. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the daffodils full force in the Skagit Valley. I think everyone's like kind of mentally ready to transition. Like, will I ever even use my ski gear anymore this year? And then now we're here, and now you can't even get up to the pass, Matt, to ski. And I don't know if you just saw the alert, but I believe that our team got to confirm that Crystal Mountain is the team up there. They're having to leave the mountain altogether because they don't have any more diesel to keep the place running. And they've had to shut down the mountain there, too, because basically all the state connectors from like up, you know, from Baker moving down to White Pass are just off limits because of all of this snow. WSDOT been tracking it through the day. So really anybody trying to get east is going to end up in a little bit of this, and maybe they won't get to their destination.
Well, and it's not just the passes too. I mean, you've been on some of these side streets. I saw you sent back some footage. I believe it's near Preston. Like, what are we seeing there?
So that was around 10 a.m. this morning, and I wanted to, anytime I do these kind of stories, Matt, I always try to like inch forward from a point and then see how things change and see like how bad does it get moving outside of Issaquah, right? Like, when is it really going to hit you if you're moving outside of the city? So we were like, okay, let's pull off in Preston, go down through Falls City, check it out. And we hit an obstacle. The sheriff had blocked off the road because trees were coming down. And trees are down all over this area. It's my understanding the worst of it is up on Snoqualmie Ridge. Oh, I reoriented it. Here we go. The worst of it is up on Snoqualmie Ridge, and we didn't even want to go up there because it's really steep. And I heard some people, we were over at a coffee shop where everybody's been going because they don't have power over in Falls City. Aroma Coffee and folks were all talking about how dicey it is to get up and down from there. And there's all these streets down. Oh, I'm in the middle. I'm holding up the whole Navy. Sorry. Here we go.
Well, so I also have this video coming in from you, I want to say out near Snoqualmie Falls. It gives us a good idea of what the driving conditions look like.
Exactly, and the side roads. And that was my big side quest. Photographer Colby Murdoch and I were like, how cool is it going to be to go look at Snoqualmie Falls right now? We thought we were going to get some amazing video for you, and we went out there, Matt, and we just got even more wet, and we couldn't see a thing. We thought it was going to look romantic and snowy, and no, we were so disappointed. We were like, this is going to do so good on social, and lo and behold, we just got soaked to the bone. So I was hoping to have that for you. Not a slushy parking lot, but yeah, here we are.
Well,
and I think we should talk about the WSDOT discussion over why the path is closed and why people are stuck in places like North Bend. I believe you and I were talking to the same person from WSDOT today, right?
So I was talking to Ryan Overton, and I know you were talking to somebody
Oh,
else.
different.
So they,
okay.
Lauren, I think that's how busy they are. Is they're probably fielding phone calls from God knows how many people, because we're all just trying to figure out, okay, what's going on? Because there's been various times where they've been open, closed, and it kind of is a very fluid situation.
It is. And you know it's bad when you get a text from the WSDOT person that you communicate with all the time for stories like this, and it's saying, like, be safe if you're out on the roads, like saying that to us specifically. So that's why I'm trying not to go anywhere near the interstate at this point right now, Matt. I don't want to get stuck in it. And so I was speaking with Tina Werner, and I don't know if you played the audio yet, and maybe you'll play it for them later, but I think what stuck out to me is I wanted to know how bad this was compared to when I was talking with you a couple days ago when we were stuck in it for hours.
Yeah.
And she was saying this is far worse. But she said what was really interesting is, like, and I don't know if you told people this, so sorry if I'm beating a dead horse, but the problem with the other day is that all these trucks were pulling over in the main roadway, not even on the shoulder, to chain up. And so it was blocking access of snow plows and crews to treat the roads in the first place. So they couldn't even get out there because they were just literally stopping in the middle of the road. Isn't that crazy?
Well, and
I feel like I haven't heard that one yet. And I've been reporting on past closures for over 5 years, so I feel like I know a thing or two.
That is one. I think the common story is people don't know how in the world to put on chains because you don't test it until it's time to do it. So today people are going to have a harsh reality if they do try to go anywhere that requires chains. But the other thing is, these trees are really scary. And I know all the time when we have snowstorms, the trees can be a dangerous and treacherous thing. But I was talking to WSDOT, I found a tree actually fell on one of their rigs today. Now, luckily that driver is okay, but
wow.
Yeah, these things they're coming down. So this is another warning, I think.
Oh,
that
they're
people
down
should,
all over the place.
Yeah, and so if you live in an area with old growth trees, or if you hear the creaking and the cracking, especially in those high wind events, today's a really good day to just, get to a safe space and hang out. What's another day gonna hurt you? It's better than a tree falling on you and injuring you.
100%. No, I mean, Issaquah Hobart Road, that's the first spot that comes to mind, Matt. Like, we lost a family friend of ours to a tree falling on that road within the last year or so. And it was shocking. And it wasn't even in conditions like this. And you have all this thick, wet, heavy snow that is weighing down these branches. And so everything is just kind of teetering over, right? So you have to be extra careful. And stuff like that can happen in just a split second. There's nothing you can do about it, too. So limiting travel today at all possible.
Yeah,
that's the move.
And WSDOT did just post, Alan, our producer that we were chatting with on the air earlier, just flagged this one, and it's the picture that shows the tree on that rig. They note that plow driver will be right back out there tonight because they weren't injured. So, Lauren, I mean, I think that just underscores what you were hearing from your source. Yeah, like, this is busy, it's scary, it's dangerous out there. So, like, there's the fun side of it. Like, yes, we needed the snow. There's going to be recreational stuff, but if anybody's wondering why we're taking it so seriously at times, it's because we hear these stories like that. You've got that personal connection. Like, this can be very dangerous.
Oh, totally. And oftentimes I know people are like, yes, we know it's snowing. Why are you standing out here? Like, I see it in the comment section sometimes. It's like, the reason I feel like it is important that we do that is because now, as a reporter doing this for multiple years, right, I have an understanding of, like, when it's bad and when it is, like, light, right, snow. And I can say this is probably the most snow I've seen in the area in at least two years or 3 years. Like, I feel like this is that substantial. Like, whoa, as you're driving through it. That's the impact to me. So I feel like the context that I've had of how many times have I been out here, right at this very spot covering snow, it is considerable. It's no joke.
Well, and one other note on that I'll just share with our viewers, I understand that some of you may just think it's not a big deal, but there is always going to be somebody, and me as a person in news, I would rather overstress what we're seeing, what is real, and the concerns that our meteorologists and our reporters in the field have, than find out that somebody got hurt, injured, or died as a result of these conditions and we didn't do enough. So like there is that side of it, because I mean the images that you sent back, I'm looking back at that Preston video. I mean, if that tree falls down just right, if that wire comes down on a car, this stuff could be bad. So honestly, we just really appreciate you kind of stressing this for our viewers, Lauren, because I do think it makes a difference today.
And Matt, I also have a very personal connection to this story today too, on a safety level. I was debating going over after work to Leavenworth, and I think my husband and I are going to have to derail our plans at this point. Like, it's not worth it. And I came out here very hopeful that we could make it over the pass. And at this point, like, I'm not going to push it probably unless something gets substantially better. And I'm very, very used to winter driving. So I think hopefully that speaks to it. I'm not just telling you to do it. I'm probably going to be staying home myself tonight too, unless something substantial changes in the next couple hours. Like, no way.
Lauren, we appreciate you and Colby out there. I will reiterate what WSDOT told you. Oh, here's Colby. There he is. He loves this part
Colby,
of the job.
how's the snow really quick? What do you think? It's thick. There you go. Colby Murdoch, everyone.
A man of many words. Colby Murdoch, we appreciate it. All right, Lauren, thanks so much. Yeah, this is going to be one of those days that we stick with weather 80, 90% of our show, folks, and that's just because that's how serious of a situation it is. So we appreciate Lauren stopping in and walking us through. Stay tuned later. We'll hand you off in the afternoon to Seattle News Tonight. That's coming up at 4 o'clock, but we have plenty more coverage coming your way, including a check-in with Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. He'll give us an update on where we're at outside in terms of snow totals and what's coming next with this storm. Right now, you're watching the Fox Local Live Desk. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Alan just reminded me, just 2 more hours left, guys. We're going to get you there. There is, believe it or not, still much more to track. And we will be with you throughout the entire day. We take this stuff seriously. That's why we got folks spanned out across the viewing area, keeping an eye on what we're going to see. Right now, this is our Capitol Hill camera. Once again, we're kind of socked in here. I want to bring back in Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. He's been really digging into all of the numbers today, everything from snow totals to, boy, I mean, just a few days ago it was the wind speeds. Now it's snow. It's a little bit of everything lately, Brian.
It really is. And Matt, I'm going to have you help me out here because you can bring up some of these snow totals on your computer down there in the newsroom. But these are some of the snow totals from storm spotters around the area. Now, keep in mind as you're looking at these totals come in at different times of the day. Some of them came in this morning, but it gives us a good overview of what we've been seeing around the area. So when you look just north of Lake Washington and you start heading up into, let's say, Everett, you've got about 1 inch of snow. Basically between Bothell and Everett, we've seen about 1 inch of very wet snow. And then as we work our way a little farther south around the greater Seattle area, and as you work your way out toward, let's say, Kirkland and Bellevue, and you're down in those lower elevations before you work your way farther enough like towards Lake Sammamish. When you're closer to Lake Washington, it got a little bit less. And in most areas, we were just fine. But you start working your way up in elevation, you start getting out near North Bend and Snoqualmie. We've seen a lot of reports of at least 3 inches, and even up towards Cedar Falls of up to 5 inches of snow. And then you go up even higher, up to around 3,000 feet. Now we're talking 20 inches of snow. Okay,
wow.
So this has been quite the event for us. It is also very wet snow because we've been slightly above freezing. Okay, and actually it can snow all the way up to 37, 38 degrees. I've seen that before. Doesn't stick to the roads, but that's what we have been getting today. Is we've been seeing those temps between 32 and 35 degrees for the most part around the greater Seattle area. And as we switch over to my weather computer here, Matt, it's right now still dumping big fat flakes at SeaTac Airport. And as you look at that, it looks quite white, doesn't it? But if you look closer and you look at the roads, cars are still moving along just fine because this is not sticking to the roads. It is just warm enough to where the road temperatures themselves are still well above freezing. So that's some good news for most of us around the greater Seattle area. It's when you get up in elevation and those roads start to freeze a little bit, or at the very least are cool enough to kind of keep things slushy, that's where we're going to be still dealing with some issues. The one piece of good news I have for you is this system is slowly dipping its way south. And so we will see the showers wrap up as we get past dinner time tonight. But for your evening commute, you're probably going to still be having to deal with this. And if you live in the foothills, if you live in North Bend or Enumclaw or Maple Valley, you're still going to be dealing with this quite a bit. Heavier rain moving its way through Grays Harbor and Thurston County right now. That's the yellow that you see. And we continue south into Chehalis and down into Kelso, Longview, Ridgefield, Battleground, all those areas seeing a little bit heavier rain. Meanwhile, up in the mountains, it's been all about the snow. And up on the north end, you've been mainly dry. So for the lower elevations today, mainly wet snow or a rain and snow mix, or in some areas, we're just seeing cold rain showers. No impacts for most. Isolated issues here and there down in the Puget Sound lowlands in the lowest elevations. But you get above 400 feet, and that's where I'm expecting it to be kind of a tough commute. Sticking snow is possible. Roads should be impacted above 400 feet, especially as you start getting above 500 feet. And that could really impact our evening commute in those neighborhoods. But for the lowest elevations, I mean, if your travels take you along I-5 or 405 or even 167 for the most part, you're looking okay. Current temperatures right now are close to freezing still in Seattle. So, our forecasted high of mid-30s, I'm starting to lose hope that that's actually going to happen. We may be sticking right around the mid-30s here to low 30s throughout the rest of the day. 35 down in Olympia and Tumwater. We're at 32 still in Maple Valley. That's one spot that we've been seeing some decent snowfall.
It has warmed up a little bit in Renton, Bellevue, and Kirkland. We're above freezing in Bothell and Kenmore. And as you work your way into Snohomish County, most areas up there are above freezing. And we're well above freezing, close to 40 degrees up in Whatcom County and Skagit County. We'll continue to have this winter weather advisory until at least 3 o'clock. I would not be surprised if they continue to extend this for all these cities: Orting, Bonnie Lake, Enumclaw, Maple Valley, and continuing on up into Carnation and Falls City. And then, as I was talking about earlier, by about 6 o'clock, we'll start to see those showers move south, and then we'll just be left with what we call post-frontal showers. And the one exception where we could continue to see some snowfall will be in that Puget Sound convergence zone, and that is South Snohomish County, North King County. You see that little band there just north of Seattle? That could hang on all the way through tomorrow morning, and in those spots, we could very well see a little bit more snow or a rain and snow mix for your Saturday morning. All right, let's talk snow levels. We've been, excited to see this coming because the ski resorts so desperately need it. And we're going to continue to see lower snow levels through your Saturday, but we're running out of moisture at that point. Next week, we're going to be looking at much higher snow levels. So really, if you're a skier or a snowboarder and you have been waiting all season to get up there and enjoy the slopes, this is your weekend. This will probably be the best weekend we've had all winter, and it's coming here with about 7 days before spring. So we'll take it, right? Yeah. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Today, a cool one. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at temps back into the mid-40s, mostly dry on Sunday as well, and then we'll get back to showers or downright, normal March rainfall as we get towards next week. Notice the temps, though. We're going to be much warmer, back into the upper 50s by middle of next week. That is a look at your weather. You got anything for me there, Matt?
Yeah, I hate to even ask any more questions at this point, Brian, because we're going to be exhausting your voice. But I will just ask you, from a personal level, I know you guys predicted this. You saw it coming, but how much does just the setup of all this surprise someone like you that, can nerd out about weather, can look at the numbers, see all this? Does it surprise you, not that it's happening because you predicted it, but does it surprise you that we're seeing it today?
Well, here's what does surprise me, because we were watching the models yesterday, and they were slowly coming together. Some were giving remarkable amounts of snow to certain areas. Models didn't do a great job with this, to be quite honest, but one thing they really failed us on is how long these cold temperatures would hang on for. So, the way when I was forecasting this yesterday morning, so that would be Thursday morning, more than 24 hours ago, we were seeing temps warming up well into the upper 30s at this point in the day. So, and that would melt everything off and everything would be looking fine. Staying close to freezing this long into the afternoon now at this point was not a part of the forecast that we were forecasting yesterday. So that surprised me a little bit. The heaviness of this snowfall didn't surprise me at all. This was going to be a very wet snow because temperatures were going to be above freezing for the most part. But it's a pretty constant, band of rain that we expected too. But yeah, it's been slightly more impactful than I think that we were thinking at this time yesterday. But with snow events, there's so much, especially here in the Pacific Northwest. There's so many things that go into a snow event here, because you have to have kind of a perfect storm in a sense, where you have to have the cold air in place and you have to have the moisture, right? And usually when you bring in some moisture, the temperatures warm up a little bit. So we always get this little thing where we're 2 or 3 degrees away from cold rain showers or sticking snow that wreaks havoc on the city. And I think with this system, we are right smack dab in the middle of it, where we're getting the pretty snow. It's not sticking to the roadways in most spots unless you go up in elevation.
Yeah, Brian, it definitely looks nice. It's picturesque. We're just hoping that everybody stays safe, but that's why we've got you here and you're walking our viewers through it. We appreciate it, man.
You bet. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Okay. Fox 13 meteorologist Brian McMillan, our chief meteorologist, hanging out with us today. As I say, we appreciate him. We have more news to cover. We got lots of angles on this story today, but there's a few things going on outside of the weather I want to jump into as well. We'll touch on those coming up after this commercial break. Hey there, everybody. Welcome into the Fox Local Live Desk. I am Matthew Smith. You know, we are going to be talking about this weather setup and situation that we're dealing with outside for the majority of the day. I'll show you what we're seeing right now from Lumen Field because it really does change kind of hour to hour. But there are other stories that I do want to make sure we dig into because there's just so many things happening, and I don't want to overlook some of these non-weather related stories. I mean, we talk to you for hours each and every day about all these things, and while the weather is going to be affecting a lot of things and does kind of take a lot of attention away from some of this stuff, we are seeing other things continue to roll right into our newsroom. I tell you, we go without scripts. We just bring you stuff as it comes in, and one of those things that came in today is a house fire. Now, I will admit sometimes these do actually end up being things that are caused by fire or linked to the snow that we have going on outside, just because it could be a heater or something like that. But right now we do not know what caused this fire. In fact, Puget Sound Fire telling us that this is currently under investigation. Now, this happened in Kent. We know one person was seriously injured in this house fire. It was Friday afternoon, so just recently, according to Puget Sound Fire. Alan just popped up the picture for us. I should always say this, our producer, Alan, we talk to him on air all the time, and I just kind of start chatting with him with you all like you know him personally. Hopefully you feel like it, but he just flipped up this picture, and it says, firefighters extinguished the fire in approximately 30 minutes. Puget Sound Fire firefighters and King County Medical paramedics treated one person for serious injuries and transported them to a Seattle area hospital. Typically that would be Harborview if it's serious enough injuries, but they don't specify which local hospital this is. I mentioned that this is in the Kent area. If you're really familiar with the area, I'll just give you the side streets. It's Southeast 274th and 118th Avenue Southeast. Basically, they get a call out to this house. They show up. Flames are shooting from the back of the single-story home. It took them just all 30 minutes to get this thing out, but that was long enough for one person to have serious injury. So as you heard, they have been rushed to the hospital. That is just one of the stories that we're tracking for you inside the newsroom right now. Apologize for the sounds there in the background. We also have this story. I'm going to share a picture with you. This is a cold case that we understand there has been an arrest in, and this is coming out of the North Sound. Everett Police sending us details on this one, and just got this in. After nearly 46 years, suspect Mitchell Gaff has been charged in Snohomish County Superior Court in the 1980 death of Susan Vesey. So this is an image that they shared with us. This extends all the way back to 1980. So July of 1980, the morning after Susan's 21st birthday, she was found murdered in her home on Casino Road. She was discovered by her husband, who just returned home from work after working a night shift. At that time, Vesey's 2-year-old daughter and infant son were found in the residence unharmed, and this gets really tragic because they actually have the image of Vesey with those 2 young children from back in the early 80s. A man in his 60s was recently identified as a suspect. Basically, they were looking at new DNA evidence, and we always tell you, there's developments in a lot of these things. So this individual has now been charged in Snohomish County Superior Court with aggravated murder and murder in the first degree. Here's a quote coming in from Everett Mayor Cassie Franklin. She writes, "I'm so proud of our Everett Police Department for solving this murder case by utilizing advancements in DNA analysis techniques. Through perseverance, our team will crack the case even decades after the crime is committed." She writes, "We honor Susan's memory as we bring this suspect to justice." So once again, I'll share with you, this is Susan Vesey, the deceased, killed back in 1980 and just now an arrest. We'll be digging into this story more. There's more details in the background, how this came to be, and some past arrests for the suspect that was brought in and charged in this investigation. So make sure you tune into Seattle News Tonight. We'll be working on it there and on fox13seattle.com. Again, I mentioned we have a lot of news coming into our newsroom, and we just want to make sure we push it out to you as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we are going to continue to track the latest in this situation, this weather alert day that we're going to be following with you throughout the day. We're going to have a live interview with the folks from Pierce County Transit coming up after the break. Right now, you are watching the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm Matthew Smith, and we'll be with you with more headlines coming up after this commercial break. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. We got that live look coming at you from the Tacoma Narrows. I haven't had a chance to show you guys this live image coming into our newsroom too much today, but you can still see the snowflakes falling, much like we've seen in Seattle, just not a lot of visibility out there. This is just a rough day, and it's one of the reasons that we've been just bringing you extended coverage here on the Fox Local Live Desk, making sure that you guys know everything that's going on in and around our area. Now, when I say that, I want to introduce our next guest here. We have Penny coming in from Pierce County Transit. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Now, I know you guys put out the call today that there's going to be some changes in terms of what's going on with transit because shelters are going to be opening up. Can you kind of walk us through what you guys are doing to make sure individuals can stay safe today?
Yeah, sure. So on days like this where we have cold temperatures and, of course, the snow and rain, we partner with Pierce County Human Services to provide free rides to warming centers and shelters. This is for folks who need transportation to get to those kinds of places to get out of the weather.
Now, obviously, this becomes a very important thing going on in our area because, you know, these days can kind of sneak up on folks, especially if they're not going to be tuning in to news reports or different things. Then all of a sudden this starts happening and they're wondering, okay, what in the world is going on? What do they do? Is there anything special they need to be aware of if they're going to be jumping on Pierce County Transit today?
So what we just ask folks to do is when they board one of our buses, they just tell the driver that they need to get to a warming center or a shelter, and they will be given the ride for free. This is also good for registered shuttle paratransit customers on our shuttle service and also on our on-demand Pierce Transit runner service. Those free rides will be from now until our end of service on Sunday night, because that's when we expect the cold temperatures to break up a little.
Now, I know I've been watching the situation out there. We got a live look for our viewers out at Tacoma. I know you guys work throughout Pierce County. You say that this will be going on through Sunday. You know, how in the past have you seen, do people take you up on this offer? Is this something that gets a lot of folks to those safe spaces?
Yeah, we have a number of folks that take advantage of the free rides to the shelters and warming centers. Our partners at Pierce County Human Services have a listing of all the different shelters that are open, all the different warming centers, and those are all over Pierce County. And there's pretty good coverage as far as being able to ride one of our services there. And, you know, it is something that folks may not hear about right away, but as the word travels through the community, we hope that they'll take advantage of it if they need it, just to get out of the bad weather.
And I want to let our viewers know at home that, you know, these warming centers are going to be open in a variety of places. Where all can people get rides to?
It really is spread out around our service area. So there are shelters, you know, in Tacoma, in Puyallup, out in Gig Harbor, down in Spanaway. So really, most of our routes can get you to one or another of the warming centers or to the shelters.
Yeah, this is a day that we don't want to take this too lightly. I've been telling our viewers, you know, there's times that we get excited with snow because it means skiing and snowboarding, but today all of a sudden it just seems, boy, you worry about those folks out there. Anything else you just want our viewers to be aware of or be thinking about as they deal with everything going on out there?
Yeah, so this particular weather event, we have not had to put our system on, you know, snow routes or detours. Very briefly this morning, we had one route out in Gig Harbor that goes up a long hill that was on a detour for about 1 hour. But the conditions haven't warranted us putting our buses onto snow routes. But just in case something happens overnight, if folks want to find out if their bus route is on a snow detour or what impacts there are to our system, I would just encourage them to go to our website, piercetransit.org. And we have information on there about any kind of detours or snow routes that we may have to put in effect depending on the conditions. But right now, nothing's on snow routes, so you're okay.
Penny, I should ask, any concerns for your guys' bus drivers? I know sometimes folks don't always give us the most space when we're out there. Are you seeing any issues out there in terms of folks not driving the necessary speeds or not giving enough space to you all?
I haven't heard any reports of that today, but I would just say if you're on the road, you know, be cautious, give the buses plenty of room, and if you are waiting for a bus, step back from the curb because there's a lot of slush out there. When the buses pull up, we don't want anyone getting wet unnecessarily.
That is a great point. I'm one of those people. I'm shooting video. I'm doing things when I'm out there, and I get too close, and I usually do get wet. Our reporters are wearing multiple coats today, Penny. It's getting sloppy out there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate you guys being out there, getting us kind of caught up on what's going on and letting us know how folks can get to these shelters.
Thank you very much.
All right. We, of course, will continue to track more news with this Fox 13 Weather Alert Day. Do want to pop something up on your screen. I think we pulled that up just a little bit ago. This is eastbound State Route 18 near Auburn and Black Diamond Road. I was just talking with Penny there about how, you know, we want to be cautious. She was saying, you know, give people space, and also if you're walking, don't get too close to the bus routes before they stop so you don't get splashed. But out on some of these state roads, boy, we've seen some dangerous conditions. You can see Trooper Rick Johnson here noting that Alexis was driving too fast for the conditions. Luckily, no injuries reported, but take a look at that image that you see there. Now, he noted that the Lexus was driving too fast, but it looks like it was the other vehicle that ended up upended and up on that guardrail. Truly just dangerous conditions out there, and that's why, again, we keep telling you we're keeping a close eye on all of these things. Speaking of keeping a close eye on things, we've got Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, who's been watching things throughout the day. We're going to be checking in with both him and Fox 13 News reporter AJ Janavel coming up in the next half hour. Right now, you are watching the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm Matthew Smith inside the newsroom. We bring you the news as it happens, as it comes into the newsroom. We'll bring you more news coming up on the other side of this short commercial break. We're close. Coming out to you in just a little bit here. Live look right now at Lumen Field. We are still seeing just a little bit of snow there, just to kind of give you a round robin. Here's Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Tons of snow coming down there. Our Capitol Hill camera not seeing a lot, but we're kind of socked in by some of the clouds. It's reducing our visibility in that area. And as we mentioned, the stadium camera that we have, just a little bit of snow coming down there right now. But we, of course, have spanned out our crews all around the viewing area. We were talking with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan earlier. I know Fox 13's AJ Janeville. AJ, honestly, it looked like you were having fun, and our producer and I, we were debating, did you give people a heads up when you just rolled up into bakeries and just showed up, or were you giving them a heads up that you were rolling there? Because they seemed like they were loving to see you.
I don't know. I think that's like a little bit of the behind-the-scenes magic of TV. That did I just run into a bunch of people in the restaurant and say, "Surprise! It's the news. You're on live camera," or was it something that I talked about? I'll leave that up to the viewers. Whatever like the journey is that you guys want to believe, I fully support that. In fact, how about we put up a poll? Do you think that I just went into a bunch of Issaquah businesses blind? Yes. Or do you think I did like some pre-work before a live hit? No. Send me your DMs.
AJ, I'm just going to put it out there. They're going to believe you just rolled up on them. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they're going to believe.
I like that.
All right.
Let's let that lore live. Now, you want me to go outside, don't you?
No, you can stay inside.
Yeah,
you can stay safe. I'm not going to force you to do anything.
Look, this is photojournalist, Emmy award-winning photojournalist, mind you, Taylor Murray. He's working hard because we got a good story. Because we talked about, like, this is how, Matt, do you ever show the kids at home how we do this?
This is their first look.
Behind the scenes. Okay, so what Taylor's doing is he's editing. We got all the clips, we spoke to those businesses. Now he's putting a story together that you can watch 4 o'clock in Seattle News Tonight. I don't want to bug him because I've been doing that all day. So let me get back out in the elements. And the first thing that I want to show you is this Final Destination setup they got going on right here. Check it out.
That does look creepy. That looks like that's going to cause a mess.
Luckily, it's just like soft serve coming out, and it's not actually ice or anything like that because it cut your head off. But yeah, here we are. It is, I think, the first day of spring is March 20th. I looked it up. So that's about a week out. And here we are in beautiful downtown Issaquah, the scene of what could be the next Hallmark movie. I think I'd call it like Love on the East Side, a story of a young woman who comes back from her time on the East Coast back to home, and surprise, it's Christmas in spring, and she meets the love of her life who's working at the movie theater. I don't know. I am having fun today. It's a Friday. It's snowing.
How are people enjoying the snow? Like, are you're enjoying the snow? I can tell that. The rest of the folks up there in Issaquah, are they having as much fun as you are?
I think so. I mean, yeah, why not, right? There was one young lady. She owns this coffee shop right here, JoJo's, named after her, JoJo, and she was ecstatic. She was saying she just opened her business about a year ago, I believe, and she said this is the first time that they've seen snow since she opened, and she was loving it. She told me that when she woke up, she didn't even know there was supposed to be snow, and just between me and you, I didn't know that either. But yeah, look how cozy it looks inside of JoJo's. It's like all of Issaquah is right there. As they look, can you see him waving? I don't know.
Okay, like, she does look happy.
Where would you rather be on a Friday in the snow then? Yeah, they're having fun. She said she's a snowboarder too, so she's gonna get after it. Now I'm outside of Glam, and I swear to goodness, this young lady right here has been working on hair all day. So she's working hard. I can't tell if that's the person whose color she was doing earlier because they had the foils in. But she's been working. This place, that's where I had my my lunch because I was too tired to pack something, so it worked out for me. Hi, are you guys closing up? They take a little lunch break. Hi. I like Issaquah. Everyone's so friendly out here.
One of the things that I think the folks at the coffee shop have got to be stoked about is that when it's this cold, you got the snow down. I mean, business has got to be good. Issaquah is kind of set up for this. This is where you want to be, so you get those picturesque views and you get that nice cup of coffee.
Yeah, it's like I'm being. I guess I'm being silly, but no, this looks like a Hallmark movie, doesn't it? They still got the lights hanging on all of the light poles, and there's the snow falling. Like if I was to have to be a location scout, this is it. This is a scenic sight. Now, granted, again, it's supposed to be spring in 7 days, so I don't know how people feel about that. But they haven't seen much snow. We haven't seen much snow at all this winter, so I think a lot of people are excited. It's still fresh. It's still fun, and you know how everybody is in our area, wanting to get up on the mountain and board and ski. So we're looking forward to that. I think everybody's enjoying it. You know, it's not like we got snow all year, and now we're getting more snow. So, and yeah, everybody's staying open. The roads aren't as bad as they could be, I guess. Earlier in the day, oh my gosh, a Tesla, but it looked like it was driving. I wish I could have shown you. Earlier in the day, the roads were a lot messier. As the temperatures are going up, presumably throughout the day, from like those lower 30s to higher 40s to lower 30s to higher 30s to maybe even the 40s, the roads aren't that bad. The concern probably will be if there is any sort of freeze that we're facing overnight, depending on your elevation. Thankfully, it is the weekends. I know I heard Trooper Rick Johnson talking about all the accidents. Oh, look, there's the dog right there. Oh my gosh. These people are probably like, what are you doing? Look at this little white dog. It looked like he was driving in the car right here. Trooper Rick Johnson talking about if you are driving with your little white dog, be careful. If you don't have to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. I heard him say something of words like 120 plus car accidents they responded to, I think, since the snow started falling. So, you know, it's fun, it's pretty, it's charming, but it is, you know, dangerous if you're out on the roads.
Yeah, it's one of those days where you have folks reveling in it, having fun, then you have the other folks that are dealing with it, responding. Which direction are you going with your story coming up on Seattle News Tonight? Is this more fun, or is this more concern about some of those things that have been going on the periphery?
We try to touch it all, you know, like it's hard if you just want to stay like in one area and you're just leaning into the dangers of the roads or something like that. I think for me, what I saw, you know, I mean, when we go out into different parts of the community every day, and it's kind of what we see while we're there. So what I saw, what stood out to me was, even though there was and is snow, and I don't think anyone would blame a small business owner if they said, I'm not coming out today. There's no way. Why would I do that? Everybody did come out. Everybody's open and the community's still out here. So talked to several businesses about why they're staying open. For instance, you know, mentioned JoJo's, mentioned the Chinese restaurant. We went to the butcher that's in town that's been open since 1910. And I think there's a responsibility that these business owners feel to their community here in Issaquah to be available for the people. Spoke to a guy who owns an Italian.
Well, we lost AJ's audio there for just a second, so we'll catch up with him a little bit later today. Obviously, a picturesque view out there in Issaquah. He'll be tracking that throughout the day. We, of course, still have much more to get to, including an update out of SEA. Remember earlier today we were talking with Perry Cooper about that ground stoppage. There is a ground stop / delay at this point in time, so a little bit of a change there. You can see visibility getting a little bit better, but they're still struggling because you want to be extra safe when you have a lack of visibility to get folks in and out of an area like this. We're going to continue to track the weather and kind of the fallout in our area when we come back. You're watching the Fox Local Live Desk. All right, back at it here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. We shared with you earlier, this one coming in from Trooper Rick Johnson, talking about how eastbound State Route 18 was having issues where you had Alexis driving too fast. And I mean, my goodness, look at the pictures that you see there on your screen. Just an absolute mess for drivers in our area. Some of these locations have been treacherous. Some of them have been, well, problematic for human reasons. That said, I did want to get you another piece of video that we just got in from Trooper Rick Johnson, sharing this one, talking about how, boy, this is not what we would typically see on a Friday, March 13th. Let me share the video with you that he put out on X. This is a clip coming in from Trooper Rick Johnson again, and this is Snoqualmie Pass. So remember, we're having issues. It is not open right now, so this is your one chance to get a view of why it's not open. And yeah, this kind of tells the story. We will, of course, be tracking the passes for you. This, as I said, Snoqualmie Pass, still closed at this hour, but let's switch it up and show you this coming in from WSDOT East about Stevens Pass. They write, US 2 Stevens Pass is now closed between milepost 55 and 85 because our plows are not able to clear the road due to illegally parked vehicles at the summit. If you have selfishly chosen to block our crews and first responders, come move your car off the highway. Goodness. Yeah. So we've got issues out there at Stevens Pass. And I mentioned that we've kind of created some of the problems driving too unsafe for the conditions. Apparently, people aren't just driving unsafe, they're also parking unsafe, blocking WSDOT crews from being able to plow. So more issues out there on the roads as a result of this. We were chatting earlier today with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan. She said that WSDOT had just straight up reached out to her and said, like, are you safe? Be safe out there. That gives you an idea of their thought process right now with what we're seeing out there. Those are the people that deal with this on a regular basis, and they have their own concerns right now. Okay, we've been checking in on the airport throughout the day as well. You can see this is the scene out at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Also got an update from them on X as well. Alan just threw this one in the chat. It says, yes, it's snowing at SEA. Runways, taxiways, and ramp areas are clear. Airlines are responsible for de-icing aircraft. SEA provides additional cargo areas for airlines to de-ice. Check with your airline to see if your specific flight is affected. And you can see a close-up there, the runway, it's great. There's no snow on it. I don't know if that's because they're clearing it out. I know we talked to Perry Cooper earlier, and he basically said, hey, we had this new equipment, and we basically haven't been able to use it in ages, and now they got a chance to do it. But on top of that, we heard from Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan earlier, it's warm, so we're not seeing things stick, at least on pavement, but obviously they've got the equipment. But yeah, the visibility continues to be the problem out there. I'll share with you what I like to pull up every once in a while. This is called the Flight Aware Misery Map. If you are a regular here on severe weather days, you know that the red is the bad. So upper left-hand corner, that is SEA. Right-hand corner shows you the ranking of the most miserable airports in the country. Miserable because they either have cancellations or delays. Now, good news is not a ton of cancellations, but look at those delays have piled up. As a country, more than 1,000 now, and look at this, so many of them in either Chicago, which is your big travel spot, or SEA, SeaTac, if you will. I'll click on that, just to give you an update. 64 delays, 41 cancellations. So basically, half of the cancellations in the entire country are from our area right now. So that is just something to be thinking about if you're going to be heading out to the airport. One non-weather related item that we do want to get out to you though here, this one coming out from Kent Police. This always takes on a different meaning when we're talking about those dangerous conditions out there. You got the snow, you got the cold. Kent Police, meanwhile, say they've got a missing man. So obviously, there's some family out there that desperately want to see this guy back home. So who are we talking about here? This is Kurt Husa. We've taken this full screen so you can get a better look at it. I know some of the writing is small there, so I'll walk you through the details. So Kurt is 73 years old, 5'6", 160 pounds. He's missing out of Kent, Washington. He's been missing for 4 days now. So when you add in these conditions, that starts to get even more concerning. So Washington State Police, they put out the missing person results, but this is linked back to Kent PD, who are the ones that ask you to pay attention. They write right on there, does not have his medication, call 911 if you see him. Do not leave tips on this site. So basically they're saying, don't click on social media, don't send them an email, just pick up the phone and call 911 if you see Kurt, because he is missing. Now, whenever we hear somebody doesn't have their medication, there's always that possibility that they're not right and they might be having some concerns. If some folks don't get their medication, they may be dazed, confused, etc. They don't specify in this report if that's the case, but as always, they say call 911. They did write on here, and I want to skip over this. It's in the middle of this explanation here. They say he drives a 2018 Kia Niro, and they give the license plate number there. That's BJF 9742. He's 5'6", 160 pounds with hazel eyes. They say he may have an injury to his right eye. Again, a little bit more concerning because we now have these conditions outside. So just one more thing to be keeping an eye on if you're out there right now. All right, we have more news to come here on this weather alert day at the Fox Local Live Desk. We continue to track headlines. That is going to include our power outage situation. More on that when we return here on the Fox Local Live Desk. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith joining you inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. You right now have a look outside, courtesy of our Capitol Hill camera. I do want to share with you once again one of our screens inside the newsroom here. We've had this popped up and we've just been kind of monitoring this throughout the day. This is going to be Puget Sound Energy and their outage map. I know sometimes it's a little hard to see the screen there, but they've got it updated as just over 24,000 people that are being impacted right now in the Puget Sound Energy District. So this is a big impact. We've seen larger, but we had that windstorm the other day. A lot of people lost power. Then those overnight conditions were just so icy and cold. And then you have all this snow that started rolling through our area. So I don't know for everybody, but I'm one of those people that has electric heat in the house. So when you lose power, boy, it starts to get a little bit rough. Want to jump in. This is going to be an interview with PSE, courtesy of Fox 13 meteorologist Abby Aconi, who checked in with Andrew Padilla earlier today. We'll let her take it away from here as they kind of give us some background on what all they're seeing today.
First of all, can you confirm the cause of these outages? I know that this snow can really weigh on power lines and trees.
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing. It's that heavy snow that's bringing down those branches and trees onto our lines and equipment, making it challenging for our crews to do the restoration work.
What are some of the examples of neighborhoods that are most affected right now?
Well, everything you mentioned there on the east side, foothills, everything from Snoqualmie Pass, Skycomish, Greenwater, those are the areas that we're having some trouble getting to just because the terrain is tough and then that snow is making it more difficult.
What is your plan of attack and a strategy on a day like today when access can be hard? How are you what's the priority list here?
Well, safety is always our priority. And because some of these areas are a little bit difficult to access, as you saw, I-90, you guys have been reporting is closed. That makes it difficult for even our crews to try to get to these areas to make the assessment. And our biggest thing first to do is damage assessment so we can decide what kind of materials and equipment we need to start making those repairs.
Okay, so the Snoqualmie Pass outages, those are going to be difficult if we're talking about a closure there. How can crews safely get to these spots and make corrections? Are we able to really pinpoint with precision in these neighborhoods if it's due to down trees or down power lines? Is it one or the other?
Well, sure. One of the first things we will do is actually look at our transmission lines. So those are the big lines that feed the energy in over the mountains. That's the priority, to make sure that those are working. And then we can start targeting the little neighborhoods. But we have some problems trying to even get to those transmission lines. So we're hoping to see if we can even get a helicopter up, depending on the weather, to try to get a visual aerial view of it to see what damage maybe needs to be repaired. We have also snowmobiles to try to get into these areas if need be. So we're trying to find any way we can to get there, but it is going to take some time.
And what is the estimated time of the power coming back on? I realize that might be a challenging question to answer.
Yeah, that's the hard part because our biggest and first priority is the damage assessment. If we don't know what kind of damage we're dealing with, then we don't know exactly how much time it's going to take. We're hoping that once we get an idea, we'll be able to update that outage map and let people know. I think we're going to be focusing on some of the Snoqualmie area, letting people know there what we maybe try to aim for with estimated restoration times.
And again, you're considering a helicopter going over Snoqualmie Pass to pinpoint those troubles?
Well, and that's all going to be weather dependent. And looking at that picture behind you doesn't look very, very doable.
Okay. Hey, Andrew Padula, thank you so much for joining us, spokesperson with PSE on a very busy morning. We appreciate you so much. And
all right, and we do appreciate the crews that are going to be out there. 20,000+ people without power that are on PSE, and as you heard, they had that windstorm, all the situation out there, and now we flip it around, and all of a sudden we've got all of this. Now, I will say, I was just refreshing my page here. I say 20,000+. We're actually at 38,000 customers that are currently impacted on the PSE system. Now that is actually up 14,000 since this morning. So it does seem like that heavy wet snow that we've been talking about has been causing concerns. Now, I know this isn't like the best location to show, but I will pop up on your screen here our Seattle-Tacoma International Airport camera, because it does give you a good chance to see how that snow builds up on the trees. Look to the left side of your screen. You see the evergreen there. The snow really isn't sticking on the ground in so many locations. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan walked us through that earlier today, but what you are seeing, anything that is green, the roofs and trees, that is where it's sticking, and it does weigh down, and that's when you see those trees go down, that's when you see power lines go down. Lots of issues that we will continue to track. All right, more news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We are getting an update on I-90, Snoqualmie Pass. Some details on that straight ahead. Right now, you're watching the Fox Local Live Desk. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith here, joining you from inside the newsroom. We have really been playing kind of a round-robin day, checking in with our chief meteorologist, our reporters in the field, just so much going on. You got that live look right now at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. I hate to say it, but visibility once again dropping. However, the news continues to roll into our newsroom even when it's not the weather situation that we're tracking. I know that's the big news today, but really the big story for the past 2 weeks has been everything unfolding in the Middle East. So I want to bring in our Congressman, Representative Adam Smith, who also happens to be the House Armed Services Committee ranking member, meaning he's real tied in to everything going on and getting better information than the rest of us. So we wanted to join him today. First off, Representative Smith, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I appreciate the chance.
Well, I wanted to jump in just kind of right off the top. I know that the big development that we saw today, U.S. CENTCOM coming out and saying that all 6 members aboard that KC-135 that was refueling near Iraq, they've now confirmed all those people have died. I do want to get into just kind of where everything is with the conflict right now, but first off, I just want to kind of get your reaction, because this is obviously a concerning development with 6 more service members that have died.
Yeah, no, it's sad, and it shows the high cost of this conflict, and the most dramatic and most the biggest challenge here. We have now lost 13 service members in this conflict. Certainly offer condolences to their family, but it reminds everybody that whatever we're trying to accomplish in Iran, it comes with a very high human cost. And as we make our decisions how to proceed, that needs to be front and center in our minds.
Well, and that's a good place to kind of start this conversation, because obviously we have plenty of military families here in our area. What do you say to the men and women who are now asking themselves, could I get that call? We're hearing more about amphibious units or Marines heading out that way. Is there a concern right now that this could escalate and we could be talking boots on the ground?
Yeah, multiple different questions contained there. First of all, what I say to our service members is they have my complete support in what they're doing. I don't agree with the decision the president made to start this war, continue this war, but the men and women who are being asked to fight it are doing their duty to their country and what they signed up to, and we need to make sure that they have our support. They have what they need to be as protected as they can be. So that's the message on that. Where the war is going and whether or not it's going to head towards ground troops is a much longer answer, which I will try to keep a little bit concise. It depends on what the goals and the objectives of the Trump administration are for this war. And there's sort of 3 things to consider in that. One is the basic goal of degrading Iran's military capability. And that's basically what we've been doing for the past 2 weeks now, focusing on their missiles, focusing on their launchers, drones, their Navy, their Air Force, and their capacity to build all of those things. So what is our objective? Are we going, how much do we have to degrade that before we can say that we have success? Because I think most experts would say you're not going to eliminate it. It's not going to go away entirely. So how much does it have to be degraded before we can call it a success? And then the second goal, which is connected to that, is if you degrade it by some percentage, I don't know, 60, 70, 80, if they are able to simply rebuild it and still continue to be a threat to us, then what have you accomplished? And that's where you get into the second goal, which would be a fundamental change in the Iranian regime. Either the regime completely collapses and that ideology that took over in 1979 is gone and the Iranian people rise up and offer a different regime, or even if the basic regime stays in place, do you change their calculus in terms of their policy? Do they become less hostile to the U.S., less hostile to the region around them? And right now, there doesn't seem to be any path whatsoever towards achieving either one of those goals. So we're degrading Iran, and then they will simply be able to rebuild, which brings us to the third part of it. What's the cost of trying to do all of this? Because the cost matters. Yeah, we would like to have, well, either one of those things. We would like to have Iran with less military capability, given the threats that they pose to the U.S. I mean, they have sponsored terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthis. Hezbollah was responsible for killing over 300 Americans in Beirut 40 years ago. They were responsible for hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths of Americans in Iraq. They are clearly a hostile threat to us and the region. But what's the cost of trying to eliminate that threat? We've obviously seen the human cost of 13 service members dying, over 150 more wounded, thousands of civilians have been killed, and then we've seen the impact on the economy. Gas prices are off the charts. That entire section of the economy in the Middle East has effectively been shut down as this war has dragged in 14 different nations to it. This is a mounting cost day in and day out. So how do you balance the benefits and those first 2 things with the cost? I never thought this was a smart idea because I didn't think the benefits would outweigh those costs.
Well, let me ask you there, because obviously not a proponent of the war, didn't want to see it go this direction. But now that we're here, what do you want to see happen?
Well, right now, what I want to see is I want to see the war stopped. Okay, if President Trump wants to declare victory and say fine, but this isn't headed in a positive direction. We are now we're degrading them, no doubt. I mean, every day we run a bombing campaign, it degrades them by some amount. But keep in mind, Iran was pretty degraded before this war started. They had overextended themselves after October 7th and the Hamas attack on Israel. Israel decided that they just weren't going to allow that anymore. They have significantly weakened Iranian proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. Assad, a key ally of Iran in Syria, is gone. Syria is no longer hosting Iranian proxies. And Iran also went through their 12-day war with Israel, which substantially weakened them. So their ability to threaten us in the region was substantially reduced to begin with. I felt a better strategy was to try to contain that threat instead of entertaining the delusion that there was some way to eliminate the threat. So whatever progress we've made, the longer this goes, I think those costs that I mentioned in terms of lives lost, impact on the global economy, versus how much from this point forward we actually further degrade Iran, point of diminishing returns and very, very high costs. So what I want is I want President Trump to declare victory if he wants to and stop this war.
I should ask, how easy is it to stop the war? Could you just make that announcement and pull out, or are we too far along? Is this a slower way of stopping this? What's the safest way to go about stopping it?
Yeah, well, it's not a matter of pulling out because we don't yet have troops on the ground. It's a matter of stopping bombing. Now, will Iran stop? We will certainly test that, and I think it would be perfectly okay to say, okay, we've accomplished what we were going to. And if Iran attacks again, then you can respond to what they've attacked with. Shore up our missile defenses to be prepared for whatever attack is coming in. But it's fairly easy to stop it in that regard. And by the way, I didn't fully answer your troops on the ground question. If we want to accomplish the type of more substantial regime change that I alluded to, it's becoming increasingly obvious that an air campaign is not going to do that alone. Now, my opinion, having sat in briefs on this subject for almost 15 years now, the subject being, what are the military options to deal with the Iran threat? It's always been clear that those military options were never as easy or conclusive as we would have liked. Iran, 90 million people, reasonably strong military, pretty thoroughly dug in, not going to be easily dislodged. Even if we did launch a ground campaign, there's no guarantee of success in that front. You could wind up with a brutal civil war even if you're able to topple the regime. Now, but it's also clear that Trump's not going to accomplish his stated objective of regime change with just an air campaign. Does he accept a lesser outcome and step back, or does he do the in for a penny, in for a pound thing and take this even deeper and escalate it? I don't know the answer to that question right now. I'm not sure that President Trump and his administration do. That's something that they are debating as we speak.
Well, let me ask you this, Representative Smith, because the question I have is, for how read in you are, should it alarm the American public, one, that you don't agree with what's going on, and then two, how do you go about messaging? Because obviously the president pays attention to a lot of these conversations going on cable news. He's read in, he's watching the reaction to all of this. Do you have to take that into consideration when you speak with us or one of these cable news networks about how he's taking in what everybody's saying? Because it seems like the communication must not be happening between Congress and the president or the White House when it comes to this situation. So is there any way for you to get your point across to him at this point in time?
Get a lot in there. First of all, my opinion should not alarm our constituents one way or the other. What should alarm them is what's going on, is the fact that the war is continuing. We've lost 13 service members. Gas prices have gone up, I think, over 50 cents a gallon now, and the global economy has been deeply disturbed with no particular end in sight. That should alarm them. In terms of how to persuade Trump, it's a matter of building more public support. So if I make my case for why this war doesn't make sense and for why it should be stopped now to a broader group of people, you persuade more people, public opinion comes up, and the political cost for President Trump and his party becomes higher, and that incentivizes them to stop something that is unpopular, and it is, completely unpopular right now. As far as how to persuade Trump, that's why I try to say, declare victory. Okay, you want to say you accomplished something? He's really good at overstating his accomplishments. So go ahead, take advantage of that opportunity as long as you can stop this from spinning further out of control. So that's part of it. That you have to have a plausible argument for Trump. And a plausible argument is not, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, I'm sorry. He's not going to do that. But it is plausible to say, declare victory, stop the war.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know the KC-135s, I know that we have a number of them located in our state. Are you getting any
information? At Fairchild Air Force Base, yeah.
Are we getting any news? Or are we hearing that whether there are any ties to our local area with this yet?
Not yet. They're always they notify family members before they make public the names of service members killed in action or killed anywhere for that matter. So no, I don't know yet.
I know this is obviously probably the biggest concern. Well, there's a lot of concerns as you just outlined, but I imagine our local military families are top of mind for you. So as we wrap things up, I just want to ask you, where do you go next? What's on your mind? What do you want people at home to be thinking about? What can they do if they have feelings about what's going on right now?
Speak out, express your opinion. In the modern era, you have a lot of different ways to do that, a lot of social media options. You know, you can call, text, phone, email, call and phone is the same thing. You can contact your members of Congress and express your opinion as to where you want this to go, and you can contact the White House directly. You know, speak up, make your voice heard across all of those platforms. And, you know, public opinion can still drive this. I mean, it is shocking and alarming that President Trump went into this war without even trying to make his case to the American people in a war that very few people supported. This is unprecedented in the history of our country to have entered into a conflict like this without making the case to the American people and without the initial support. But you still need to speak up. Because Republican members of Congress, they are up for re-election this year. They have a lot more immediate connection to public opinion. So make your voices heard.
Representative Adam Smith from here in Washington, also the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. We thank you so much for connecting, being here with us live, and letting our viewers hear from you.
Thank you. Appreciate the chance.
All right. We, of course, will continue our coverage not only of this story, but we'll be jumping back in and talking more about the weather here as well. We appreciate the representative for taking the time and making sure that our viewers are connected to this big story that's happening and kind of walking us through from his perspective. More news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm Matthew Smith. When we come back, we'll jump into more headlines that we're tracking right here. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith. Hey, we are still tracking this weather situation out there. We will be checking in over the next hour with Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman, and we'll also get caught back up with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Right now, I just wanted to get you kind of a round robin of some of the views that we are tracking for you right now. This is a look out at Lumen Field, and the good news out there, we are starting to see a lot fewer snowflakes falling. That is definitely different than what we were seeing earlier today, but honestly, kind of depending on where you're looking, really changes the situation. This is our view right now. Looking out from our Capitol Hill camera, yeah, not a lot to see there, and that's not good news. And then also, Seattle-Tacoma International Airport continues to be a mess. That thick, wet, sloppy snow continues to fall down. All right, let's get you caught up.
And a part of that investigation that I'm not.
Sorry about that. Let's get you caught up right now on what's going on with WSDOT traffic. They write, open all lanes. The northbound State Route 99 First Avenue South Bridge have reopened with a reduced speed limit of 25 miles per hour after 5 days of emergency repair. So amid all of the mess that we've been talking with the passes and everything, throughout the week, we've seen a lot of concern about getting in and out of Seattle because of what was going on at the First Avenue Bridge. It is finally open. Just so happens to be the day that, well, probably don't want to be out on the roads anyways. But good news, they did write, though, that they're going to have a reduced speed limit of 25 miles per hour. So it sounds, from what I'm seeing there, like we could be seeing those reduced speed limits on that bridge for the foreseeable future. They did write down there at the end that they're planning for additional bridge repairs later this spring. All right, we are going to continue to track the weather right now. I see Fox 13 news reporter Alejandro Guzman is out in the field. She just popped up for me. Boy, you know, every single time I check in with another reporter, I'm seeing another wintry wonderland. Ali, I got to ask you, do you enjoy this situation that you're in, or is this getting to be a little much?
Actually, you know, as a Texan, I always complain about it being too cold. It has been absolutely stunning out here. I've made the trek from West Seattle into South Lake Union. I got to go down to Bonnie Lake where it was just raining. Snow, wintry, mixed rain coming down. Nothing too crazy. The roads were very passable. Nothing was sticking too much. But then I had the opportunity to come out here to Maple Valley, and let me just say, I've got my warm weather jacket handy. It is snowing. It is actually sticking out here, and it is absolutely looking beautiful. And there's not a lot going on here in Maple Valley that we can say has been alarming or terribly bad for the people here in the area.
Boy, that is good news, because I know we've been so concerned. We've seen crashes, passes closed, different things like that. So it's sounding like at least some of these areas, they might actually get to have a little bit of fun today, Allie.
Oh, that is exactly what people are out here doing. Let me see if I can flip this camera around. We're here, and this is pretty much what you get into downtown Maple Valley. And just check out the roads. We've seen a lot of people coming in here to this QFC parking lot, trying to gather some last minute supplies. Many folks had to turn around. Folks had no idea that work was being canceled today. So you can just see a lot of the slushy conditions that drivers are dealing with. It has been packed all day, and everybody is in a very good mood, from the kids to the parents to elderly folks to middle-aged people. Everyone is just literally talking about how fun this really is, and especially how they're going to get out there and possibly just get out there and do some sledding. Just a really good recommendation that I had from a little girl who's turning 9 here on the 18th. She's here visiting from California. This was a winter wonderland surprise that hit her just on her birthday. She was here to see her friends, and she's like, if I have any recommendation, it's for however old you are, get out there, take some pictures, do some sledding, and just enjoy the time that this time really brings, because we haven't had any snow like this. And if you have any pets, your kiddos, you know that they're the ones who enjoy this.
Yeah, I'm hoping it sticks around for a little while. I'm up that way towards Everett. One thing, I'll have to be one of those people going to the store, slipping and sliding, and then I'll be trying to rush my kid outside so we can see if we can enjoy this. It does look like it'd be a good time. In fact, I'm a little worried about you, Allie. You looks like you're near a hill. Don't be slipping and sliding, falling down there.
We're trying not to. I mean, look, that was just the QFC, but if you look on the opposite direction, I mean, just look at how beautiful the trees are looking out here. It is just, it really is a sight for the eyes. But yeah, I think there is a lot of concern, especially because as our meteorologists have been talking, you know, these conditions here in Maple Valley, they're going to stick around for quite some time. But the concern is what happens when this all starts to collect some slush and the roads just become a little icy when the temperatures drop tonight. If you've got any morning plans in the morning, I mean, I would just advise slow down. If you don't know how to drive in this, maybe avoid it, stay home, stay cozy. But if you've got things to do, I mean, just give yourself some extra time before you head out the road today or tomorrow morning.
Now, I'll tell our viewers at home, sometimes, Allie, I'm guilty of just getting too bogged down with work and I don't always pay attention. I know our meteorologists were predicting this. I did not expect this. I don't know about you, but I was not, I had to go back and look. I was looking at emails and I was like, they did not tell us this. I'm like, oh no, they told me. Were you expecting this? Because I wasn't.
I mean, I had heard about it. I know that my significant other was like, it's going to rain on Friday. It's going to snow tomorrow. And I was like, here in Seattle, like, no, we're not getting any snow. And sure enough, I decided to sleep in this morning. Wrong day to do that. Wake up, take the dogs out, and I was like, it's snowing. Said those two words, dogs just bolt out the front door, and they were enjoying it. And I was like, okay, well, this is great. Now this is going to take me quite some time to get to work and obviously defrost the car. So, I mean, as many warnings as our meteorologists may give us every now and then, I feel like, well, you never know. Maybe, possibly, maybe not in Seattle, maybe not here, maybe we'll just get snow up at the pass. But actually seeing how many areas are being hit with all this snow, because here, I mean, we're literally talking inches. I mean, at least 3 inches. I can create some nice, crunchy little snowballs that, you know, you can have a snowball fight out here with, but literally, I don't think anybody was prepared. And a lot of people I've spoken with today say that they were just caught off guard. A nice surprise, but definitely off guard.
Well, it seems like it's going to be a fun time with your story. Anything in particular that we should be looking forward to for Seattle News Tonight with your coverage?
I mean, literally, I know we always worry about the roads and worry about all the safety alerts and the crashes and everything that you can foresee. But today, as honestly, I thought it was going to be a doozy coming out here. But literally, if you could take anything away from this story, just get out there and enjoy it and have a blast, because that's what I learned today. As a surprise as this may have been for everybody out here, everyone's just making the best of it, especially when we had a very warm winter. This is much welcome, especially, you know, even the cherry blossoms are out here just covered in snow. So just enjoy the positive things that are coming out of this story today.
Yeah, that is certainly not something we see every day, the cherry blossoms covered in snow. Allie, thanks so much.
No, thank you.
All right, you can look forward to her reporting the rest of our team coverage on this weather alert day on Seattle News Tonight. We'll lead you right up to it. We still have some more time ahead, though. We're going to be checking in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan in just a little bit. I'll also tell you, hey, we're getting updates about what's going on at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, at least from folks that are trying to get out of Seattle today. Keyword there, trying. More on that when we come back. You're watching Fox Local Live Desk. Okay, so we just had the good news from Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman, and as the old movie, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the fun that you can have in the snow. The bad, the crashes we've been seeing. The ugly, that may just be reserved for reactions from folks that are caught up in this mess over at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Remember, we told you earlier that the FAA makes the call on these ground stoppages. We've seen a little bit of flex with that since we joined you, but we are still seeing a slowdown of planes being allowed into the area, and we're also seeing issues with people getting out as well. And just to kind of highlight the ugly that I just mentioned, we got some back and forth coming in from folks that are actually trying to get out. Jen G writing to Alaska Air online saying, hey, Alaska Air, we've been on the tarmac in Seattle for almost 4 hours with no update. They don't have a gate for us. Our plane just driving around in circles. We missed our connection to Tokyo. Any guidance would be appreciated. So, I mean, you can only imagine how that one must feel. Alaska responding, we're so sorry for the long wait for a gate. We're diligently working to get an aircraft on the ground, de-iced and on their way. Once you get into the terminal, see an agent at the guest service. We do realize there are extremely long lines. So it almost sounds like, if I'm reading that right, it's going to be more difficult once you get inside as well. Boy, I can only imagine how it's feeling for folks, especially if you're doing a connection. It's one thing if you're getting a connection within the U.S. That is an international connection. She mentioned she's trying to get to Tokyo. So yikes. We did have a chance to talk with Perry Cooper over at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. I will stress, he reminded us that they are not the ones making the calls here. That would be the FAA when it comes to a ground stoppage. And a big part of that is the lack of visibility in the area. Now, I will also tell you that I was just updating here to see where we're at. According to the FAA website, we have a full ground stop due to snow or ice. And the average delay, brace yourself, 298 minutes. That is rough. I'm a journalist, I'm doing math. That's over 4 hours, folks. It was in the 62-minute range last time I had updated that. So, yeah, folks like Jen there trying to make it to Tokyo, not too happy. Now, for the folks over at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, you can see they've got the runway dry, or clear at least. You can actually see through. It's hard with the visibility, but they've got that pavement cleared off, so it's just a matter of visibility to clear up till they can get things moving. When I was talking to Perry earlier, I said, hey, you guys are doing good work keeping it open, but yeah, it's going to be a while till the FAA it gives you the green light, and unfortunately, that is held true. Here's what we were talking about just a little bit ago.
You know, number one, it's all about safety here at the airport. It's not always roadway-like, but it's also the air as well, too, and that air traffic control is managing that. So our crews here for the airport, we've kept the runways, taxiways, and the ramp areas clear, so we've been good with that throughout the morning. Sidebar on that is we actually had some new over-Austin snowplows that we've purchased in the last couple of years. So this is the first time they've actually pushed around some snow. But otherwise, the big challenge, though, is with the airlines. They manage de-icing their own aircraft. And the biggest thing that happens there is when you're de-icing aircraft, you're de-icing them at the gates. So before those flights who have just arrived are able to get to the gate, those aircraft at the gate have to get de-iced and then take off. So the challenge there is then some of those folks that have arrived may end up waiting before they are able to get to their gate because of that.
Well, and this does get so interesting too, because, you know, it's obviously you've got the FAA with a role, that you've got you guys with a role, the airlines with a role. I imagine when you guys start seeing this in the forecast, you start thinking, okay, we're going to have angry customers, and we got to tell them like, hey, listen, A, it's Mother Nature. B, we're also kind of just following the rules that are handed down here.
Yeah, no, you're correct. And like I say, it's all about safety being number one. The biggest thing that becomes a challenge when you've got what we call low visibility situations, when you've got snow like this or potentially fog that we see throughout the winter, is you end up, the air traffic controllers will separate the aircraft further apart from each other. So what that means then is they can only get fewer aircraft into the airport during an hour period. That's what they typically track. So it's like if we would normally say get like 45 landings in an hour, that may drop down to like 20 or 25, that kind of area. So now you just think about there may be 40 aircraft that were supposed to be here in the next hour. Well, they're backed up because that other 15 is still trying to get here. So when you hear the terminology ground stop for arrivals, what that is talking about is that aircraft that are already at their destination airport, say for example, San Francisco or LA, they're about to take off to come here, they will stop them on the ground there before they take off, because they know if they take off right now, there's a backup of planes and they'd end up being circling and, waste fuel, that kind of thing. So they'll rather hold them on the ground at their departing airport for a while before they then let them take off to come here, knowing that they'll get metered in later. Kind of like, maybe a traffic stop you see as you on-ramp the freeway.
All right, so that was our conversation earlier. Right now you have a live look out there. And I just want you guys to see what I'm seeing. So I'm going to share my screen with you here just so you get an idea of how I'm tracking this. This is the website from the FAA. I'll scroll down here. Notice there are a lot of airports that are dealing with a mess right now. But this right here, there's a ground stop, which, as Perry just described to you, means that they're kind of stopping some of these planes from coming in so that they're not all, backed up one after another because of the low visibility that we're seeing out there. But look at this ground delay. Average delay 298 minutes due to snow or ice. By the way, I mentioned that journalists are bad at math. I had to double check my math on that because I said it was over 4 hours. We're just a hair under 5 hours. 300 minutes would be 5 hours. So I was accurate, but it's almost an extra hour than that. So then again, why we started the conversation, this block, this little go around as our weather coverage continues with the back and forth between somebody that is trying to get to Tokyo and the reaction saying that they know lines are long. I'm still trying to figure out, do they mean the lines are long once they get inside, to try to figure out what happens next? Because if that's so, obviously there's going to be some more frustrations out there at the airport. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, reminding folks the FAA makes the call on these ground stops and ground delays, and the airlines actually have to make the moves on the de-icing process. They are there to keep upkeep on the port itself, or the airport itself, and yeah, it does look like they've at least got the ice and snow cleared off the runway, but right now, visibility is a mess. More news to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We come back, we're going to check in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, get an idea of where this thing is heading, because it looks like this thing is just stuck and sitting on top of us, and that is causing a concern. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Want to hand it off to Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Brian, I don't know if you heard that last segment. We are now talking about almost 5-hour delays over at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. It is getting nasty out there. I can't imagine being on one of those planes.
I just saw a comedian that was supposed to play here in Seattle was saying that they had to cancel their shows. They were flying in from Spokane. and their flight was canceled. So this is impactful here for folks that are trying to go out and have a good time tonight, or get out of here, or get into Seattle because of this snow and the ice that we're seeing down at SeaTac. And I want to show you what it looks like down there at SeaTac. I know we've been showing this pretty much all day long, but it's because it's been so impressive for those huge, enormous flakes still falling. And we've been talking to the folks out there at the airport, and they said, they got to de-ice these planes. Oftentimes, people won't be able to land until they can get some of the planes out of the gates and have them take off. So it's just been kind of a mess. And now we're talking hours and hours of delays. So make sure to check your flights. If you have a flight tonight out of Seattle here on this Friday night, I would definitely check to make sure it's even happening still, because the delays are so long. And the frustrating thing here today is that we have not seen these temperatures get above 35 degrees. They were at 34 for a little while, then they dropped back down. So now we're at 33. We're still seeing the snow falling. This is huge. Wet flakes. If you notice down at the bottom of your screen, the traffic moving along just fine. And really, as we've been peeking at the roads all morning long, especially the main thoroughfares, they've actually been okay. Now, ignore the little bugs here. I'm just going to show you like a picture of, this is at I-90, okay? And this is, I wish I could get rid of, here, let me go back. This is at 3rd Avenue here in I-90, okay? So there are plenty of spots around town that look like that. And that is not impressive, is it? But then you get back to some of our other cameras, and I'll show you, let's see here. I'll show you down towards Olympia. Okay, that's not impressive either. The grass, just showing, some little wet spots, but there's no major snow happening down that direction. And, we've been peeking at other cameras like this one. This is from Cary Park up there at Queen Anne. We've been looking at this one. This is down in Tacoma. So really, as we look around town, we're still seeing snow, folks. We're still seeing it, especially down in SeaTac, where those temperatures are cool. All right, another thing to know, we are seeing this band of moisture slowly but surely dipping its way a little farther south. So Skagit and Whatcom counties are completely dry. You're fine right now. But this band of moisture that's been set up over the central and south sound, and especially the southwest interior, has been hanging out with us all day long. So Snoqualmie Pass, Stevens Pass, White Pass, all getting hammered with snow. Up in Everett and Lake Stevens, it appears as though that has switched over to rain. We're at 36 degrees there now, but Tacoma and Seattle still close to freezing. I don't like that we're that close to freezing, because that could mean a messy commute for us in some spots. I do think if you're, traveling around Lake Washington, you're probably going to be just fine. Might be a little bit of slush in some spots, but overall looking okay. It's when we get to some of the outlying areas, and especially out in the higher elevations. So during your commute tonight, I am expecting heavy snow above 4,000 feet. Excuse me, above 400 feet, not 4,000 feet. That's a big difference, right? 400 feet and above, and that does include areas like North Bend. You are going to be seeing some snow that will likely be impactful to your drive. If you are heading out on the town tonight, there may be some icy spots, especially if our temperatures are just hovering right around freezing, and we drop below that as we get into early tomorrow morning. I've had a lot of people ask me about March snow and when the latest we've seen snow is. We've seen snow as late as early April, so that can certainly happen. It hasn't happened very often. It's only happened 4 times in recorded history, which goes back to 1945, so April snow is pretty rare. Mid-March snow is also pretty rare. In fact, this is one of the snowiest March days that we've ever had on record. I just asked the National Weather Service here for an updated total. We're going to have those coming up at 5 p.m. So you'll have to be watching our newscast for that, coming up at 5 o'clock. But let's take a look here at the past 5 Marches. We've barely had anything. This is our snowiest March that we've had in Seattle since at least 2009. And I think when the day is done, this will be our snowiest that we've had since 1989. Winter weather advisory will remain in effect through tomorrow morning. Additional 1 to 2 inches of snow in some of these locations, including Enumclaw, Bonnie Lake, Eatonville, Maple Valley, the Renton Highlands, out towards North Bend, Carnation, and Falls City. Duval's also on that list. And then we have a winter storm warning until tomorrow morning. Pass travel will be difficult. We could see another 6 to 10 inches of fresh powder up there. This is what it looks like here on this map. In fact, White Pass could see even more than that. So we're looking at a significant amount of snow still to come. before things finally taper off tomorrow morning. Now, an area that I'm concerned about will be the south end, the southwest interior. All those rivers that you see there, Chehalis, Newaukum, the Skookumchuck, the Cowlitz, the Grays, and the Stehekin River, which is actually in central Washington, all are under flood warnings through Sunday at times. So it depends on the river, it depends on the times that they're going to hit that, but all of them hitting potentially minor flood stage. Your highs, this should be saying highs tomorrow. The highs tomorrow into the mid 40s. It will be turning sunny tomorrow. So tomorrow afternoon, warmer, sunnier, a break from all this mess, and then we'll be looking at a drier afternoon on Sunday too. As we get into Monday, we turn wet. I think Monday and Wednesday look like our wettest days coming up over the next week. By the way, this 7-day hot off the presses, upper 50s as we get into late next week. I think Thursday and Friday are going to be nice and warm as we start to head our way into spring. If you're looking for a completely dry day, I think Friday, first day of spring, looks like our first dry day in a while. But as far as the evening commute goes tonight, just take it slow. And if you live up there in those higher elevations, if you're watching us at work right now and then you're going to be heading home, be careful as you start getting up in those hills because it might get a little bit rough.
All right, so one bone to pick with you at this point, Brian. You want to hear it?
Sure, bring it on.
Hot off the presses. It's snow, man. It's cold.
I should say cold off the presses, but I just finished the 7-day forecast for our evening shows. So that's what I was talking about there. But yeah. Hey, by the way, Matt, I don't know about you, but if you're heading out for St. Patrick's Day celebrations on Tuesday, going to be doing a little bit of that. It'll be a little showery for that. So, make sure to dress warmly under your kilt.
I feel like you were talking directly to the viewers because you know enough about me, man. I'm a parent. I'm gonna be locked inside. I'm not doing anything. I will be at home with my kid if I'm not right here talking on TV. That's my life right now.
That's right. Same here.
Let me ask you one last thing.
Sure.
When it comes to how this has just kind of sat over us, we had hoped that a lot of this snow would get out of here. You were mentioning that SeaTac thing, which, by the way, oh my gosh, 5 hours for some of these people in the delays. How close were we to getting out of this? Is there any metric that we could look at and say, if it was just this much different, this would have changed earlier?
Oh, honestly, another 2 degrees warmer and we would have probably been fine here.
Wow.
2 or 3 degrees warmer. So yeah, it just shows you, and I would say 2 or 3 degrees colder than this, and we would have been in big trouble because we would have been seeing accumulation on the roads. So when we're forecasting snow in the weather department here, it's, we try to get as precise as possible here with our temperature forecasting because it does make all the difference in the world when you're talking maybe 3 degrees warmer than we are right now. It's just cold rain, but 3 degrees colder than we are right now. And now we're talking, an inch or 2 or 3 on the roadways. And then now we're talking, gridlock here. So thankfully we're kind of right in the middle. Most of the roadways are fine. We're seeing problems at the airport and problems up a little higher in elevation and in some of the outlying areas. But the city itself is still able to move, and we're still able to get around on our freeways.
Boy, what a difference just a few degrees makes. You're talking a 5-degree swing of either we're out of this or it could have been a disaster. I guess glass half full. Brian, we landed in the middle, so at least it wasn't that bad.
That's right. And, get home safely, everybody, if you're planning on going out tonight or if you have early plans tomorrow. It probably will be a little bit icy in some spots tomorrow morning. And one thing I want to mention, too, we have this thing called the Puget Sound Convergence Zone, and that sets up usually around South Snohomish County, North King County, somewhere in there. That looks like that's going to pop up tomorrow. So there could be an area in, let's say, Everett, where you are there, Matt, or up in the Linwood area, somewhere in there, where this convergence zone sets up tomorrow morning. And in that spot, we could see a rain and snow mix, maybe even a little bit of snow accumulation, or if the temperatures are warm enough, maybe just rain. But I think we will see some flakage tomorrow up in the Everett area, Linwood area, Bothell, Woodinville, those kind of areas up there on the north end.
All right, good news to have, especially for me and my wife. Brian, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and that was Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. He's going to be joining you guys with Seattle News tonight, so stay tuned. I just remind folks, this is why you know it's serious. We're spending extra time, extra folks, extra hours, overtime, so we can help you guide your way through this. It has been a very, very busy time out there. All right, do want to draw some attention to this. This is pretty cool. We got some new video coming in from one of our directors. Allie Driver sent this in. Check it out. This is coming in from around 3:20, 3:25. She writes, still snowing in the Hilltop neighborhood in Tacoma. And is it ever? You know, we've been showing you those live images coming in out there at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, but this is just a completely different look. You know, we got folks spread out in and around our viewing area, and on days like this, we actually start relying on our folks that are behind the scenes as well, because there's just so much. Our crews can't cover every single area, so Allie, we do appreciate you getting this out to us, but man, look at that neighborhood side street. Good news is it doesn't look like anybody's necessarily stuck on that road, but I don't know, that mess, not something I would necessarily love to see. That's one of the views she gave us. I want to show you one more here. Yeah, this is starting to be pretty gross out there. Here's the thing, folks. I'm at work. I'm going to be driving in this to get home. If I wasn't at work, you could not pay me enough money to be going out in this. My kid will probably try to drag me outside and jump on a trampoline. He has a weird thing about loving to jump in snow, rain. If it's bad out, that's when he wants to get outside. But I will try my hardest to serve up some hot cocoa and just look out a window, because I think there's better options today. We want to bring in our producer, Alan Pavlik, joining us once again. Alan, one of the crazier stories I've seen so far, people actually parking on a road.
What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I understand, like, you get stuck out there, but like, you just leave the car in the middle of the road. Like, it's a pass. There's only one way, like, there's only one way in, one way out. Like, it's such a head scratcher. Like, why are you leaving your car? Wouldn't your car be the warmest spot? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Like, there's so many things that just like don't really add up here, and WSDOT is being as petty as they should be. I will say that.
Okay, so here's the image that they sent out. Do you have some background on this one? Because this is crazy.
This one is absolutely insane. They're trying to get their snow plows to get through here, and we just have people just leaving their cars. Like, they physically cannot get their snow plows to plow the road that everybody here is parked is eventually going to have to drive home on.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a comedy of errors after comedy of errors. Like, what were you thinking?
And it's just so crazy, because when you look at this picture, they kind of point out there are just people walking across. Like, this is where typically people would be cruising through there. I get that there is snow out there, but my goodness, like, this is just dangerous. I mean, I guess at this point they've done such a good job of closing down US 2 or Stevens Pass that now all of a sudden they can't be cruising through there with cars. But my goodness, like, this is wild. I'm kind of very eager to find out, Alan, if they end up just towing a crap ton of vehicles out of here, if there's going to be tickets. I mean, I guess in a perfect world, we could just send the plow through there and bury them all in snow. But unfortunately, I think there's some repercussions if they do that. So we're just going to try to close down the pass for everybody. One of the few that was actually open not that long ago.
Yeah, and you know, like, we're supposed to be like excited, late season snow. These snowboarders are getting their last second snow in, you know, rides in on the mountain. But like, man, talk about a bummer. Talk about an absolute bummer when it comes to what's going on out there in the passes. And you know what? Like, don't do this. There's other people you are affecting. Like, just follow the rules. Get off to the side of the road. And you know, if you were getting out that way, obviously bring your chains, because this is a mess out there.
Story. I don't remember ever seeing this one, Alan. I mean, you and I've been here for more than half a decade. We've covered plenty of weather events. This one is new to me.
It's just laughable. Like sometimes like the stuff that just comes up into our newsroom where it's just like, what are you actually thinking? Like, were you thinking? Clearly they weren't, but like, it's just like, come on, you guys.
Well, I do love that we get to do this rather than like, no offense, I don't want to be stuffy and read the story in 20 seconds. I just want to be able to tell you people, you're crazy, don't park there. I just want to shake somebody and be like, okay, come on, like this is crazy. And not to mention, I mean, there's man-made issues or like Mother Nature issues that we can't get around. I mean, the idea that Seattle-Tacoma International Airport looks like this, we can't stop the fact that delays are 5 hours. That also sucks, but we can prevent people from parking on the pass.
Yeah, let's just not do that, you guys, because I mean, we have crews that are going to be working overnight, all night to get these roads cleared for you guys, and let's try to do our part as well as these crews are out there all night in the snow, getting these roads cleared for us, you know?
Yeah. Well, they got their work cut out for them. They had it cut out for them. Now they've got it doubly so. More news still come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We're going to get ready to hand you off to Seattle News tonight, so we're going to be exiting stage left in, I don't know, about 5-6 minutes, but we'll just kind of give you kind of a wrap up of just some of the stories, some of the headlines, some of the locations that we're tracking for you today. Did want to just get this beauty shot in though. This one coming in from Woodinville's Lake Tuck from Jim Smith. Gives you a nice serene look as that snow continues to fall onto the water there. Just a gorgeous view. That's the real difficult part with all of this. It's one of those things where, it's causing issues when it comes to the airport, when it comes to the roads, but man, it does look gorgeous if you're able to kind of park it and sit where you are. Although I will admit, out there in Woodinville, as you're looking at those trees, you got to imagine they are getting weighted down. We've been hearing a lot about downed trees, so I hate to beat the Debbie Downer constantly about this today. We do want people to stay safe out there, so hopefully you and yours are staying safe out there, or at least staying warm. We'll get to the power outages in just a minute. Alan and I were talking about Stevens Pass, just the craziness of everybody just pulling off on the side of the road, technically in the middle of the road and parking and causing an issue. They had to shut it down as a result of that. What about the other passes? Remember earlier in the day we were talking to WSDOT. Yes, Snoqualmie Pass, still a concern. They told us that it was likely going to be an extended closure. They were right. In fact, take a look here. You can see they write I-90 from North Bend to Ellensburg will remain closed overnight. The highway has severe compact snow and ice, making for treacherous driving conditions with more severe weather on the way. Spring storms bring freeze-thaw, freeze conditions, essentially turning I-90 into an ice rink. Now, not to look too far ahead here, but as we get closer to the weekend, I bet you we're going to be having conversations about avalanche danger and risk too. And I don't just mean in the backcountry. Typically, when we see these odd mixes where we see the heavier snow on top of that lighter snow, you start wondering if it's going to be able to come loose and kind of come down the mountain. And if it is, that's when WSDOT will have to start making determinations whether or not they're going to have to put explosives up there and kind of blast some of that snow down and then mop up some of that gets back down on the interstate. Not saying that that's the plan just yet, but as somebody who has been here for a while, we've seen it happen. So don't be surprised if that's something that we're paying attention to over the weekend or even early into next week. All right, then the conversation about our energy situation. We'll take this full because the numbers are a little hard to read. You may have noticed, been putting on my glasses a lot today. Forgot my key card to the building, and my contacts are in my car. Just gonna be honest with you guys. It's been one of those days. So we're feeling it in here too. This is the PSE Energy outage map. You can see roughly 39,000, just a hair under, customers impacted. Now what's interesting here, you have 407 active outages. That was in the 200 range, like 200, 230, somewhere around there when I first jumped on at noon. So we're about, almost 4 hours later, and we've seen that number go up. So it's getting worse, not better. We've definitely seen worse situations with outages, but I tell you what, if you're one of the people that's going to be dealing with this, you don't really care if it's 100,000 or 150,000. You care about your own home, and especially if you've got that electric heat. I mentioned earlier, that's my situation up in the North Sound. So I'm still on standby to find out if I have power, because we've seen some outages up that way too. But 400 plus active outages, 38,000 people still impacted. The other big story of the day, just trying to get in and out, and I don't mean the passes like we were talking about, but the weather situation at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport is an absolute mess. We were sharing with you earlier today what we call the misery map. This is a product, a tool of the group Flight Aware. I'll share with you what I'm seeing at this point. I just refreshed the numbers here. On the right side of your screen, you have a ranking of the worst hit airports in terms of weather. Obviously, above and beyond the worst, Chicago O'Hare, they've been dealing with issues for a few days with winter storms. But right there in the upper left-hand corner, yeah, we are a mess. 52 delays, 52 cancellations. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport feeling it, and we showed you those conditions out there. It's just a rough go. And I'll also share with you one other note from the FAA. The average wait time right now, just about 5 hours. That's going to do it for us here in the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm Matthew Smith. We'll see you next time. I'll leave you with that live shot out at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Up next, Seattle News Tonight.